Hey everybody, welcome back to Ali Talks Anime with his boy Manny. We got some technical difficulties to talk about before we get into the episode. The first 5 minutes of this episode, I had to manipulate the audio because Manny's audio levels were a little too high and he was kind of peaking. So that was a result of me because I had his audio levels too high in like the recording software. So I had to put that bit of audio through a software that levels out all the audio in the in the clip. So my voice is going to sound louder and Manny's voice is going to sound lower, and it's going to sound a little awkward compared to the rest of the episode. And you might not even notice it, but I just wanted to bring it up in case you did and you were like, why did it happen that way? That's because I had to do some movie magic in the background, and it's not really movie magic because it sounds weird, but I'd rather it sound weird than blow out your eardrums. So it was a necessary change. Sorry about that. And in the Star Wars Visions segment, you might be able to hear people talking in the background in another room, and you might be able to hear a blow dryer. It's because my mom was blow drying my sister's hair, and they were talking a little bit. It is not very intrusive to like the podcast. It's like I don't even notice it, and it's so faint in the background. It's really not that deep. I just wanted to say sorry about that because it is noticeable. Like you can hear it. But yeah, that's not gonna happen again. We won't be doing that anymore. I'll make sure that those sounds do not emanate into these podcast episodes. But regardless, thank you for watching, and I hope you guys enjoy. This was a really good episode. Me and Manny had a lot of fun, and I'm pretty sure you will too. So yeah, thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoy this one. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I missed the call because I was in streamer mode. Sorry. All right. I am ready. It has been 2 weeks. It has been a while. Have you watched anything besides the three things?
Yes.
Tell me about them.
We're going to start off with The Secret World of Arrietty.
Okay. I want to start off with that one too. But did you watch anything else besides Arrietty and when Marnie was there?
Star Wars.
Star Wars?
That was it.
That was it. Okay. I watched a lot of things actually. I rewatched the fucking all three. I rewatched the first two My Hero movies, and then I watched the newest one, and then I'm like neck deep into Cowboy Bebop, and I'm probably gonna finish it like tomorrow or the day after. So, and then I watched Secret World of Arrietty, and When Marnie Was Here, or When Marnie Was There. I don't remember. I don't remember the title, but
Or the alternative title, Marnie of My Memories.
Yep, exactly. Alternative title, Your Name. Yeah.
I think I'm very interested in this chat we're gonna have.
Yeah, me too. I'm scared for when Marnie was here because I didn't take too many notes, but I made sure to take notes on Secret World of Arrietty so that I could articulate myself well, and I will do my best to explain myself in that discussion. So I'm also ready. Do you want to start with Star Wars or do you want to start with Arrietty? I think we should save Marnie for.
I think Marnie should be last.
I think Marnie should also be last.
I have a lot of notes on Star Wars.
Okay.
A lot of notes. I was just under Marnie.
Yeah.
I'm ready for Marnie.
Yeah. You have notes on Marnie?
A lot of notes on Marnie.
Nice. That's good. That's good. I watched it recently, so it's despite the fact that I didn't take notes, it's fresh in my mind. And I have a lot of notes on Star Wars despite not having seen it in like a month. So that'll also be good.
Yeah, I feel like I don't have much on Arrietty, so I feel like we can kind of get that one out the way.
Yeah. I feel like there's not much to say.
Exactly.
I was going into this call thinking like, yo, this might be the shortest call, because like, what's there to say about Arrietty? And I don't know what you have to say about Star Wars, but it's been a grip since I've seen it, so I don't have much to say about it either.
I have a lot.
Yeah. So do you want to start with Star Wars or Arrietty?
Arrietty.
Okay, you want to start there?
Get that one out the way.
So I mean, I'll just be straight. I did not like this movie.
No.
Okay. I thought this was gonna be another Ocean Waves where you'd be like, yo, Allie, I loved it. I was so
no.
Bro, I hated this movie. It was so boring.
It was such a disappointment.
Yeah. And
the title was like, makes it sound so cool.
Yeah.
But it's not actually a secret world.
It really isn't. It barely is a world. It's just like this one family living in this one house, and that's it. And they're in the normal world, and they're tiny, and it's like, it's crazy because I feel like I've seen this movie in many different like shapes and forms. Like, this movie reminds me a lot of Toy Story. It's like tiny things that are like trying to hide from like humans and stuff, you know. You got fucking, you know, they try to like maneuver their way around like the kitchen and stuff with like unique ways because they're small, and they have to like, you know, sneak things without like the humans noticing. It reminds me a lot of Toy Story. It reminds me a lot of Ratatouille. It reminds me a lot of like E.T., where just like there's an evil adult that wants to capture the magical thing, and then there's a kid that wants to protect the magical thing. And out of all of those kinds of movies, like this very derivative concept, this is like the worst one because it's boring. And
yeah, I feel like Toy Story and The Secret World of Arrietty should change titles. It should be The Secret World of Toy Story, or fucking Arrietta's Story. Or do you watch the dub version?
No, I watched the sub.
Good thing, because the dub got me angry, because fucking the dude, the guy, the sick guy, instead of saying Arrietty like everyone else, he says Arrietty. Arrietty. Like, that got me mad.
Yeah.
She was like, "What's your name?" Arrietty.
I switched it on after the fact to see if it was good, and I was like, I'm so glad I watched the sub, because I watched like that one part where he asked her name. I know what you're talking about. I saw that part in dub form.
Arrietty. I was like, bro.
Yeah.
Man, but this movie's so disappointing. The thing is with this movie is, for a short movie, it loses steam very quickly.
Yes. I feel like I was engaged up until the dude saw her for the first time. Like, from the beginning to that point, I was invested. And then after that point, nothing happens. They just kind of chill. You'd think that if that shit happened to a toy in Toy Story, they'd be like, yo, we gotta fucking go. We gotta run. We gotta like bounce from this house. It would be a big deal in a movie like that, or in like E.T. or something. But in this movie, they get seen by the humans and they just sit there for the whole movie. They leave at the very fucking end. Even when the dude reaches his hand inside their house and like destroys their house, they're like, all right, like, we'll leave tonight. It's like, no, leave now. Go. You need to bounce. It's so boring.
Like, literally, this movie lacked a lot of things. Like, it lacked any like.
It lacked heart. I wrote down what it lacked. It lacked tension and heart.
Substance.
Yeah.
It lacked any stakes.
Yeah, I understand what they were trying to do with like the boy having a heart disease. I understand what they were going for. They wanted you to care about the relationship between the boy and the girl, and then they wanted you to like dislike the housekeeper. But the reason why you don't feel anything is because, number one, you don't really know why the housekeeper is like evil. She doesn't have like a motivation. She's just like, I want to find them just because I want to find them. It's like,
nah, she has a motivation. It's extremely weak though.
It's weak to an extent.
It's fucking I want to find these tiny people because the aunt thinks I'm crazy.
Yeah.
But like it's like that's such a boring motive for a villain in a story like this. Like
yeah.
It was like when I found out that was a that's when I kind of got bored. It was like up until when the dude saw the tiny girl.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, what is gonna happen now? Because like what is gonna happen now? Like I kind of knew at that point. I was like, damn, this movie's gonna be ass. I called it. I was like, this movie's gonna be ass.
I knew it was gonna be basic, but I didn't think it would be that bad. Cause like up until
especially from Ghibli, like Ghibli, there's always some message, some substance, but this one was just like.
And Manny, you know what you said about Howl's Moving Castle, where it's like they took from the book and then like, you know, like, oh, you know, you can't give them like too much credit, and how I was like making a defense for Miyazaki. This is one of those things where like he took from the book, and I don't feel like he did anything else. I feel like he took from the book and then he detracted. I feel like he. So
I don't think he was the main director though.
Miyazaki wasn't the main director. It was some other guy, and it was oddly enough the director of Secret Road to Arrietty was the same director as when Marnie was there, which was very coincidental. But Miyazaki wrote the screenplay for this movie, and a screenplay is basically like it's basically like building the movie. Like, where's the camera going to be? Like, you know, what's this character going to say at this point? So Miyazaki wrote the screenplay, but he didn't write the story, and he's not like the director. So if the dude like wanted to change anything, he could. So Miyazaki basically took this dude's shitty movie and was like, all right, I got to kind of make this as good as possible. So like when I watch this movie, I'm like, I can tell when Miyazaki's doing his thing, and I'm like, all right, you're trying, but like you can't save this movie. Like it's too bland even for Miyazaki. It's about friendship, and you don't believe the friendship for the whole movie. It doesn't hold any weight until that final moment when she says goodbye, and she's like, and then she cries and like holds his finger, and she's like, I hope your surgery goes well. That was like the one part where I was like, oh, I kind of feel something. I wish that was like the whole movie, you know, but it wasn't. They talked twice in the movie, Manny. I like that scene so much. That was like the one scene where I actually felt something. But that's the ending. That's like the only part. And by
that time, the steam is gone. You're already dead as a viewer.
Bro. When the third act began and it was like, oh, yo, the movie's about to wrap up. When the homekeeper took the mom, I was like, yo, there are 30 minutes left, and I legit want to skip to the ending. Like, I don't even care anymore, because I've seen this movie already. So, like, I knew that it, like, didn't really matter. And getting to that point where you're in the third act, and you're supposed to care about the friendship between Arrietty and the boy, while also caring about Arrietty's family and their safety. And me realizing that I didn't care about any of that, I was like, yeah, this movie's like F tier. and I was really anxious going into this, because I'm like, what if Manny like pulls an ocean wave on me and he's like, yo, no, it was great because I saw a borrower when I was a kid, and I protected them from my housekeeper.
I can't save this one.
Yeah,
this one's going to no man's land.
Yeah, and it sucks because when I was it sadly is in my version of No Man's Land as well. But it sucks because when I was a kid, like I saw this movie in theaters when it came out. And I remember this movie so vividly for its concept. This movie's like concept is so good about like a dude who has a heart disease and he can't get excited or else like, you know, it might fuck him up, like his disease. And I just remember when I was a kid, the scene where he like runs to the other side of the house and there's like this sense of tension because it's like, oh my God, his heart's racing, but he has to like save Arrietty. And I just remember that scene being so good, and it falls so flat on my rewatch because like I just don't care about anything else, and I'm like, fuck. It was soul crushing for me, bro. Because my memory of this movie is not what this movie is. It's not at all what it is.
I don't know. It's I'll give one thing I think the movie did well was the background design.
Oh yeah, it was beautiful.
You know, it had to be because fucking they had to like portray the secret world through their perspective.
I think
I think they did a good job showing like mundane things. How big it is. Like, I thought the sugar cube. Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. Like one sugar cube is all they need. That's about the only positive. Let me see if I wrote anything else.
That's really all there is to this concept. They're tiny, and everything they grab is big. That's it. That's like the whole movie.
And I also said, what did I say? And I was like, I don't know about the sub, but the English version
was terrible.
The music was.
Oh, the music was bad.
I usually from one of these Ghibli movies, I get one song out of it. One song I remember after, like the Ocean Wave song, which I still think about today. But this one was just like.
I don't even remember the music.
It was so bland, and I feel like it was some songs are like out of place.
I didn't even notice, to be honest. I remember in the moment, like really feeling like the best part about the movie was everything in terms of its like atmosphere, like the art, like the way it was animated, the directing, in terms of like how they executed, like, oh, they're tiny and everything else around them is big. I felt like everything was like to proportion, like to their bodies. Like they're like a nail would be the size of their body, and I really like that everything like that was consistent in terms of like how big things are. But that could only hold me for 20 minutes, you know? Yeah. In a movie like this, where it's like a secret world, like this movie does not deserve being an hour and a half long. This movie should have been shorter than Ocean Waves. This movie should have been like 50 minutes long.
Yeah, it should have been shorter than The Cat Returns.
Yeah, bro, honestly. And you know what is
and
so
you want
funny?
to talk about Secret World? A real secret world is The Cat Returns.
Yeah, no bullshit. A real secret world is fucking Ratatouille and Toy Story. There's more interesting things that happen. There's more interesting things to the universe of Toy Story and toys being alive and rats being able to talk and having their own community than this movie. And they don't overstay their welcome. You're not sitting there like, all right, I'm bored. I don't care about this anymore. Get to the plot. Like, you don't say that in Toy Story because they don't spend too much time on it. They don't waste their time on that stuff.
Plus, I feel like...
Take your time.
You can say what you was about to say.
It's so funny, Manny, because I did a lot of research on like what the book is and like because I'm almost positive that I've seen other movies like this. And there's a movie in 1997 called The Borrowers. And it's like, I was like, let me watch this. So I watched that movie. And it's like a dumb kids movies from like the 90s. It's like Gremlins. It's like that like kind of tier. It's not as good as Gremlins, but you know what I mean. It's like that. And the main character in the movie is Arrietty, and the dude is there, and it's like the same story. It's crazy, but it's as dumb as that movie is. It's way more engaging. Like if I was strapped to a chair and you wanted me to watch that movie, it's stupid, but I would be able to invest myself because they don't waste time. They know that the tiny thing is like, okay, they're just tiny. Let's like have a story. And in that movie, the bad guy is like someone who's trying to tear down their house. And it's like, oh, we have to work together with our human boy. And it's dumb, but like, it's more engaging than this, you know? That's a story. That's something. They aren't just sitting around for fucking half of the movie, you know? And I was like, holy shit. How is a Ghibli movie worse than this? Like, how's that even possible? And then, and funny enough, the guy who directed this movie, when Studio Ghibli, I don't know if Studio Ghibli disbanded or, I don't know. When Miyazaki retired and Studio Ghibli kind of stopped doing shit, this director, he was like one of the premier directors of Studio Ghibli that was like, you know, when Marnie was there, was like one of the last Ghibli movies, like before The Wind Rises. And And this guy was like, all right, I'm going to take some of you guys from Ghibli and we're going to keep doing Ghibli shit, but we're going to do it under a different studio. So he took some of the Ghibli animators and he created Studio Ponok, and they made Mary and the Witch's Flower, which is like the other movie that he made. And then they made, whatchamacallit? They made like anime movies that are just a bunch of shorts like compiled together.
Yeah.
They made one of those, and he directed one of the shorts in that short like movie, in the movie like filled with like shorts. And one of the shorts is about tiny people. So he did it again. But I'm not gonna lie, Manny, that short is so much better because it's like, I don't even think it's 20 minutes long. It's like 15 minutes long, and it's so much more interesting because these guys are like in water and they have to like fight animals in like the wildlife, you know? So you just see them like living their life as tiny people that have to like fight fish in like, you know, the water, and like crabs. And he did it so much better in that, and it's just like, yo, what the fuck? Like it's so crazy.
You know, I thought, you know, when Arrietty got the pin, like the sword.
Mm-hmm. I thought she was gonna use it. Why would you introduce something to the audience?
You just reminded me. You said fighting. I was like, Arrietty got her. Why was that? Why did they spend so much time on that?
Because he thought it was cool. Because they thought it was cool.
She gave it to her mom. This is a beautiful pin.
Yeah, exactly.
And they make you think like, why?
She never. Actually, I think she does use it to free her mom, but like that's not.
Yeah, that's just to cut the thing.
Yeah. That's
Don't
not
portray it as a sword.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what's that? Sheathing, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, and then you know what else? The fucking Native American motherfucker.
Bro, he didn't need to be there at all. He didn't need to be there at all.
Yeah, he provided like lore. He provided questions but no answers. He came, was like, because you know the whole time they thinking they're the last of their kind.
Yeah.
Right? And that's why they're so protective over Arrietty. Yada yada yada. And he comes and they're like, is there more of us? He's just like,
yeah.
And
that's kind of all you wanted to know. Like that's all that you wanted to know,
like,
and then they tell you that.
If they didn't show that, I feel like at least in the credit scene,
show all of them, maybe.
Show them meeting some, you know?
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah, at least you're building towards something. Exactly. Yeah.
Like, what's the point?
Mm-hmm.
Like, at least like that the end. I really thought they was gonna do it, Ali.
Yeah.
I thought they was gonna do it. The end credits, I was like, okay, they're gonna meet some more Native Americans. Fuck no.
Yeah.
Like, why even bring this fucking guy up?
Yeah, exactly. It's so weird. It's so weird how like this movie thinks its world is so cool. It's like, yo, isn't it so cool that they're small? Like, yo, look at them just like drinking tea in their house. Look, the tea like drips like a drip. Like it does one drop, but it's like a tea, and it's like, I get it. I saw it like 20 minutes ago.
Oh look, it's a dollhouse that would work perfectly for that.
Bro, Manny, you want to know what was so fucking stupid? There's also like really dumb contrivances in this movie. Like, you want to know the dumbest thing, Manny? Their house is under a latch. You can hide anywhere, and you hide in a place where the humans can go, grab, open. Whoa, what the fuck is this? It's like, you need to hide in a place where it's not easy to access for the humans. And also,
bro, Ali, chill. It's a secret world, bro. It's the secret world.
Secret my ass. You can find it under the goddamn cover. It's so fucking dumb, bro. It's so lucky and convenient. How stupid do you have to be to hide under a little like cupboard thing? What the fuck is the utility of that anyways? Why is there just like a little like hatch that goes to the bottom of your house? What the fuck? Like, what's the purpose in that?
I don't know.
Do you throw trash down there when you're too lazy to go to the trash can?
Ali, I don't know. It makes no sense. The hatch makes no sense, and with the house being placed makes no sense. It literally makes. They're asking to get found to move.
I think the worst part about this movie is that there is no urgency to them leaving when they immediately get seen. Because when you see that, you're like, oh shit, conflict is going to spur from this, and this is going to be like a really interesting thing. And you think that they're going to bounce, but they just kind of chill. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, you know when you watch a movie and you think, is the movie like taking a really long time to do this, or am I just bored and does this feel long? The movie objectively takes long. You know, sometimes I watch a movie and it's like, that felt like it was 20 minutes when it was really just like 10 minutes. When I feel like something's 20 minutes in this movie, it is 20 minutes. And it's like, oh my God. Like, you know, when the mom got taken, I'm like, really? Like that already? Like it's, another contrivance, Manny, is one thing that I was so confused about when the mom got taken. I was like, where's the dad? Where did he go? And I didn't notice it the first time, but I rewatched it and he's like, all right, I'm going to go make sure the coast is clear for when we leave. Wait, what? Your leg is like sprained. What do you say you're going to make sure the coast is clear? What do you mean by that? You have to walk across the fucking garden. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What does that mean? Make sure the coast is clear. You know that the humans know you're there. Someone just dug their fucking hand into your house. You're really gonna leave your wife alone to get captured? Really? Are you fucking serious? This movie is terrible. Oh my God. What does he mean? I'm gonna go check. Manny, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna fucking say it. It's your name. It's your name. It's your name. It's Ride Your Wave. It's Ride Your Wave. It's worse than Ride Your Wave.
It's worse. It's worse.
It's worse than Ride Your Wave.
Is it worse?
I mean, maybe not to you. To me, it is.
No.
Yeah.
It is bad.
This is terrible. This is Your Name levels of terrible, in my opinion. I think this is just as bad as Your Name. And it's the whole third act. It's like the whole exciting part of the movie. It's like, isn't this fun? Aren't you like, aren't you fucking into it? Like, no, bro. Like, no. I hate this, man. I hated this movie. This movie is bad. I'm glad we're on the same page. I don't even know what the fuck else to say.
Literally, the only good thing I can say is background design.
Yeah, I loved. I love the sound design as well. I think they did a really cool thing where, because they were tiny, noises were louder to them. So they go in his room and the clock is ticking, and it's like ticking. Yeah, I was like, that's cute. But
you know, with me, I finished this movie, and the first thing I did was immediately hop on TikTok and started scrolling. That's how I know a movie's not good.
Yeah, that's perfectly valid.
When I finished Star Wars episodes, when I finished Marnie, I sat there.
Yeah.
I sat there, pondered, thought about it, did some research.
Exactly.
Because I was interested. This movie, I was like, damn, no, they didn't even show the other barbers? Fuck this shit.
Yeah, bro. I
saw it. Yeah. Actually, I saw it today. I watched it today at work.
You watched Secret Road to Arrietty today at work. I'm sorry.
I was supposed to watch it. I knew I was going to finish it today.
Yeah.
Because work is slowed down right now. It's slowed down right now. So I knew I was going to finish it today. And I wanted to finish it today because it would be even fresh on my mind. But in all actuality, I should have watched Marnie today.
Yeah. I feel that. Whenever I watch movies for our thing, I always try to watch things in order of like how hyped I am. So like Secret Road to Arrietty, I saw it before and I was like, in my head I was like, this is probably gonna be good. But Marnie, I don't know anything about this, and I'm like really excited because I just don't know anything going into this. And I will say, I did it. I watched these in the right order. I watched Arrietty first, and then I was like, all right, let's watch a real movie now.
Man.
Oh man.
I honestly have nothing else to say. This movie is terrible.
It's dog shit.
It's the worst. It's the worst thing we've watched.
It's worse than Decadence.
Yes.
I'd say it's worse than Decadence. Decadence is like laughably bad in many ways, but there was like Decadence's stupidity was a result of just like hubris and like ignorance. Like the people making that show were like, yo, we can do this and we can do that. And it's just like, no, you can't. Like, stop trying. In this movie, it's just like, it's like they just were like,
what was the meaning of it all?
Bro,
what did it mean?
I wrote that in my notes, Manny. I wrote, what is the point of this movie? What is the point? What is the fucking point?
I can't believe I was about to say Jubilee. I should call it Jubilee after this movie. Fucking Jubilee. I can't believe Jubilee. There might as well be Jubilee. You know when Pixar, this is like when Pixar makes a bad movie and people are like, how could Pixar make a dog shit movie? How could Pixar make The Good Dinosaur? This is The Good Dinosaur of Ghibli. This is like, what the fuck? This is the Cars 2 of Ghibli movies. I don't know how this like got through anyone. Like, bro, like there's no.
I don't know
like,
how Miyazaki wrote this shit and was like, here you go. Like I just
no, like this is like I don't know if they thought this movie was gonna get carried by animation or something, but
to a lot of people, I guess it did. I mean, I guess
every movie, all their movies gets carried by.
Yeah, I know. To a lot, I mean, to me, to my dumb 10-year-old self, like that's all I really need going into a movie, right? But you know,
but a lot of man, like bro, you compare this to Marnie, it's like wow,
bro, yeah, and Marnie isn't even like the best movie ever made. It's not it's not even up there for the Ghibli movies.
Not.
But Marnie, I was like, oh my god, I feel alive. I feel like I just fucking woke up. My soul is just like awake again, you know?
This movie compared to Marnie is like, wow.
I think I like Marnie a lot more because I watched this movie first.
I know.
And I was like, oh man. Exactly. And it's crazy because Marnie is also based on, I was excited for Marnie because Miyazaki has nothing to do with Marnie. He did not write the screenplay or anything. It was written by the director, and this one is also based off another book. And I feel like, and that just made it more interesting for me because he wasn't dealing with the concept of the borrowers. Because Miyazaki, he did base Howl's Moving Castle off a book, but he like, it still felt like a Miyazaki movie, you know? This doesn't feel like a movie from like a dude that's trying to say something. Like when I watch Howl's Moving Castle, I'm like, all right, Miyazaki's talking to me. He's trying to tell me, he's trying to deliver a message. What message is in Arrietty? Nothing. There's nothing in that fucking movie. It's like a, I would call it half-baked, but it's not even half-baked. You didn't even put the shit in the oven.
I don't even fucking know, like, bro, like.
I didn't even open my notes. I really should, because I wrote down a lot of things.
Fucking, I don't know, like, what does it mean? Like,
it means nothing.
Marnie means so much more than this movie. It is insane.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it. I don't know.
You know when you watch, you didn't watch Your Name recently, but when I was watching Your Name, you know, I was thinking like, how could you watch this movie and go through the process of like writing it, looking it over and being like, all right, this is what we're going with. Like, this is the same thing where it's like, how could you write this, look it over and be like, yo, this works. And then be in the process of doing it. And like, do you know how many times they like rewatch their own movie and like make sure the scene fits and make sure it like works? They must have done that. I hope not. so that there's an excuse for why this movie's so dog shit. It's like, because if they did it a lot, Manny, it's like, what the fuck were you doing? Like,
fuck, man. I don't know, man. This is so disappointing.
It is disappointing. You know, and it's so weird how this is like the third highest grossing, like, and like Ghibli. It's possibly, I don't know in the scale of Ghibli movies, but it's like the 10th highest grossing animated movie of all time. This shit don't deserve that title at all. The fuck? Knock that shit off. You know, you always, whenever a Ghibli movie comes out, you think like, oh, it's gonna get nominated for an Oscar. This one didn't even get nominated for an Oscar. It's like, I mean, the Oscars are like kind of biased and stuff, but they're biased towards Ghibli movies. Like the Oscars like Miyazaki and they like Ghibli movies, so they usually will nominate a Ghibli movie. But this one was so ass that they were like, yo, nah, bro. Like we suck your dicks, but we don't suck your dicks that hard. Like, it's just like, oh man, it's crazy. And guess what? When Marnie was here, did get nominated for an Oscar.
It did.
Yeah. So, and that gave me more hope, because going into it, like, I understand the Oscars biases, and if a movie gets nominated for an Oscar, I know like that the general populace liked it, you know? So like I went into it and I'm like, all right, this is at least going to be for normies decent. And it was, in my opinion. So
Marnie was cool.
Yeah, Marnie was cool. I liked Marnie as well. And I'm excited to talk about that. I think that's it for Arrietty. I don't think there's anything else to say. The movie doesn't give you anything else to say. Fuck this movie. Fucking stupid ass.
No Man's Land.
No Man's Land. 3 out of 10. Fuck it. Bad. It might be a 2, but I'm gonna give it a 3 for now. It's a 3. What is it on your scale, Manny? Is it lower than Ride Your Wave?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. It had no heart. No soul.
It's gonna be in that fucking 3 range, but my 3 range is like, there's only like 10 shows. Like the lowest rated show I have is like a 3. So
Yeah, I know. So a 3.
I'm gonna be like a 3.5.
There were like 7. There were like 7 layers of like hell of like Manny's ratings, and it's like it's like the abyss in Made in Abyss. It's like you're on the 6th layer when you're a 3 out of 10.
Yeah, no, I never rated anything lower than 3.
Oh man, that should be a parody. It's like you go down the abyss, and the farther you go, the more shitty movies you have to watch, and then you bleed out your eyeballs. Arrietty. This movie sucks, man. And I wanted to kind of validate my perspective by seeing other people's reviews. Other people like this movie, bro.
I know. Bro, people, I hate people. People be like, I read comments. People be like, "This is the best Ghibli movie. Just the sound, the music, the plot." Like, bro.
Oh my god, bro! I hate people too, man. What the fuck? Like, how do you watch this and say this is anywhere near the level of anything else?
Bro, if that's like if you can say it. You can come up to me and say Marnie's the best fucking Ghibli movie. Yeah, that's fine with me.
Yeah, I can completely see someone watching Marnie and saying that that's their favorite. It's
right,
like, it's very plausible.
But the boring shit world of Arrietty.
Yeah.
Fuck no, man. Holy shit, dude.
Oh man.
That movie got to go.
It does. This movie. There are some movies and some pieces of media that even if I give them like a 3 or even if they're bad, I can still derive value from them to the degree where it's like, I am glad that that exists. You know, like I'm trying to come up with an example, but like Ocean Waves. Like I don't like Ocean Waves, but I see the value in that movie. I see what it's going for. And like, you know, I'm glad that it exists. I'm glad that Ocean Waves is a movie that exists on this planet. This shit could get deleted from history, and I wouldn't give a fuck. No one would give a fuck. This movie could get erased from the planet, and it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
Let that sink in. If Marnie got deleted, that would, you know, that would affect me. It would affect some people.
That would affect me.
I guess.
Marnie is. I think Marnie's special.
Yeah, Marnie is unique. It's trying to say something.
It definitely says something, and that message is definitely portrayed
very well. And it's so interesting because I feel like Marnie is so. You know, we talk about the Miyazaki movies and how they're all about war, and you know, it's all about like love and family, but these two movies are very similar in the sense that you have a main character who is isolated and they want to make friends. And, you know, I think Marnie is very much about friendship and being lonely in the same way that Arrietty is about friendship and being lonely. But Marnie does it so much better. And the core story of like what Marnie is like a foundation on, like friendship and, you know, not being lonely, on top of that narrative is so much more interesting than Arrietty. Mm-hmm. And it's executed so much better. It's executed way better.
Yeah. Honestly, I think we should move on.
Yeah, we need to move on. That's it.
I think Arrietty needs to go blind.
I remember, you know, you said on the last episode, like, Princess Mononoke deserves, like, more than an hour. This deserves a long call. This doesn't deserve 40 minutes. We've been going for... This does not deserve that at all. Yeah, let's stop, please. Let's delete this. Delete this movie from existence. Fucking awful. I know. We go on for a long time. These are like 5 hours long. Yeah, Arrietty. Yeah. Do you want to give it a rating? You said 3, right? Like in the 3 range. Okay. All right. Do you want to talk about Marnie or you want to talk about Star Wars?
Star Wars.
Star Wars.
We'll keep Marnie for last.
Yes, please do. I would like to keep it for last. What do you have to say about Star Wars?
Star Wars.
Star
I want
Wars.
you to know
Mm-hmm.
everything I say.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
This is coming from a person who've never watched anything related to Star Wars.
Okay, so hold on. You've never seen any of the movies?
No.
You've never watched any of the shows?
No.
You've never played any of the games?
I have, only online.
Like Battlefront?
Yes.
Okay, you never played like the Lego games?
No.
That is so interesting, Manny. Okay.
The only people I know is Luke, Darth Vader, and Yoda. That's all the people I know.
Wow.
Those are the only people I knew.
I was not aware of how...
I knew Boba Fett.
Okay. Okay. I was not aware of how uneducated you were on Star Wars.
Yes.
That is very interesting.
So keep your perspective
in
everything
mind.
I say is from the perspective of a newbie.
Yeah. That'll make for good conversation.
It does. That's why I had to do the disclaimer. Mm-hmm. Right. Episode 1.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Okay. I agree.
I like the animation. It's different.
It was different. It was very unique.
I like that. I feel like a show that has this animation could get a little boring to me.
Yes.
Like a 12, 24 episode show with this animation but for one episode,
it's perfect. It's perfect.
This is where it's incredible because
Yes.
it's so interesting because a lot of these episodes they mix in the Star Wars, they mix in its own lore,
Right.
they mix in the Star Wars lore, and it also mix in a lot of Japanese traditions.
Yes.
And that is so amazing. It makes it so cool.
Yeah, and the way that they do it in this one, the way they the Star Wars element is imbued in its art style. Like the lightsabers are the color that they are, like, you know, in Star Wars, but everything else is black and white. And like the little lights, like the LED lights on like the R2, that like is, I believe, is also like in color. So, and the guns, like the lasers, and
they had the same sound design.
Yeah.
But listen, this episode, fucking the classic. It doesn't get more Japanese than the Ronin, right? The Wandering Samurai. But I feel like they had to go this route to show you how they mixed Japan, Star Wars. Yeah, and they do it perfectly. They do. This is such an amazing first episode for something like this. It was like, they had to put so much thought behind this shit.
They did. They put a lot of thought behind it. And Manny,
it's like, how do we mix Japan and Star Wars? Why not?
Yeah, exactly. And it's perfect. And it's by the guys who did Batman Ninja and the Jojo openings. So it's like, you know, there's also that aspect to it where it's like, it's like, you know, the goats, like the guys who are great at the 3D animation thing are here doing, you know, God's work, honestly.
It's, they killed it.
They did.
And, you know, the plot of this episode isn't crazy, which I expect because these are short episodes, right? Basic plot, we've seen this before.
For an 18-minute short, I think it is pretty... I mean, I think it's pretty crazy for an 8... I mean, when you say crazy, what do you mean? I think it's great, given it the time it has.
I say crazy.
Okay.
I think it's like we've seen this type of plot before, right? But with all these episodes going in, before I even watched them, I was like, the plot isn't really going to affect how I like this because it is short. Yeah. It's only one episode, right? So there isn't much plot, even if there was. Right. This episode, it just keeps you hooked. The fucking... I don't know, when the dude pulled out the lightsaber, I was like, oh shit, it's red. I know that's not good. Yeah. I was like, so, to a Star Wars newbie, I was like, do good guys have red lightsabers? No. I don't know. Now I do. Fuck no. Yeah. So, and that ties in with later episodes where like they would. I don't get to all this. Yeah. But no, this episode it was smooth. The way he killed the bitch was clean. Yeah, it was clean. It was actually like you believed it. You believed that his final strike was something that she would get hit by, and it's something that he would do. It wasn't like forced. It was like cool. Yeah. I saw this anime last week. So I don't remember anything else from this episode. I really liked it. Yeah, I wanted to say that when I watched Star Wars Visions, the month before, there's a movie theater in Boston that like screens old movies that I go to like every, you know, it's the one with that was doing Taxi Driver that I was talking about. And Akira Kurosawa, like Seven Samurai, and you know about those movies. That's what this is heavily inspired by. And I saw a lot of Akira Kurosawa movies before I watched this. So the things that this is directly like emulating, I saw those. So I watched this and I'm like, it's the same thing. Like they did it perfectly. And you know, it goes beyond just like, oh, it's black and white and it's samurai. Like there are like references, maybe references is a strong word, but there is like harsh homages to the Akira Kurosawa movies, like the designs of like the stormtroopers that were wearing like half stormtrooper outfits and like half indigenous, like, you know, like Japanese like garbs. They were those similar designs are in Seven Samurai, where they're not wearing shoes and they're like barefoot and they have like swords but like no sheaths for the swords. That is in Seven Samurai, and they just did that, but they like Star Wars'd it up, and I was like, that's so gangster. And the main character in this, there's another Akira Kurosawa movie called Yojimbo, and it's about a wandering samurai who like
he's a bad guy, but he like does good things. Like that's kind of his gimmick, and it's very similar to this movie where he just in Yojimbo, the plot of Yojimbo is he just pulls up and there's a conflict happening in the city, and he's like, I'm gonna fucking fix this shit. And that's just the whole movie. And it's such a basic premise for a movie, but it just works so well in the Akira Kurosawa movie. And that's kind of what this is, but just Star Wars.
I feel like the character's so interesting because
he's a bad guy.
He's a bad guy.
Yeah,
we don't know anything about him.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even like the kid asking for his name. Like nah.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's so interesting because it keeps up the fucking I forgot the word, but
keeps up the intrigue. Yeah,
like I still remembered him when I even finished the show. I was like, what if that dude got his own spin-off,
bro?
But another thing with these episodes, a lot of them, I know one in particular, but a lot of them can continue on, right?
Yeah.
I like that. I know one of them, that I'll get to later, but one of them is supposed to be a pilot.
Yep.
Like, it was made to be a pilot.
Mm. And
I think I read that the director of the episode, like, he wanted it to be a pilot, and he said he would continue if he got the green light. So I thought that's pretty cool. But a lot of episodes can continue on their own.
Right.
It's cool. This episode can definitely do it. The dude's cool.
Mm-hmm.
His robot was cool.
Yeah, his robot was awesome. It was dope, and I love the way they did it. Where it was like a tiny. Yeah, I like that.
The waterfall and shit.
I love the lady's like lightsaber, like umbrella thing, like like the Sith Lords. I love her design. I love all the other people in the city that are fighting her, and like how they all get fucked up. I love the execution of this. I don't know if there's much else to say. I remember liking it a lot.
Mm-hmm. It was a good, strong episode.
Yeah.
But that moves us into episode 2.
Mm-hmm. Tatooine Rhapsody, right?
Yeah. Boba Fett, right? Him being in the episode was super dope.
Yeah.
I feel like he carried the episode, and he was barely there.
Yep.
The things I remember is him.
Mm-hmm.
Like that when he's like bobbing his head.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like that made me laugh.
Yeah.
Because he just went from
being like evil bounty hunter, I'm gonna kill you, to like, yo, your song's pretty lit, guys. Like, yeah.
And the thing with Boba Fett, like, the reason I know him is because I like his design, right?
Yeah, he has. Mm-hmm.
And I think he, even in this art style, he still looks fucking cool.
Yeah, he does. He does.
And it's the contrast between this episode, the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Like this one's like
it's much more lighthearted. It's much more anime, right? Yeah.
Right. And honestly, like, I didn't really like it, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
See what I wrote.
Take your time.
Hold on. I feel like this episode was probably I feel like this one was out of place.
Mm-hmm. I can understand how the tone just is not for a lot of people.
I don't know if it's the tone. It's like the band thing. I get it though.
Yeah.
Because we've seen the band thing in other anime, right? Yeah. We've seen it in Space Dandy. And I have to compare this one to Space Dandy's.
Okay.
Sadly, this doesn't even touch Space Dandy, but that's okay.
Yeah. Do you want to explain? I haven't seen Space Dandy in a while, and I really liked this one to the extent where I really did, to the extent where I call it like my top 3 for like the entire show. I know it's pretty crazy, but
I didn't find anything.
It was very charming for me because this tone, you would never see anything of this like kind of energy in Star Wars, and when you fuse characters from Star Wars like Jabba and Boba Fett, who are like bad guys and they're like evil people, and then you have this super like Nickelodeon, like, we're gonna be a band and we're gonna sing our song, and I just really connected with that. I understood the energy that they were going for, and that's not something you see in Star Wars a lot. And I just liked seeing that in Star Wars. It was a fresh change of pace.
I get it.
And I liked the music. I liked the music in it.
I get it. I just didn't.
Yeah. Most people did not. I understand. This is one that
I feel like it came off such a strong episode too.
Yeah. I went into this hoping that I would not just be getting episodes like the Duel. I understand that, you know, in the universe of Star Wars, like, people want to see fights. People want to see, like, you know, Sith and, like, you know, samurai. Because, you know, when you do Japan and Star Wars and you fuse them together, you think samurai, Jedi are like samurai. Let's just make Jedi samurai. And they do that very well in the first one. But I was hoping that there's so much more to Star Wars than that. And Tatooine Rhapsody kind of dips its toes into something that I didn't even know Star Wars could be. And I like that. I like seeing something different. So, as someone who's not a Star Wars fan, I can understand why it wasn't for you. I really did like it because I like Star Wars, and you never see shit like that in Star Wars.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I don't have anything else to say.
Okay. I liked that one as well.
I did not. Well, then you got episode 3.
The twins! The Promare!
Promare 2.
Hiroyuki Imaishi. Yep. Same character. Yeah. I love the opening of this one.
I love the design. Even though, like, what the MC of the episode, you know, he looked just like the guy from Promare.
Yeah. That didn't bother me.
That.
You didn't like that, okay. Yeah, I know your criticisms. Like, you want people to look different. You want them to look unique.
I feel like it could be like a little nod or reference.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like Gallos in what's his name? I feel like the main character in Promare looks like the dude from Gurren Lagann. I feel like he looks like Kamina, kind of.
Yeah, he does.
So I feel like that's kind of a nod in of itself. But I understand that this guy looks way too similar to the other guy. So I know that, you know, that's not a great comparison.
They can literally switch spots.
Exactly. Yeah. That's valid. That's valid. I would have preferred if they had a more unique design as well.
Yeah. But this episode,
this is great.
It was alright.
Yeah.
No, when it comes to Trigger,
yeah,
the fights were cool, of course, as to be expected. I feel like they're Sith, right? They're Sith.
Yeah, they were both Sith Lords, and then, like, one of them kind of was turning into a Jedi, and that was, like, the story of this one.
Yeah, I feel like their Sith armor was fucking dope.
Yeah. I loved the story of this one because this is so goofy for Star Wars. And when I say goofy, I mean like this is definitely Studio Trigger. Like, this has the same energy that, like, Promare has, where it's like giant fighting robots, Evangelion stands. It's like the same thing. But you never see something like that in Star Wars. No one's ever gonna fucking cut a thing with a lightsaber, like cut a, you know, TIE fighter. But I feel like I love the energy that it had. And I think that my issue with this one was that the fights, to me, was kind of lame from what I expect from Hiroyuki Imaishi. I feel like when you think about any other Studio Trigger show, and you think about, like, the standout fights, like the first fight with Ryuko Matoi and Satsuki, you know, I think when you think about the panty and stocking fights, when you think about the best fights in Gurren Lagann, when you think about the best fights in Promare, it doesn't even come close to this, you know? And yeah, this is short, but I don't really consider that an excuse because the Duel was short and the Duel had amazing fights. So, like, you know, I'm not going to cut some slack on this one in that sense. And, like, I feel like the fight was just so short and it didn't really have any, like, cool 3D animation. And that was one of the things that bothered me. I really like the 3D animation in Promare. And I really like how fast the camera, like, swings around all the characters and you see, like, you know, them flying about. And I guess it's just two people with lightsabers, like, standing on a ship. So I guess that maybe it wouldn't entail that much. but it didn't feel very large scale, and it felt like they were trying to make something bigger out of something that really wasn't that big at all. You know, it wasn't bad. It just wasn't what I expected. And I want you to remember, I watched Promare the same week that I watched this. So I watched Promare. I'm like, yo, I can't wait to see that Visions episode. And then I watched the Visions episode. I'm like, huh. It's like, so I agree that it was all right. I agree that, like, for me, this one, despite it being the trigger one, it's lower on the totem pole for me. But why did you say it was high? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I love the tone. I love what it's going for. I love its energy. It's like, I'm in the evil Sith Lord. I got a stupid crystal over here my power. Like, that's so fun. And I appreciate that. I took notes on it. I can look at the notes, but keep talking to me. I interrupted you.
I don't know. I don't feel like there's much to say. It's just from my head too.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't know. It was cool for me that I didn't know or seen a Sith turn good. Mm-hmm. So for me, it was kind of cool. Yeah,
that was dope. That doesn't happen often. So it's cool. It's always cool whenever it happens.
I think it was cool because it's so over the top.
Yeah.
Like them standing on the thing. And
mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Like, technically, they shouldn't even be able to do that because they're in the vacuum of space. And, like, you can't do that in Star Wars. You can't just breathe in space. But it doesn't matter because it's cool as fuck. I love how it starts out. I love the intro of this show where you see one of the starships. And it's like, oh, that's the starship. And then it goes, and the music goes, bum, bum. And it, like, pans out. And you see, like, it's two things connected. I'm like, oh, shit. That's so goofy and cool. I love how she had, like lightsabers like attached to all her armor. Like her armor was the lightsaber, and you could eject lightsabers out of her like elbows and out of her heels. And I like how the dude had like his lightsaber, it could extend to like any length. I thought that was cool. I like how they had their unique quirks, but that's why I criticized the fight, because they didn't really utilize it that much. So
it was more for show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, but I didn't hate it. It wasn't bad.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was fun. It was cute. That's what I'll say.
I think it was, for me, going from episode 2 to 3, I think it made me like it even a little more because I didn't like 2.
Right. Yeah. Nice change of pace.
So, that's all I got for episode 3.
Me too. Episode 4. The Village Bride.
This is like another classic, like, Japanese story where someone has to sacrifice. This is what happens in To Your Eternity, right?
Oh, okay.
And someone sacrifices, right?
Interesting.
Right. This happens in To Your Eternity, right? So when I saw it, I was like, oh, I've seen this. This is super Japanese, right?
Oh, okay.
I've seen it somewhere else, too. I think I've seen it in Mushishi and somewhere else in To Your Eternity. So I was like, okay. I've seen this before. This is like episode 1. Mm-hmm. It's like, this is the classic Japanese story with Star Wars sprinkled, right?
Right.
I was like, that's pretty cool. Hold on.
I'm gonna try and I'm gonna fix my lights, but you can talk.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I have my headphones on.
So off the rip, I can tell. Well, I wasn't able to tell, but when it was shown that the girl was a Jedi, right? Yeah. I was like, oh, she's like a Jedi in training because her master's right there, right? So it made me assume that she was young, she was learning the ways of the world, right? Yeah. She's probably never seen anything like this where like someone was sacrificing herself. So that's why I like throughout the episode, like she went and talked to the girl getting sacrificed, and I think she talked to her sister to see their point of views. And in that, I think the conversation she had made her go and do what she did, where she stopped him. Right? It's kind of like I saw it as like, I have the power to stop this. Let me use my Jedi powers to stop this. Right? It's tragic. I wish I remembered the conversation she had with the females.
Right.
I remember she was just trying to see like their perspectives, and I think what they told her led to her doing what she did. Mm-hmm. Honestly, I didn't even think she was like gonna like stop them.
Right.
I think the girl who's gonna sacrifice herself, was like telling her like, "Oh, I'm doing this for the better of the village, so this is a good thing that I'm doing this, right?"
Right.
It is good that I'm sacrificing myself. And then the other girl was like, "These bad people are gonna kill my sister," right? Mm-hmm. So it was like those two sides, and then she saw it as like, well, I have the power to keep these two people alive. So,
yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. I wish I remembered the conversation they had. I feel like
it's been a while.
It's been a week for me. I feel like the conversation really changed her perspective, changed her mind on what she was gonna do, right? And her master wasn't telling her shit to do. She was like, the master was like, "Hey, you can figure this out on your own, right?" This is like training, right?
Yeah.
Like, hey, you're in this situation now. You can do what you want to do, right? I thought it was pretty cool. It wasn't like, "Hey, blah blah blah, do this," right? So I think it's cool that this young Jedi in training went out her way to blah blah blah, and I feel like it is good training. In all actuality, it's like the way because they travel different galaxies, planets, and it's like the way people think, their customs are different on each planet. So this is probably like one of her first time seeing something like this.
Right.
So she's just trying to learn, and the master's like, "This is a good learning opportunity.
Yeah.
Go figure it out." I thought that was cool. I thought her design was cool. I feel like everything other than the Jedi aspect was alright, but I feel like the Jedi thing was really cool. Like I said, everything I just said, right?
Yeah.
The Jedi in training. I thought that was fun.
That is good, because that is polar opposite to my experience. This was undoubtedly, when I watched it, like the worst one to me, because
I've seen people say that too.
But your perspective makes so much sense, because when I watched this, I was like, this isn't Japanese, and it's not even Star Wars. It's neither. Really? Because I don't understand how this is Japanese. But like when you explained like To Your Eternity and Mushishi, I'm like, all right, that makes sense. Like, apparently this is like a part of their history. But when I watch this, like, I don't get any like Japanese vibes, And aesthetically, this doesn't look anything like Star Wars. It like, there's no hint of Star Wars outside of the fact that she pulls a lightsaber out at the end, and then there's like the Imperial guy at the end. And I understand they're going for their own thing, but I'm like, this doesn't look bad, but like this isn't what this is being sold as, But once again, your perspective does kind of change that, and it recontextualizes it in a way where it's like, oh, so they like it. I understand what they were going for. It's like, it's more Japanese contrasted with like a pinch of Star Wars to like make the Japanese part like recontextualize in the Star Wars universe. So when I think about it right now, based on what you just said, it does sound pretty cool. And I would need to watch something like To Your Eternity or Mushishi to understand the context of like the Japanese aspect. So,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't catch it, because I already knew what was going on. Once it said sacrifice, I already knew it was.
Right. Can you explain it to me? Because it's been a long time since I watched it. I don't remember what was the plot.
I don't know. I've just seen this in other anime before, where like, in other anime it's more like, hey, we're gonna sacrifice this child to the gods, right? It's more like that. When this one, they just sacrifice it to them. I think Mushishi is a lot like the spirits in Mononoke. So I feel like if I remember correctly, Mushishi did in a way where like they were like sacrificing for the spirits. And To Your Eternity, I forgot why. To Your Eternity, they was like doing it to like a mountain god or something, right? So I've seen it before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I honestly really like this episode.
I'm glad that you have a different perspective than I do. I'm gonna rewatch it now with that context. Baby. Sorry, my dog came in. Give me a second. What are you doing? All right, I'm back.
I really liked it. Really cool.
That's good. All right, you want to move on to the next one?
Yeah.
The Ninth Jedi. I fucking love this one. I thought this one was cool as shit. This one was so unique to me. What did you think?
This is like the ones I was talking about before, where like this episode was structured in a way where it can be a pilot. Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I feel like this definitely could be a series, and this would be a series I see on like Disney Channel.
Right. Yeah.
So one thing I would like to say is the little twist in the end where there's like they finally got to say one before I get into that the lore in this episode really stood out.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that this story takes place way beyond like the movie timeline, right? So this is in a time where lightsabers were a thing in the past.
Well, in the movies, so in episodes 1 through 3, it's like Jedi are like in the government and they run like the Republic, and you know, this is how the world is, where there's mad Jedi and like they run shit. And then when the war starts, when the Clone Wars happen and like Sidious comes back, it's like everything goes to shit, and for a long time Jedi are out of circulation, and a lot of people think like, oh, Jedis are legend. Jedis never even existed, because it's been like that long for some people. And then, you know, when people see a lightsaber, it's like, is that a fucking light? Is that what I think it is? So this might be in that era where it's like there are some Jedi that are still alive, despite all the Jedi being massacred, like at the end of episode 3. So this does take place within the Star Wars timeline, but it takes place within a unique spot that we don't really know a lot about, but could make for some potentially unique stories. And before Disney owned Star Wars, there were mad stories in this timeline, and they like did a lot of cool things with it. Like Star Wars The Force Unleashed. Like, I don't know if you know those video games, but that takes place in this timeline, like in between 3 and 4. And that I believe that's what this movie takes place in. It could take place in between 6 and 7 too. I don't fucking know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That, from my perspective, like I didn't know that lightsabers were rare. It looked pretty common to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. They were common at a time in the universe, but then there was a point where they weren't, and that was that point.
Yeah, this is the newbie side coming out. But still, I feel like it was like.
But the same appeal to you is the same appeal to me, because it's something you don't see. They don't do stories like this.
So yeah, there was like lightsabers are a thing in the past, and like, oh, this is a lightsaber maker. I gotta go, like, you know what I mean? And then the character design, right?
Yeah.
So I was getting to all those fucking bad guys. They didn't look like fucking bad guys.
They didn't look like bad guys, right? Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
Where the dude, the good guy, the old Jedi Master, looked like the bad guy.
Yeah, exactly.
So you didn't fucking see it coming.
Exactly.
I know other shows do this. I don't know. And the thing is, right, Ali, where it really hits home, this is a show. Star Wars is a thing where like you can tell easily who the bad guy, the good guy is, right?
Yeah.
Well, this episode, you don't fucking know.
Right.
Well, you thought you knew, but you didn't.
Yeah.
So that gets a check. That gets a check for me.
Yeah.
It really caught me off guard. It was a cool ass scene where like, everyone got the lightsabers.
Yeah, and they all like turn red, and it's like, oh shit! Like, you know, that got a reaction out of me when I saw it.
That was a good scene.
Yeah.
That was fire. That's what I would do in my show.
Yeah. That's
crazy.
You know, that's why Squid Game is a 5 out of 10.
See, the thing is too with this episode, I thought this episode was gonna go in a way different direction because I thought it was like the guy who looks like the bad guy giving out the messages, right? Was gonna bring all these Jedi together, fuck them, right?
Yeah.
But it's completely the opposite.
Exactly.
So for me, a guy who's always trying to predict shit,
Yeah.
I got it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he made it better.
Yeah.
So, that was great.
Yeah. That's what I loved about it.
Yeah.
It was one of the most it was conceptually one of the coolest ones, and it was also one of the most well-written ones. So that's why I gave it a lot of points, you know. Aesthetically, it just looks like a normal anime. It doesn't even have like a unique art style or anything, but it didn't really need that, you know?
Hold on. I'm just looking at it. Can you see me when I'm like this?
No, I can't. Your screen turns orange. But give me 1 second, Manny. My mom's calling me. All right, I'm back.
Alright. Another thing I want to touch on, because I'm a Star Wars noob.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing the girl when she carried the lightsaber, how it was dull.
Yeah.
And then the final fight, it actually turned blue.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was cool.
That was cool.
It was cool.
Yeah.
It's very cool. I didn't know it worked like that, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, it worked like that only for this. That's not how it works in like actual Star Wars. Yeah.
Still cool.
It's still cool. It's an okay thing to write into the story for the context of this short. Yeah.
Yeah. This is like what I was saying before. Where this episode can definitely build off a series. They even finished the episode on like a cliffhanger kind of. It was like,
hey, all right, like
we
now
can go save her dad and
Yeah.
save all the Jedi that these people got.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
who knows? Maybe they could do something with that. I'll definitely tune in.
Me too.
This episode was great. Definitely top tier.
And the fighting was great too. Like I remember watching the fight scenes, and it's like, yeah, this doesn't have like super unique animation, but like it looks like it's good choreography. I just remember saying that to myself when I watched it. I was like, this is good.
I like how the good Jedi that came.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell he's not good at fighting, and he even mentions it. He's like, "Sorry, I can't. Not that strong, right?"
Yeah.
And he was like, "You're good, bro."
Yeah.
I like that. You know, he's gonna go through his little his training arc in the future. Become, you know.
Exactly.
I thought it was cool that like the little girl that just got the lightsaber was fucking shit up. But this guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trash. I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
There was a dude with the monster-looking guy who was like the bad guy, and it was like when they finished off the other dude, there was like the master came. He was like, "Yo, bro, what are you doing?" He was like, "The force got to me. I'm good now."
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I don't know about that one, but
Yeah.
I don't know if it works like that.
It sadly does, and it's kind of sometimes it's done well and sometimes it's stupid. That was one of those moments where it was like so I get
That's pretty good. That was pretty good.
Yeah. That's facts. It was.
I was literally like, my fault, bro.
Yeah.
But you know, they had the little ragtag group of Jedi that are gonna go on adventures. So
that was cool.
The cool episode. I think it was top tier.
I think it was in my, if I had to rank these episodes, it's in like
Probably fourth.
It's in the top half, you know? It's in like there's the bottom half and then this one is in the top half.
Yeah. I'll probably put it like fourth.
I have them all written down. I actually know what my ranking is. I already did them. So
Let's do that last.
Yeah, we'll do that last.
6.
6
was the robot Jedi. Did now.
Yeah.
For me, it's cool because they know objects become Jedi.
Yes. No, it never happened. Manny, well, actually, it does sometimes. So, General Grievous, I don't know if you've ever seen him, like if you've ever seen a picture of this character, but he's a droid Sith Lord. He's a droid, but he's a Sith at the same time. And he's my favorite character in Star Wars because I think that's just so fucking cool that a droid can be be a Sith.
Right.
And there's like droids don't really have like agency to that degree where it's like, I'm gonna become a Jedi and I'm gonna get a job. Like, you know, it's usually you're programmed to do this one thing and like that's your prerogative, right? But I think it's cool when droids get to, you know, express their individuality like with their ideals and stuff. And Manny, I love this one. I fucking love this one. And this is from Science Saru, like the people who do like Devilman and stuff, but it's not by Masaki Yuasa. It's not by the guy who like directed Devilman, but it's the same studio. And I was just like, and they always do something creative, like animation wise. And I love the sequence where he's like imagining being a Jedi and like pretending like he's a Jedi, and like they just do cool shit like that in every one of their movies. In every new thing they do, they get creative in that way. And I love how they get creative in this. And I loved it. I fucking love this one for that reason. And it's also anime and it's Japan in the sense that it's a homage to like Astro Boy and like Mega Man, you know. You got the dude with the big beard. He's like, you know, oh, Mega Man, you're such a good boy. It's like, and I love that because, you know, the guy who made Astro Boy basically made anime. So like, that's a great thing to make your story about.
Yeah, it was cool. It even like reinforces the fact that like the Force is everywhere, you know?
Yes.
It's so everywhere that I got this robot.
Right. And the whole idea behind the Force is that like it affects, it's like Dragon Ball with like energy lives in every living thing, even if it's like a tree or something, right? So like, you know, then it makes you think like, oh, the Force affects a droid? Does a droid count? And like it does in this thing. And that's so cute. Like, you know, it acknowledges that a droid is like a living thing because it is alive, and he you know, he has feelings and stuff, and that's beautiful. I loved it.
Fucking,
I love the fight at the end too. I love when he fights the dude.
Cool. It was like raining and shit.
Yeah, it was raining and shit, and he's so tiny, and the other dude's so big, and like I think he got his arm cut off, right? Like or something. I thought that was crazy. I was like, they never do shit like that. Star Wars never gets that like gruesome where it's like, yo, the guy got his leg cut off but he's still fighting. Like that never happens. So like this is crazy to me. I loved it, man. I love the art style. I love the robots, and I love that his dad like dies and he's like I gotta keep going on, you know. That's so cool to me. That's like I wasn't expecting that at all.
Daddy got slapped.
Yeah.
You know, I use these episodes for like making like newborn Jedi so good at fighting immediately, right? Because it's fucking one episode,
right?
So I don't penalize the episode for making this robot so good at fighting. Right?
Yeah,
it is funny, but I accept it.
Yeah,
I thought this episode was cool.
I mean, you could make the argument that I don't want to defend this too long because I don't know how much this is like what Star Wars is about, but I feel like the Force is like something that you are in tune with and the Force is guiding you, so you can be good at doing Star Wars as much as other people do Star Wars. But you're right, it is kind of weird how like they don't train at all.
It was like this dude immediately, like he just came, the Sith Lord or Sith guy, whatever, just came, smacked this Jedi Master, and then this newborn robot came and smacked him. You know, it's funny to think about, but yeah, that doesn't take away from the episode.
Give me 1 second. Let me get my dog out here. He's probably gonna come in again, but I'll lock him in another room when that happens. No, but like when people train in the Force, I feel like when people train to be a Jedi, it's training to be in tune with the Force, I think. So the fact that this kid was so passionate about being a Jedi that he was able to be OD out the gate is why, like, that's how, I think that's the logic they were running under. And I'm okay with that.
Kind of with the future episodes, kind of doesn't work that way.
You think so?
With the episode, they fight the old samurai fucking Sith. The kid.
But the kid's not in tune with the Force, bro. He's not that passionate. No, he's not. That kid's a little bitch. He's not in tune with the Force. That's kind of the logic of Star Wars. If you are in tune with the Force,
that makes it even cooler sometimes.
Yeah.
The point of the master is not to train you in fighting, right? Just like in the last episode, the village bride.
Yeah.
Like that master's not there to train her to fight.
Exactly.
And everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Like what the episode was about.
The whole thing with the Force, it's like the way Jedi are in Star Wars. It's supposed to be like an analogy for like religion and like not Christianity specifically, but you know how the people worship the deer god in like Princess Mononoke, and it kind of has this vibe of like, yo, you gotta love everything, even like regardless. In Star Wars, the idea of being a Jedi is like you gotta try and be peaceful at all costs, and like you use your lightsaber when you need to use your lightsaber, and you kill when you need to kill, kind of thing, right? And you do it with empathy and stuff. And a young Jedi, even if they are wielding a lightsaber, they're like, "Master, I'm ready." Like they still probably don't get it entirely. You know what I mean? So like the idea, and this is like. The reason why I love the robot episode is because he still has the youth of like a little kid, but he's been alive for like a great. So he's like, he's smart, but he's still like youthful and like hopeful. You know what I mean? So it's like that. It's like those two things mixed together, and he gets to be OD because he's a robot and because he like has that edge. So that's why I liked it. I thought it was really thoughtful and unique and good. It was unapologetically Star Wars, and it did it in a different way. This is such a basic Star Wars story of like, I'm a Jedi and I'm gonna kill a Sith, but they do it in such a unique way, and I love that.
Yeah, this was like, if it was a human boy, this episode wouldn't be good, but
yeah, exactly.
It is different. It's cool, and as a newbie. It's really cool for me, right?
Yeah.
So that's all I got for that one.
And then next one, The Elder, the other Studio Trigger one, the other one from them. This one was so bland, wasn't it? You think it was bland? I love the art style was kind of bland. Yeah.
Very bland. It's like the worst one.
Yeah, visually it's probably the worst one. But
it was so like, what the fuck? I don't know. Every show looks so unique, or every episode looks unique. This one looked like.
I know. They were trying to make it look realistic. And when you get to the fight, I understand why. I think aesthetically, when you get to the fight and being able to see like details in their face and it looking like a normal human's face and not having this like harsh anime aesthetic, I think that really aids it because it's supposed to kind of, they're not really talking. It's like a samurai battle. So I kind of liked it aesthetically. That wasn't really my issue. My issue was more so, I have issues with this one. I think it's cool in so many ways, but I think it's also really dumb in other ways. So what did you like about it? What do you think?
I like that the villain had dual-wielded lightsaber fucking sword, literally swords.
They were swords. They weren't even lightsabers. They were like swords. They were knives. I love the concept of like, some dude hiding in a hut, like waiting for people to come to him. I thought that was cool as fuck.
I like, his design and the master design.
Yeah.
Those are like really like, anime shit, right? The old short bald guy with fucking
yeah. Yes. Yeah.
You see that everywhere.
Yeah.
The dude. Now I was thinking about the dude. The Jedi master looked like that one guy from Bleach, the captain. Or like the
captain. What's his name?
I don't fucking know.
I'm sorry.
Okay, they look. Oh my god, bro.
Send a picture. Send a picture in the Discord.
what's the fucking what's their name? Soul Reapers?
Yeah, that's what they're called.
Shinigami. Fuck.
Does he have pink hair?
No.
What does he have?
His name is. Alright, so the captain of all the Shinigami is a bald old guy, right? But
Oh, I know who you're talking. I know what he looks like.
the guy I'm talking about,
The Soul Reaper captain?
they're all captains, right? But he's like the head captain. I'm not even talking about him. Talking about
okay.
fucking. His name is Kyoraku Shinsui. I'm gonna send a picture.
Okay, please do, because I can't find it on my phone.
Kyoraku.
Kyoraku.
Share.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Kind of looks like him, right?
Yeah, he does. He looks exactly like him. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I have to change the scenery because my phone's gonna die. But
Gotcha.
you know, they both look like they straight out of anime.
Mm-hmm.
I got that vibe from them. You know, even though there wasn't a much Japanese shit going on other than those two appearances and the light katanas.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it was very Japanese because they were literally fighting like samurai.
That too, right?
Yeah.
It's like those two is just like all the Japanese influence
Yeah.
the episode needed, right? And I had it felt Japanese, definitely did.
Mm-hmm.
Try and get some lighting.
That's okay.
It felt Japanese, so and I thought the fight was cool, and I know the fight is like the kind of like the cover art of the show, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know, when they first came together, I thought it's a cool ass scene.
Mm-hmm.
I need to. It's crazy because my room doesn't have lights right now. So.
I can see you very clearly right now.
Okay. But yeah, honestly, I like that the Sith guy was like, he was saying that all the Sith were dead.
Mm-hmm.
And he was just doing his own thing, you know.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know about the movies.
Right.
But I thought that was pretty cool.
I thought that was cool too. You know, in Star Wars, you know, there's a point where in like, you know, episode 1, 2, and 3, everything is chill. And there's kinda no Sith, you know, they're just kinda chilling and everything's like cool. And then the Sith like rise up throughout those movies. So maybe this took place in that era where like, hey, we're cooling. And it's like, hey, who's that? You know, on that planet. So, you know.
But I feel like didn't he say all the Sith were dead? He said all of them died.
Well, yeah.
Could that still work in that timeline? Because the old guy was like, all the shit died. They became to something and led to their downfall.
Right. I don't want to. Before episode 1, you don't really know anything about that. But there's an implication that like governments reigned. The Jedi were in the Republic, and there really was no opposing force to like counter them. There were no Sith around. And the rise of the Sith, the implication is that it starts with like Darth Sidious. And then in episodes 4 through 5, the Sith are ruling shit. Darth Vader is up in this bitch. Darth Sidious is up in this bitch. And then when they die,
Darth Vader comes up in the fourth one?
Yes.
So
But the
like
fourth one, episodes 4, 5, and 6 were the first 3 movies to come out. They made those, and then he was like, I'm going to make prequels. And then he made prequels. Yeah. So okay. That's how it worked.
So who was the guy? Who was the prequel antagonist?
It was multiple people. It was a lot of people. It was Darth Maul. It was Darth Sidious. Darth Sidious was the main one. And Darth Sidious is Darth Vader's master. But the whole point of the prequels is how Darth Vader became Darth Vader. That's like the whole story of the prequels. So.
So what were you saying about Visions? This time, like the timeline.
Yeah, where it fell. I don't really know. It could be, if we're talking about a time where Sith are dead and like Jedi are in order, it has to be before episode 1, because after episode 6, Jedi don't necessarily take over the universe again. The Sith start ruling again because of episode 7. So, it has to be episode 1. It has to be like episode 1 or before that time, or like, you know. Yeah, that's my answer.
This site right here says this episode takes place before the prequel trilogy.
Yep, and the prequel trilogy is episodes 1, 2, and 3. So that makes sense.
Just looking at this old guy's design again, like I like how his light katana, it didn't have that the saber base where you're used to. It was literally like, yeah, I'll show you that.
Yeah.
So like it's like wrapped like that.
Yeah, that's cool. It looks like a sword.
It looks so katana like.
Yeah.
You know?
That's
then
badass.
It's just like the light shit, but that's cool as fuck.
That is pretty cool. I like the design of the old guy, and I love his ship. I think his ship looks cool as fuck.
Yeah, I love how his ship blows up.
Yeah.
They don't know who that guy was. It's like, the fuck was that?
I love the fight with him. I love, we talk about the Force and like what it means, and like, how can some people win and some people can't. And the reason why this guy beats him is because this guy's stronger with the Force, and this guy got angry and he got like pissed, and he, lost his temper, and that's not being in tune with the Force. When you're a samurai, you gotta flow like water, like fucking Bruce Lee. You gotta be chill. You gotta be zen. And this guy wasn't zen. He was like, ah! And then he used his fucking lightning, and he blocked him with the lightning. And the way it was executed was so cool, because it was a traditional samurai fight, but it was like with Star Wars powers. So my man's uses his lightning, and then he gets baited. And I thought that was so dope.
Yeah.
Yeah. I liked the fight, but I think it's so fucking stupid that him and the kids split up when they know that there's an evil like Jedi that's possibly roaming around, and it's so unsafe. It's like, all right, you go that way, I go this way. That's some Scooby-Doo bullshit when the stakes are so high. Fucking that like brought it down like a whole point, because that's like the whole reason the kid gets fucked up. And it like, I can't be into that when it makes no goddamn sense. That's some Squid Game shit. Don't walk away from the girl. No. It really is, in my opinion. Like, that's some Squid Game shit. I went into this show thinking the Duel and the Elder are going to be the best ones. That was what I was thinking. So I was also really hyped for the Studio Trigger one. So when this one was like, when it had that, I was like, no. Yeah. I was so mad. That's like the one big criticism I have for this one. Is there anything else you got?
About this one?
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't think I do.
All right. I think I thought the fight choreography was great on the last one.
I think. Hold on. The fucking the dude, the main guy was saying. I remember he said, I think the lesson learned for the young Padawan was I think they was talking about age, and like I think the dude said, I didn't defeat him. He lost to his age or something like that. Damn. And I feel like, I guess the lesson learned this episode for the young guy was like, it was more, I saw it as like, know your limitations. Mm-hmm. Like, it doesn't matter how strong you are, like age is always gonna fuck you up. And probably that old guy probably back in his day was that nigga, but
yeah,
he ain't
and
no more anymore.
yeah, it's
So I guess that I thought that was like a little lesson for the kid.
I also, it's been a long time since I've seen it, but you could also interpret that as like age made him mentally not as strong. You know,
Right.
like even though he's a Sith Lord and he's already by default like kind of weaker, he was stronger in the sense that he might not have been like, he's kind of senile because he's old, right? But if he was like in his 20s, he probably would have fucked both of these niggas up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, I just read that off my notes.
yeah. Yeah. That's all I got.
Episode was alright.
It was all right. It's not up there for me though. It's not one of my favorites. It's not in my top half. It's in the lower half.
Yeah.
So, episode 8, Lop and Ocho.
Lop and Ocho.
The longest one, I think. I think this was the longest episode. It was like 20 minutes.
The Ninth Jedi was 22.
Really?
I believe.
Okay. Interesting.
But this was another long one.
This was a long one. What did you think about this one?
I like the style.
I like the style too. I like how big the world feels. I like the character design. And
I feel like this. I feel like the Lop. I like the Lop's design.
Yeah,
the
me
bunny
too.
shit.
Mhm.
I don't really like that shit in other shows.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like
It makes sense for Star Wars though.
it looks good. It's like not out of place in Star Wars, but
It's not.
I like how it looks on her.
Mm-hmm.
What's that show? Legend of the Shield Hero. Have you seen that?
No, but I know what you're talking about.
That girl, right? The rat girl.
Oh, I
I don't
didn't.
know.
I didn't know the character, but I know of the show. I didn't know there was a rat girl in that show.
Yeah, I usually don't like shit like this, but I don't know. It looked cool on her.
Yeah, me too.
And,
I'm not into that.
Yeah. But the episode, there's a lot of Japanese shit going on. There's a lot of Japanese shit. Just about the way they're dressed, but
Yeah.
that's right here.
I feel like the Japanese stuff kind of overpowers the Star Wars stuff, low key.
Yeah, like you already know, like classic Japanese hairstyle.
Yeah.
It's like
At
the
a
shit this thing is
glance,
wearing.
it looks more Japanese than it does Star Wars. Like if you show someone a screenshot, you're not gonna think it's Star Wars.
Yeah, right. And,
And like
he
the
has
Village Bride. Go ahead.
He has the fucking Orochimaru fucking
Yeah.
rope. You know, my character in For Honor has this shit. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she doesn't really look like it, but these two clearly, look very Japanese.
Right.
And she's even like another thing too. Like she's like way whiter than him, because you know how like Japan, they think like the whiter you are, the beautiful. Like. So that's a little nice touch, honestly, right?
Interesting.
Yeah, and he has a little clan thing on his fucking.
Yeah. There's a lot of cool things.
I didn't notice her skin until now, but it's not a Japanese touch.
You know how you were saying that the Village Bride was mostly Japanese, but there was a reason why it was mostly Japanese? Because when you get that little bit of Star Wars, it's like, here's how Star Wars would impact this very traditional Japanese-y thing, right? So the ratio of Japanese shit versus Star Wars shit, it's not that bad being more Japanese than Star Wars, because there's a point. I don't really feel like there's that much of a point for not having a lot of Star Wars shit in this. And I feel like when the Star Wars shit does come, I think it's cool, but it's like, I don't know. I like this episode. You like this one? Okay. I didn't hate it. It wasn't like bad, but it was the one, once again, it's lower on the totem pole for me. I don't know why.
I feel like this one, it's another case of, I just got this lightsaber, but I'm already fucking nasty with it, right?
Yeah.
We accept that.
Yeah.
But
right.
the thing is,
I like when she's fighting her sister.
She uses the Force mid-fight.
Yeah.
So that means two things, right? That means one, oh shit, that was fucking fire, right?
Yeah, right.
2 was like, how the fuck did he do that?
Yeah.
And like you were saying before, she's so in tune that
Right.
it was like
It was
nothing.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
But from my perspective, I wish it was more like, I wish she was in the fight, during the fight. I wish she was in a state of like desperation where she really needed to use the force to grab it.
Yeah.
And then she tried to, and then it came, and it's like she was like, and then did something, right? But this one, it was just like she was fighting. It was like,
yeah.
They could have executed a little better, in my opinion.
Okay.
The scene was cool.
Mm-hmm.
I wish he showed like some excitement. She was like,
yeah, like yeah, because her character wasn't she like correct me if I'm wrong, but was she passionate about like Jedi? Was she like freaking out like, oh, you gave me a lightsaber? No, I guess they didn't do that.
I don't know. Nah.
Okay. Nah,
honestly, it's cool. I thought the scene was fire, so it gets a pass.
Yeah, me too. It was beautiful.
But do you think the way I said it would be a little better? Because like she didn't even like need to use it. It was kind of like the show flexing.
That's true. There's like the way you said it. There's more of like a narrative justification for like, yo, you got to understand this now. Like, but
yeah.
I don't know.
I thought the way I said it would be like fire.
I understand the reason. I understand the logic behind what you're saying, and the logic behind it is valid, and you are right. It needs to be more interesting than what it is. I don't know if the Force works like that to where like just because you need something, it's like the dear God being like, all right, I'll give you a power boost because you're about to die. Like, that's not how the Force works.
Power boost regardless.
Because she was in tune with the Force and she was like vibing and she like understood it. But if you're in desperation, you're like, save me, please.
Not like that. It's more like she like during the fight she got like outmaneuvered, outplayed, and then like one of the last things she can do is like use the Force to just grab the weapon to block. If you can make it in a way where it's like not like so desperate, like Super Saiyan. But it's
you're right.
She's like right before she gets stabbed, she like use it, block.
Right. Yeah.
I think that would have been cool.
That would have been. I agree with you, Manny. You are articulating it well. I agree. That would have been cool because she is like kicking ass, and then she's like, "Well, boom," and the show's like, "Was it that cool?" And it's like, yeah, but she didn't need to do that. You're right. You're absolutely right.
It was cool, though.
It was cool. They animated it so like they were like, guys, this one a month, just this one shot. It was so good. I love that fight. Okay, I have a criticism for the entire thing, and this applies to every episode. And this is more Disney Plus's fault than it is the show's fault. I watched it subbed. I watched it in Japanese, and I turned on the subtitles. The subtitles are not for the Japanese one. The subtitles are for the English one. And they are synced to the English dialogue. They are not synced to the Japanese dialogue. So the rate at which someone is saying it in the English dialogue might be faster than how the Japanese people say it. So I'll see the subtitle and it'll say the English word, the English line, and then it'll move on to the next thing before the Japanese people are done with that line, or it'll cut off because they're done talking in the English one, but they're still talking in the Japanese one. And that was so fucking annoying because Disney likes to be their brand. Like, hey guys, we like anime now too. Well, do it. Do your fucking job. Do what you're supposed to do. And they weren't doing that. And as someone who is trying to like give Disney a chance and, take my Disney Plus subscription that I fucking canceled and resubscribe so I can watch this one anime thing. It's like, you baited me. You don't even care. You didn't even do it right. So that was really frustrating to me. And it was most evident in this episode than it was in any other. And
you should have went to English, man. I'm not dealing with that.
I know. It was annoying, but I don't know if I would have liked the English versions. I don't know. I know it was like they went Studio Ghibli with it, where it's like, oh, look at this popular voice actor. It's an actor. It's the guy from Stranger Things playing the master. So I don't know. It probably was good, but subs over dubs. That's how I am.
I watched it though.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people did, and you know, it would be a better experience because it's like not cumbersome and annoying. So,
yeah.
Lop and Ocho. I mean, I don't really have much to say.
I got one
cute.
more thing to say.
Go ahead.
I wrote. I love how the lightsaber is passed down like a heirloom, generation to generation. That's another like Japanese touch, you know.
Yeah. That's cute.
I think I said the backgrounds of scene look really good, especially in the last fight.
Yeah, they were very detailed and very like, you know, like I don't know, when the backgrounds have a lot of detail and you can see like small scratches on like, you know, doors and stuff, it really puts you in the universe and it makes you like invested. I'm starting to remember what good background art feels like because I'm rewatching Cowboy Bebop and I'm like, I feel like I'm in a world. I don't feel like I'm just watching a show. You know, you go from watching something like My Hero and then you watch Cowboy Bebop. My Hero feels like, you know, they pulled something from a visual novel cut like video game. And then you go to Cowboy Bebop and it feels like, yo, I need you to paint a fucking canvas. And it's like, I got you. I need it by 6.
Yeah. I really noticed the backgrounds in this episode, especially coming from the Elder, where it was just like the rain was cool, but like other than that, it was just like the mountain, like a mountain, right?
Exactly.
But this one, like, you know, they had the city, and I thought that was fire.
It looked fantastic. It looked great.
And like I said before, like how they passed down the lightsabers, like. It makes it feel so legendary, right?
Yeah.
It was like in the episode, it was like all the lightsabers are gone, and they're like, oh, this guy can make lightsabers. They all came. In this one, is like they passed this shit down. I was like, that shit is so fire.
Yeah, that is fire.
And that's just another like Japanese touch. This episode was so Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
It was so fire.
I'm glad you liked it.
I like that they even show like a little slideshow of like. It was like a Jedi that came to this planet, trained him, and got passed down. He's like, now I give it to you, Lop. Go save your sister.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit, that was fire.
Right.
I thought that was really good. And another thing, I said this episode tackles the idea of blood versus family.
Yeah.
And how blood doesn't make you part of family. Loyalty. And in the end, his daughter, his blood, betrayed him. And Lop, who has no relationship to him, didn't, and they're not related, right? So
yeah.
And it's even interesting before that even happens, he's told her, Lop, I know growing up I probably gave Ocho more love and more care because she was like my blood. But he was like, now I see you both as family, right?
Yeah.
And then you see the betraying, blah, blah, blah. You see how Lop remained loyal, right?
Yeah.
And I thought that was fire.
That was pretty cool.
But at the same time, it was like, can you blame the sister? Can you blame Ocho for what she did? Because he's trying to save the city or the planet. Right. But can you blame her dad? Because he's just trying to save the city in his own way, right? So no one's really wrong, but it's like she had the dark force or the dark whatever, and that makes you think she's wrong, right? But in all actuality, she's really not. But she sided with the bad guy, so she's wrong.
Yes, yeah.
So I really like that touch with blood and family because I feel like that goes into a lot of Japanese stuff too.
Yeah.
So,
and Star Wars.
I thought that was a great theme. I thought that was an amazing theme.
One of the things with Star Wars conceptually it's really like based on samurai. Like they wear fucking kimonos, they have like, you know, like samurai swords basically. Star Wars conceptually is literally based on like a lot of samurai stuff, and stuff you see in this episode is very similar to Star Wars like in general. And it's like I don't know. It just fits in like a glove.
Yeah.
And this show tackles this like blood thing in a way that the movies don't, and I think that's cool. So
yeah, for me, this is one of my favorite episodes.
That's
this
cool.
Top 3.
That's awesome.
I don't know. I feel like this episode had a lot going for it. The backgrounds, the lightsaber history, the theme.
Yeah.
Lop's design. The fight was cool. The force part was cool. And it even ended in a cliffhanger where they can keep this one going. So I thought this episode was
banger.
Really good.
Cool.
Banger.
And then we have the last one.
I'm surprised you didn't like that one.
Yeah, I just didn't care. And you say like the girl, it's like, oh, I loved the other girl and I didn't really love you that much, and I'm sorry for giving her more attention than I gave you. That is the perfect setup for like someone becoming a Sith. So I hear him say that and I go, okay, like I'm surprised she's very cool with this. If that shit happened to me, I'd want to fucking kill you. Like, so I'm not just, I just don't believe it. I'm not like super invested in like the narrative. And I also don't really understand the context of like the Japanese stuff. Like you're saying, like, I didn't really know that was like a Japanese thing, the lightsaber being like shit being passed down and stuff. I feel like everybody does that. I feel like that's like,
I feel like it's in a lot of Japanese things too.
Yeah.
I think you don't know anything about Japan, do you?
Only anime.
It's like you didn't even know that guns were illegal when you was talking about weathering with you.
No. Have they ever said that in any anime?
I don't know. I thought that was common knowledge.
I don't.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you're.
I'm saying a lot of Japanese things within these episodes, and you're just like, oh, like maybe that's why you didn't fucking like. I don't know. Oh man.
Where do you know all this stuff? Did you watch like a YouTube video that was like fun facts about Japan? Like,
I don't know. I feel like I feel like I've seen it before, or I don't know. I've seen a lot of shows.
Okay, I don't feel like anime really gives context to these things.
Katana being passed down generation to generation. I feel like I've seen that before.
Yeah,
Japanese media.
It is. It does. Yeah, no, that is a thing that does happen. It's
another thing. Like Ocho was like, she got the family sword over me. I'm your daughter.
Right.
It was like, well, you betrayed the family. So that's another little nice.
My thing is like, it's like, oh, she got the right to own the sword, and it's like the nigga wasn't even gonna give her the sword, so she should feel the same way that the other girl feels. It's like, yo, I kind of liked her more than you because you're not my real daughter, but because I'm desperate right now, I'll give you the sword. It's like nigga,
I think it's valid.
Fuck you.
It's valid. You can't really blame him though.
I don't blame. I do. Blame
why
him.
would he
love her more?
Yeah, they literally just adopted her like 4 years ago.
It was only 4 years. I thought it was like
it's 7 now. That's 7. That's 7.
7's a long time for you to get over yourself and be like, yo,
it's not like,
I love these
it's
two
not like
equally.
He was blatantly showing her that she loves her more, but it's like I feel like even if I was him, like there's no way I can love this bunny girl I adopted 7 years ago than my true daughter. That's gonna be the head of my family in the future.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I
thought everything he said was like facts.
What you're saying is making it seem cooler than how I remember it, but I also really tried to like this one. I watched it like 3 times and I was like, this is not clicking. so I don't know. I just don't care for most of it. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it.
I thought this one had like the most going for it.
Really, the most?
I think it had like the most interesting theme.
Okay.
I don't know what's bad about this episode, to be honest with you.
It's also, I don't feel like this is a super novel concept for Star Wars about like blood and like, you know, betraying like your family, and it has a Japanese flair where they're all wearing like Japanese shit, and it kind of has that vibe because of the town and stuff. But this is like very much Star Wars-y Star Wars shit. And it doesn't feel like there is a gimmick in the same way that there's a gimmick with the Duel, where it's like, oh, I'm a bad guy and I'm killing other bad guys. You know, you never see that in Star Wars. You never see a droid turn into a Jedi. You never see a bad guy killing other bad guys. You never see, you know, anything like the Ninth Jedi, where like deception is happening on that level. You see stuff like this all the time. You see people betraying each other in the way that they betray each other, and having familial conflicts in Star Wars like this, which was inherently less interesting to me. And they just kind of put a dash of Japanese shit, but the Japanese shit, I guess, not a dash.
The ratio. I don't know. I feel like I said,
a dash was inappropriate to say. It was a lot of Japanese shit, but the Star Wars stuff with the Japanese stuff was not anything unique, like in the scheme of Star Wars. That's
but did you say that Star Wars is pretty much samurai?
Star Wars is pretty much samurai, but a lot of these are doing unique things that they don't do in the movies. Even though The Elder was like generic samurai shit, they never fight like that in Star Wars. They don't fight like standing there silent. They always do flips and dips, and they're always like pushing each other like it's a fucking Marvel movie, you know? But in this one, I'm not trying to invalidate what you're saying. I'm just trying to explain what I'm like, why I felt the way I felt. What you're saying makes a lot of sense.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's all I got.
It's crazy.
I know. This is my spoiler alert, but it's my second. It was, I mean, what you're saying is kind of changing my perspective on things, but it's my second to like least favorite on my tier list of like the episodes. This is like the other lowest one. I'm glad you basically liked almost all the episodes. I understand you're not convinced, but I can't change the way I feel. You got anything else for this one? We can keep talking about this.
You think the Promare episode is better than this episode?
I was more invested in the Promare one, and I like the aesthetic of that one more.
Oh, brother. Bro.
Not that high though. Like, I'd give this one a 5, and I give the Promare one like a 6. So it's just like 1 point difference.
Yeah, we can move on.
You thought this one was way better than the other one?
This one had, like, what was the Promare one like?
I think in terms of its direction and like aesthetically and the music, like, and the story. Yeah, I like that. I like the look of that one way more.
Oh, brother.
I could stand by that statement.
Brother.
I'm sorry.
Oh, brother.
You like this one more just because of the background art?
Not just because of the background art. Like, I don't know. This one had a lot going on for me.
I also, once again, from a Star Wars fan's perspective, when I watch these, I want to see some Star Wars shit. And the Star Wars shit was not only like derivative of like the movies, and it didn't really do it in a way that I felt was super unique to the extent that the other episodes are unique, but it was also a fraction of this thing. And when I say Star Wars stuff, I'm not just talking about a lightsaber and like a fight. I'm talking about like what people wear and shit, you know? Aesthetically, everybody's wearing like Japanese clothes, and it's like, and that's why The Village Bride was also low on my list, because it was like super Japanese and like not a lot of Star Wars. But the way you explained it gave me like was a good justification for that. But that's, you know, that's why I don't really care. I want Star Wars.
You want Star Wars? Isn't she the only one to use the Force? Like one of the only ones?
The Force is not Star Wars. Star Wars is much more than the Force. Everybody uses the Force.
That is Star Wars stuff.
I mean, I don't know. The kid in Tatooine Rhapsody jumped really high. He used the Force, I guess, in that way. The dude in the Duel is like using the Force the whole time.
Yeah, I said one of. Everyone else, I don't think they use them.
I mean, that moment didn't have a lot of impact for me. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of moments like that in Star Wars where it's like, I'm not a Jedi, but now I am because I just used the Force. Like that. That's not something that makes me go, oh yeah. Like I'm not gonna like get crazy about that. There's nothing. We talked about how Toby took a very basic like I want to be a Jedi kind of story, and because he was a robot, and because of that implication of like, oh, are you even human? Are you even like real? Does the Force even affect you? When that happens with that character, the twist of him being a robot and having that like anime kind of like, you know, thing integrated into it recontextualizes normal Star Wars shit to be more interesting and be more unique. How does this one?
Isn't there already a Sith droid?
Yeah, but he can't use the Force, and like he sucks. He died.
Thing. Like the same thing, honestly.
I know, but this one was like way cool.
I thought the Toby episode was more interesting until you told me that there was already a droid guy.
Yeah, but I mean, it's more than just that. Doesn't he use the Force? Doesn't Toby use the Force in the thing? I don't remember. I don't know. I don't want to break down the semantics of it, but I didn't care about that part as much. Manny, I don't want to be on this too long. It's whatever.
Yikes.
It's whatever, bro.
What's the next episode?
Akakiri.
Akakiri. Red haze.
Red haze. Is that what it means?
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Did a nice change of pace. Honestly, this episode up until the final ending was like an ass. And nothing happened, but
you think this episode was ass?
I said up into the final ending, like nothing happened.
Okay.
And then I think everything else that happened previous to this episode kind of really didn't matter up until like he fucking became a bad guy. Don't get me wrong, that was cool. Because like I said, as a movie star, I haven't seen that, but I know because after I saw it, found out that someone did it in the movies, right?
Huh?
What was the guy's name? Huh?
What are you saying? What are you trying to say?
I'm saying someone did the same thing in the movies, right?
Turned evil? A lot of people turn evil. Yeah, that's like Darth Vader. It's like his whole thing.
Yeah, but who's the other guy? Was it Anakin?
Anakin is Darth Vader.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Well, you know, as a newbie, this is the first time I've seen it, right?
Yeah.
And after the episode, I found out that Anakin did it, right? But I still thought it was cool.
Mm-hmm. The way they contextualize it in this and the way they explain it and like how he turns evil is much different than Anakin's way of turning evil. So it's still very unique despite being one of the same things. They do it in a much cooler way, in my opinion. It's been a long time since I've seen it, so I don't even remember exactly how they do it, but I remember liking it a lot. I liked the way they did it. And I also just liked the episode in general. I don't remember. You're right. Like, I don't think they were doing anything, but I remember enjoying it a lot for some reason. I just thought the characters were interesting and the conflict they established was kind of cool.
The characters are interesting. Literally nothing happens.
Don't they? I can't really defend this because I haven't seen it in like a month and I didn't take any notes on this one. But I remember really liking the art style. And I remember the dude was establishing that he was like going to protect this girl, but you didn't really know everything about him. And then this girl is like a princess or something. And she's like she's now like a mercenary girl. And then you have these two like, I don't know. I just remember there was stuff to latch onto. I remember enjoying it a lot. I can't really conversate about this one too much, but I'm sorry. It's been too long.
I have nothing to say. Literally.
Okay.
Nothing.
We can just stop it there then.
But also the thing about this episode was dude turning bad. everything else leading up to it did not matter.
Okay.
He says like, fucking went on a trip and the one dude gets lost. He's like, it's his destiny, blah blah blah. And the main character's like, well, I don't believe in destiny, blah 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 blah. And then he's destined to kill the girl.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That's pretty cool. That's a cool way of doing it.
I don't think it was alright. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was awesome. I love that. And I think it was like, I think the art style was dope. I think this one was like one of my favorites, like in terms of how the characters were drawn and stuff. Okay. I don't know what to say. I love this one. I love it.
I don't know. I thought that was one of the worst ones. I have nothing else to say though.
Okay. Disparate opinions. I apologize. I can't say much more because it's been too long.
Trust me, there's not much to say.
Yeah. All right. Do you want to do our tier list? Do you want to hear my like ranking? Or
go ahead.
All right. So I think the Duel for me is the best one. That's like number one. Number one, the Duel. Number two, Toby, the robot one. Number three, Tatooine Rhapsody. Number four, Akakiri. Yeah, I like that one a lot.
To see Star Wars shit, right? What was
there was
Star Wars
a ton of Star Wars stuff.
Like what?
Jabba and all the. It was like Boba Fett. Boba Fett was there, and they were connected to the story like the whole time, and they were part of the climax. And the fact that Jabba is like this bad guy, like in Star Wars, and he's like, you know, a really bad guy, but he's like, I'm gonna let these guys survive. You've never seen him do that before, like. So it's cool in the context of this show because it's like, holy shit, Jabba let somebody survive. And it was, I liked the tone. I thought it was cute. And then
ain't no fucking Star Wars shit.
There was Star Wars shit. And then he used the Force at the end. Didn't his mic turn into a lightsaber?
I don't fucking know. You should know, not me. I didn't like the episode.
It's been a month. It's been too long.
That's fair.
And then four was Akakiri, and then 5 was the Ninth Jedi, then 6 was the twins, 7 was the elders, 8 was Lop and Ocho, and the last one was the village people. That was my Star Wars tier list. So my top 5 were the Duel, Toby, Tatooine Rhapsody. Those were my top 3, and then Akakiri and the Ninth Jedi. Those were the ones that I like really liked, and then everything else was like mid or just like didn't like it all. But that's it. That's all I got. So do you have like
so different.
I know we do.
And
that's why we have these conversations.
Like the episodes with like themes. You didn't like.
No, I loved I love Toby. It was like being a Jedi, being with the Force.
That's what they're all about.
I guess so.
That's what they're all about.
I know, but there's more to it because he's a robot.
I thought it was cool. Nah, I really don't anymore since you told me there's a Sith guy.
I understand. They don't flesh him out at all. He doesn't have like a backstory though. You don't know anything about him.
I thought it was unique. I don't think it's unique anymore.
Yeah. Well, Tatooine Rhapsody. That's okay. That makes sense. That's valid.
You ruined it. This is our last call.
And then Tatooine Rhapsody, I really liked. What was your question? You asked me a question. I forgot. I don't remember. What did you just say?
I said you liked all the bad shows and hated the good ones.
You said I don't like any ones that didn't have themes. I thought the Akakiri one had a good theme. It was like your destiny.
Well, you didn't. I don't think you remembered it until I said it.
Yeah,
right?
But that's why I rated it high initially. Was because I like that.
I mean, what's the theme?
It's like fate, and destiny does exist.
So you're fated to your destiny, or you're stuck to your destiny. Because most shows, their theme is like you can break out of your destiny. It's like getting out of poverty kind of thing.
I don't like the theme where you're stuck to your destiny.
That's understandable. I liked it in the moment.
Most shows are like breaking your fate, breaking your destiny. This one's like you're fucked. I don't think that's a good theme.
I don't think a lot of shows are breaking your destiny. I think a lot of shows are like you make your own destiny. So you think your destiny's this. You think some dude wrote it down and was like, you're gonna die today. And then you see when the destiny does come, it's like, yeah, maybe you do die, but maybe you die like a badass and you save the world. It's like you make your own destiny. You don't have to be confined to this like one thing. And it's like the guy tells him, like, you're going to do this. And I think the way they execute it in the show, they contextualize it in a good way, and then it's reinforced to be bad. I believe
What?
the
No.
destiny. No, it's bad, and then it is. He tells him
Yes.
it's bad, and then it is bad.
Yes.
I remember liking the way it was executed and being subverted in a way where I was
Jedi
like,
Master is like you're destined to fall. He was saying like you're gonna fall to your destiny. So you're gonna fall to your dreams, and then like he did. I don't know.
yeah.
I don't know what's so good about that. It was like
I remember just liking how it was executed, and I apologize I can't defend it beyond that. But
you don't have to say sorry. It is what it is.
yeah,
I
don't know. I like to be able to defend myself when I have an opinion.
I feel like
So
making your own destiny, that's like a theme. That's a good theme, but like just like falling to it is just like damn.
yeah, but he fell into it because he was the issue. It wasn't like, oh, your destiny is why you did this. It's like the show made it clear of like you had the wrong mentality going into this.
What was the mentality?
I don't really remember, Manny, and
Ali, 'cause
I just remember
there is no mentality. I'm telling you, there is no, because it wasn't even his fault. The master was like, "You're gonna fall." He went, and then
I remember it being his. I do feel like it was his fault, and I can't explain why. I don't know. Maybe we can save it for another episode. I remember like. I just remember it being his fault. So I don't know. I hate to do that. I hate when I harbor strong opinions about things I can't defend. So I am open to the possibility that I am fucking wrong on this one. How about we just leave it at that? I'm open to the possibility that, like, you know, I'm stupid. And I don't know. I guess we'll just have to talk about it some other time, maybe. But
Bro, I feel like the Village Bride and
was one of your
Lop
favorites.
and Ocho had like some substance behind them.
You need to understand why they didn't have substance to me, because I didn't feel like it was Japanese at all, especially the village people.
I mean, you talk about Japanese, but it is so Japanese though.
But do you understand why I don't understand? Like, I understand Lop and Ocho, but I don't understand like the village people. Okay. And Lop and Ocho to me is not like, it doesn't connect with me that much, for whatever reason.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I'm having a tough ass time explaining it. I understand the village people, but Lop and Ocho.
But
Actually, no, I do
the
get
thing
it.
with the village.
I told you that I literally did not know like that was a Japanese thing. When I watched the village people, I was like, how is this Japanese at all? What is Japanese about this? Did I say okay?
You said you want when it came to Lop and Ocho, they gave you the Japanese, and then you said I want more Star Wars.
I want the Japanese and the Star Wars, no matter the ratio, to make sense why you're putting them together.
What's the ratio with the band episode?
The ratio with the band episodes a good, like they're equal to me. I feel like there's because Boba Fett and Jabba are like in the episode a bunch, and there's a bunch of like, and they're on fucking Tatooine and stuff. And then you have this goofy anime art style where they're playing like a guitar, like it's some band chaos shit.
You can't. Art style with characters showing up is different from like the
I'm not
other episodes.
Well, I didn't say just the art style. I'm talking about like they're in a band.
A band though?
That's reflective of anime more than it is of Japan. And I like anime.
It's not really though.
It's something they do a lot in anime.
It's not really.
There's a lot of band anime.
You can do like this band thing is not like it's not special to Japan or anime in my opinion.
Can you name like three shows?
This episode can be about fucking UK people.
When I think of like people in a band, I don't think about anything besides like anime.
That is insane.
Can you name like 3 movies about people in a band? You probably can, but anything that like is significant to you?
Ali, that is insane. I can't name.
That's just my perspective. I feel like, you know how there's like subgenres of anime where it's like shonen, slice of life, and I feel like there's a fucking band thing. I feel like there's idols, like idol girls, and I know it's not a band, but people on a stage performing some shit. Isn't K-On! Isn't Sound Euphorium like that whole thing? Isn't that the whole point?
Ali, like I said, don't you think this episode can be like a United Kingdom and Star Wars mix up, and it'll be the same thing? Forget the art style.
I don't think. Do you think that the UK has a stronger association to people playing music in a band than Japan?
The Beatles.
Oh, I don't know the Beatles. I've never heard a song from the Beatles.
You never heard a song from the Beatles?
I've heard the Sunshine song.
Okay, fucking Queen.
Okay, what about Queen?
Queen, like one of the biggest bands ever. I just named you. Beatles is the number 1 band ever.
When you watch this show, do you get Queen vibes or do you get K-On! Vibes?
I get band vibes, and band can be from anywhere. It's not, to me, it's not locked into this Japan thing.
That's fair.
Or anime thing.
For me,
that's why I ain't got no anime. I got no Japanese vibes from this.
Okay.
I feel like Ocho wearing the ropes on her back is like 3 times more Japanese than this whole episode was, in my opinion. That's like Japan and Japan locked only.
But how does that tie in with the Star Wars stuff? Well, does her having ropes on her back mean anything?
No, but like
being Star Wars,
you said you want the ratio. To me,
no.
ratio.
I don't want a balance of ratio. The way you explain Village People, you make Village People good to me now because of the way you explained it. And Village People is all Japanese shit and like 1% Star Wars. And I think it works given how they want to execute that. I think that makes a lot of sense. But what I'm saying is that regardless of the scale, regardless of whether there's more Japanese or more Star Wars, I want them to have a reason to coexist. The Village People, you gave a very good reason why they coexist, because you're taking the Star Wars universe where people can kind of, go beyond like ritual and stuff. And it's like, hey, I'm kind of above all this. And if I want to do something about it, then I can kind of be like, somebody to change this kind of outcome, even if it's sacrilegious for these people. And it's like part of their thing. If I think it's stupid because I'm a Jedi and I can do whatever I want, I think that's a concept that you can only manifest with like Star Wars and this Japanese stuff. And I think that's cool. When I watch Lop and Ocho and I see a bunny girl and I see her wearing Japanese things, I feel like if the Star Wars stuff wasn't in this, I wouldn't feel like this wouldn't be able to like do its thing that it's already doing. I don't feel like the Star Wars stuff is really necessary for Lop and Ocho to be Lop and Ocho. That's my whole argument with all the ones that are lower on the list. Maybe not every single one, but like, I don't know. I dislike the twins and the elder for different reasons, but those two, that was my argument. And that is the main thing that I'm saying.
I feel like that can be said about the band episode as well.
And that's just my perspective. And I really can't, you're right. And when you think of bands, if you think of the Beatles and Queen, that makes a lot of sense. But when I think of band, I don't listen to bands. I don't
either.
And when I think of bands, I think of fucking anime girls playing guitar. So
maybe that's what the episode should have been about.
It was basically. It wasn't a girl. It was anime people playing guitar, and they were in Star Wars.
They made a K-On! Idol thing. I don't know.
Yeah. I am not invalidating what you're saying. By countering the points that you're bringing to me, I am not invalidating your perspective. And I want you to understand that. I'm not like saying that I think you're wrong. I think what you're saying is valid, and it just kind of boils down to my perspective is different. And it's not really like a right or wrong thing. So don't, feel.
But okay, Ali, let me get this straight. So you're saying Lop and Ocho, you're pretty much saying there's no reason for any of the Star Wars shit going on.
I don't feel like it adds enough to the point where it entices me. Do you feel like the Star Wars shit being in there is like really great to you, where it's like, I am so happy that they added this?
I think about it as like she was consumed by the dark force, where like it caused her to cut ties with family, even go as far to fucking even like blind her fucking dad.
Right.
And even the passing out the saber thing, I feel like that added a lot to like the blood ties and shit like that. I feel like the Star Wars, it was more Japanese. I feel like it had its flair, it had its touch. But when I think of the band episode, is to me just Baba.
If that wasn't Jabba. and I like Jabba and I like Boba, and if it wasn't Baba. That if it and I feel like and you have to understand, Manny, like in the context of Star Wars, like people aren't allowed to like have that kind of freedom, like entertainment, to where like people, have bands that they go to and like have TV that they watch. That's not really a thing in Star Wars, because it's like, this like Nazi-esque regime that rules the galaxy. So it's really cool that like the theme of this one is like their music is so good that they've overcome like the world that they live in. And, they got this guy who literally like hires bounty hunters to kill people. They got this guy to like allow these kids to play their music because he likes their music so much, despite the world that they live in being like so fucked up.
So you think that's more Star Wars than Ocho being consumed by the dark force?
Yes. I feel like that was a fraction of that episode. And I feel like you can have that story of Ocho. I don't think her being consumed by the dark force is the only way that she would have felt those emotions in that narrative. I feel like her perspective and her outlook on the situation can happen regardless of force. Force is like, in the universe of Star Wars, it's not this thing that dictates what people do. It's one of those things where you can apply it to literally like our life, and I can say like, Lewis is on the dark side because he has this mentality that goes into this philosophy. And in the world of Star Wars, the Force is like just kind of a fictional thing that gauges who is in tune with like nature and the world, and who is vibing with the right mentality versus who isn't. It's kind of like it's like in Dragon Ball, where it's like, when he's like taking the energy of the earth, where it's like, oh, that's like a tangible thing that I can like understand.
But
you can have that story. Yeah.
The thing is though, like in the Ninth Jedi with the dude that was consumed, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was casually like, yo, what are you doing, bro? My fault.
No, that was
I went from seeing that to, yo, what are you doing, sister? Nah, I don't give a fuck about none of that. Like, that dude was so like easy snapped out of the Force by like just a question. But her sister, even like fighting her dad, like fucking blinding her dad, fighting her sister, like it was so like indebted into her that she didn't like, it didn't affect her, whether or not there was family ties or not.
That's valid. That's valid. No, you're right.
That's how I see that episode.
That makes sense. I get it.
But it is what it is.
That was a good rebuttal.
I'm gonna give you my. It was a good one.
Yeah.
Honestly, for me,
I'm gonna stand by that opinion. I feel like I articulated myself well. I know that I might not make sense to you, but you know, what you said in response, you know, it was good against what I said. But I'll stand my ground on that one because I don't think my opinion's really gonna change, even if I were to watch it for a fourth time. I wanted to like that one because everyone likes that one. So
maybe you just have shit taste.
Everybody's got their good and bad ones.
My ranking is I rank Lop and Ocho, The Village Bride, and the Duel as the best episodes. I can't even like dictate those.
9. Nice. Excuse me. Nice.
The fourth one, probably the Ninth Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
Fifth, The Elder. 6, Promare. 7, Akakiri.
Mm-hmm.
8, Toby. Then 9, Tatooine.
Gotcha.
You know, Tatooine Rhapsody is literally that name comes from the Rhapsody part that comes from Queen.
Oh, yeah, I know.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
That's crazy, Ali.
That is crazy.
They didn't even make it. They didn't even make it Japanese in the name. They made it something else.
You got me on that one.
No, I don't know. Yeah. I think
That's
everything
fair.
I say about this episode is like valid. Like,
you are valid. You're actually, you know.
I can't believe I didn't even notice that.
I didn't even notice that either.
They named it after a UK band when it's Japanese. Ali, this episode is an L for me.
That's okay. I'm glad we have different opinions. This is what makes a good conversation.
That is insane.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They didn't even. It's not even Japanese.
It goes to show how much I don't connect it with Queen because I didn't even make that fucking connection to begin with.
You don't even connect it with Japan. With this whole series. Oh, brother.
I connect that one with Japan. I stand by that one.
But I can't believe you missed the.
Well, I'll explain to you why. I don't know why. Why would I know that though? I've never seen Mushishi. I've never seen. What's the other one? I've never seen To Your Eternity. And I don't know about you, Manny. I don't know where you get all these fucking fun facts about Japan. Why do you know this? Like, and why? Why should I know this?
I've seen a lot of shows.
I watch anime too. But like, in what anime are they like?
I don't think you've watched as much as me though.
Give me an anime that told you that guns are illegal in Japan. I see these niggas waving around guns all the goddamn time in these anime.
No, this isn't fucking Psychopaths, all right? I get that feeling from watching anime, from knowing the Yakuza, that like none of these people ever shoot anyone in like realistic settings. 1, 2, it shows like fucking.
What Yakuza media?
I got from the game.
Okay.
Well, not from the game.
Cause like
I get that from real life.
Even in the game, there are guns.
Yeah, there is. I know, but I got it from real life. Cause like in real life, they probably do have guns, but no one's getting shot in real life in Japan, right? 2.
I guess that's valid.
I guess that's just general knowledge. 2, like shows like fucking Tokyo Revengers. All those gang niggas, no one has a gun.
Yeah.
Fucking, I think in Great Teacher GTO, you know that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
All those gang niggas, no one has a gun. I don't know.
That's valid. I just never made that connection. Do you ever watch a show and then be like, why does no one have guns? And then you look it up? Is that like what you did? Because like my thing was like, I've seen anime show like Weathering with You. I'm like, oh, he has a gun. I don't go, oh, guns are illegal in Japan. It's like, oh, he's a kid and he has a gun. So that's why it's a big deal.
That's crazy, Ali. Because that would have made the movie a lot better for you.
And it does. I mean, the opportunity is not gone. I can experience it again. So it makes things more, when you tell me these things, it makes things better for me. The Village People sounds cool to me.
I'm glad I made the Village Bride better.
No, and even Manny, even Lop and Ocho, like, you are explaining it well to the point where, like, I have your perspective now, and that in and of itself adds to it. So, like, you gotta understand, even if I stand by my point of view of, like, I'm not doing it to, like, say, like, this show is ass and you're wrong. I don't stand by my opinions to say that to you. When I stand by my opinions to say, like this, I didn't like it for X, Y, and Z, I stand by it, because if I watch Lop and Ocho again, despite what you say, I'm still not going to enjoy it. To the same extent where no matter how much I explain that Devilman is a masterpiece, it's still not going to be a 10 out of 10 for you. It's like that, where it's just like, doesn't matter what someone tells you on something. It doesn't matter how verbose they are.
I feel like it does in this conversation. Okay. I gave you context that you were missing to enjoy the show. Yes. Whereas in Devilman, you can explain it why it's a masterpiece, but it doesn't resonate with me, or it's just like, it's not my type of thing.
Yeah.
But with these, it's like you just...
With the Village People, it is the missing context. But I explained with Lop and Ocho that in many ways, it is just like not my kind of thing. And despite your context, your context does add to it, but it doesn't add enough to really change how I feel about it because of the XYZ that I was explaining. So those are my explanations for that. That was good. I thought that was a good convo. You articulated yourself well.
It says right here, Hiro Bashira is a cultural practice of human sacrifice.
In Japan?
It says in Japan, yeah. Hiro Bashira was practiced formerly in Japan. Human sacrifice, blah, 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 blah.
See, I'm literally...
As a prayer to the gods, just like in...
Which god did the Japanese people worship? Like, I don't even know that.
Yeah, they had like their own mythology.
Yeah, but I don't even know what it is.
Oh, bro.
Manny, how would I know this? How do you know this?
Bro, I watch Naruto. It's all in Naruto. It's in
Naruto's. I know, but like what mythology?
All those names, Susanoo, fucking all those fucking Sharingan names are all based on God. I just found out through that. Yeah.
How would I know that? How would anybody know that?
Bros, I don't know. Bro, you know, fucking Goku's based on like Sun Wukong. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, the Sun Wukong, like he's like a religious thing, right? Like he's like something that like people believe in. That's valid. Yeah, you're right about that one. I just don't look into Japanese culture
like
at all.
Tsukiyomi, fucking Susanoo.
I just thought the guy who made Naruto just had really great linguistics.
No,
absolutely not. I thought he just came up with really cool words. Like, wow, Susanoo? I wish I came up with that word. Yeah. I guess that's all we can talk about when it comes to Star Wars Visions. Overall, do you have ratings for each episodes?
No.
Okay. But you gave like the tier list, so that's more than enough. Do you have a rating for the entire thing as a whole?
I put it a high 7.
Yeah, that's good. I gave it a 7 as well. I thought it was pretty good. Even the episodes I didn't like in the grand scheme of things, there were like 2 episodes I didn't like. And even on my first viewing, like with the context now, the Village People is different to me. But the other episodes, I rated each of them individually, and most of them were like a 7 out of 10. I thought the twins and the elder were like a 6, but most of them were pretty good. And when you add them up and get the average, it's a 7. So I liked the show too. I think the Duel is an 8. I give the Duel an 8 out of 10. I think that's fantastic. That's like the best one to me. It's aesthetically on fucking point. Knows what it is. So yeah, good convo. I need to go to Japanese school.
One thing for me, fucking, I don't know. She just looks so fire. I think she looks like so fire to me.
Did you like the art style of that one?
I do.
I think they look cool. I think they look so different.
They do look different. They don't look like Star Wars characters.
Compared to like the other episodes.
Yeah. That was another thing. Like, it felt so detached from... It didn't feel like they were wearing Japanese shit. Like, when I looked at these characters, it looks like they're not from, like, Japan. Like, at least Lop and Ocho, they wear the Japanese stuff. And it's like, oh, these guys are doing Japanese shit, but they don't even, like, dress Japanese. So I didn't even make that connection of, like, is this Japanese? Because they're not wearing anything Japanese. They're all, like, black. So it was like, huh?
This is fucking Japanese. It's right here.
Well, she's a Jedi. All Jedi wear stuff like that. So I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about like what the other people were wearing.
I don't know. I don't think it doesn't look Japanese. I don't know. Yeah.
All right. Do you want to move on? Do you have a rating for the whole thing? You said high 7.
High 7.
Yeah. All right. I guess that's it. I'll go to Japanese school and I'll rewatch The Village Bride one day. But
hold on.
Yeah.
Never mind.
You sure?
Yeah. Let's talk about
When Manny was there. When Marnie was here.
Marnie of my memory.
Marnie of my memories. All right. What do you got to say? Did you like it? Did you dislike it? I know you liked it. We both said we liked it. But I like this one so much because I watched it after Secret World of Arrietty. And it was so OD compared to Arrietty. I love the intro for this one. I love how this movie starts out. It's immediately engaging. The opening scene is like the best.
People are in the circle and I'm outside the circle.
Yes. People are in the circle, I'm outside the circle, and I feel sad that I'm outside the circle. I feel like the first movie about the dude who was like isolating himself and who didn't have a lot of social connection and wanted to make friends but couldn't because, you know, he was different.
What are you talking about?
In Secret World of Arrietty.
Okay.
the guy with the heart disease. I feel like that shit and what they were trying to go for with that, when I was saying that Secret World of Arrietty is about being lonely and when Marnie was there is about being lonely, I feel like the Secret World of Arrietty did that so much worse than when Marnie was here. When Marnie was here, you watch the first scene and you immediately get it. And you're like, yes, like they're executing this so much better. I connect with it so much more. And a lot of the movie, you know, the thing with when Marnie was there, a lot of this movie is the girl just being lonely. And it is just kind of her hanging out with like the friends and going into situations like that and having like arguments with the fat girl and stuff. But it's so much more interesting given that you actually care about her and you actually give a shit about her conflict because you empathize with it. And they give you a reason to care in the beginning. And they put her in interesting scenarios given her conflict where she has new friends and she can be nice to them, but she doesn't because she's afraid of like getting hurt and stuff. And then she, you know, interacts with Marnie and Marnie like is mad nice to her like out the gate. And it's like this secret friend that won't judge her for anything. Conceptually, it's just so much stronger and it's so much more interesting from the beginning to end. The plot is, you know, it's so much more engaging because you don't really know what the fuck's going on with the mansion and with Marnie, whether they're there or not. They execute it in a way where like you're invested the whole time. That's my general thoughts. I liked it. Do you want you have anything to say?
My general thought is Ghibli really likes main characters with short hair.
Female characters with short hair. This is the first like
Nausicaa,
child character. Yeah.
Princess, Cat Returns. This one.
Mm-hmm.
There's one more. Princess Cat.
Spirited Away. Maybe. You gotta look up her hair. I think she has a ponytail though. Howl's Moving Castle? No, she has a braid. She's got a whole braid.
Hold on. Totoro.
Yeah. I think the short hair gives, I think it's like emblematic of youth maybe. Like, because all those characters are like supposed to be like young girls. And I don't know, maybe short hair is a representation of like a character trait. You know, I think characters who have long hair in anime might represent more feminine attributes.
Arrietty has long hair.
Yeah, and Arrietty's the most girliest girl out of all these girl characters, you know? At least to me. Do you feel that way? I feel like she cries a lot more. She's fucking, I don't know. There's like a boy, like love interest kind of. I feel that way.
I think the girl from Cat Returns is the oldest though.
You think so? How old is the girl from Cat Returns?
I'm just guessing, to be honest.
Well, I mean, not to imply that Princess Mononoke and Nausicaa aren't like old too, but they're all in that like youthful age. I'm just trying to give a justification. Like maybe there's a reason.
I just said it as a joke.
Okay. Do you dislike that? Is that like a bad thing, or is it just kind of whatever?
I think they can switch it up.
Mm-hmm.
Like every movie.
Do you think it would be weird for some characters to have long hair? If you thought of Mononoke, would she have long hair?
Huh?
If you thought of the girl from Princess Mononoke.
I think Nausicaa and Mononoke.
Yeah.
I think it's fine with them.
Okay.
Because it's the same fucking movie, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think maybe they can switch it up. I literally, when I watched Arrietty and she pulled her hair down, I was like, whoa, she has long hair. That's like one thing I know.
Do you feel like
I feel like with Totoro is good because they're real young.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like having long hair gives you a subconscious like, oh, this character is XYZ because they have long hair? Like other pieces of character design? Okay. I feel like, I don't know. I always think about like Satsuki and Ryuko from like Kill la Kill. And Ryuko has short hair, but Satsuki's got long hair. And her long hair is like silky smooth. And like, you know, I feel like people who are trying to be pretty and trying to be like fancy have long hair. You know? And then you have Marnie, who's like this, you know, she's got all these fucking golden locks like an American doll. She has long ass hair because they want her to look pretty and stuff. I feel like I do make that kind of connection a little bit.
I feel like they just do it. I feel like, I don't know. I mean, I think it's short haired, especially in not just anime and shows in general. Mm-hmm. Short hair on women it typically means they're more rugged.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. That they're more, yeah, exactly. Ryuko.
It fits Mononoke and Nausicaa. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying.
Yeah. My argument is that maybe all of them have short hair because they all fit an archetype, like out of coincidence. So I also think it might mean outcast. A lot of these characters feel like lonely.
Nausicaa's not an outcast.
That's true. But Nausicaa's a rebel. Right? What was the thing you said though? Like dirty? What was the thing you said about rugged? Yeah. I mean, that's valid. Nazuka's not an outcast. You're right, but Mononoke is. You said they're the same movie though.
Wolf family.
Yeah, she had a wolf family.
I actually think Mononoke wears the short hair the best.
Yeah. You could argue that Nazuka is an outcast.
She's like beloved by her whole city though, or village.
She's loved by her city, but she's hated by like everybody else.
Everyone else doesn't really. None of them really appear in the story, in her life until the story.
And the story is the movie.
But think about it. Outside of the movie, before they came up, everyone already fucked with her.
That's true. I think one of the reasons why she has short hair is because she's like out and about, always doing shit in the sea of
that's why I
decay.
said it makes sense for her.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said,
You're right.
It doesn't matter. I just made the connection.
All right.
Fucking when when I first saw this movie, I thought it was when Marine was there. So I thought it was gonna be a water movie, not Ride Your Wave.
Why Marine? Because
I thought it said Marine.
Oh, because of water.
No, when you saw it, I was like, oh, when Marine was there.
When you see the word marine, do you think of a marine with a gun, or do you think of like marine life?
Okay. Marine biology.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of fucking water in this goddamn movie. They're at that one place over and over again. It's crazy how the movie is basically like these two spots, her house and the mansion, and it doesn't get repetitive or boring because they're at those two spots anymore. It's such a big area, like that area from the boat to the mansion, and they hang out in that area so much. I think that's kind of cool. I don't know. I like that.
Didn't you? I don't know about that one because you said something about Mononoke.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking. Didn't you say it got repetitive with them?
It did get repetitive with them, but I compare Mononoke to the other Miyazaki movies, and I'm not saying that this is better than Mononoke for that reason, or that it executes it any differently, but I feel like if the movie had to be set in two places, the entire movie, I'm just saying I feel like they did it well. I feel like there are movies where it can get stale, and when I say Mononoke is bad for that reason, I'm saying it in comparison to the other Ghibli movies. Like when I watch Howl's Moving Castle right after and Nausicaa, where they're fucking jumping all over the place, then I go like, man, Princess Mononoke doesn't do this, and that's why I kind of have that kind of feeling. So when
if you watch Marine and fucking Mononoke like back to back, you wouldn't like say that about Mononoke.
I think the answer to that is yeah. I think a big reason why I felt that way about Mononoke was because I watched the other two right after, and it satiated that desire that Mononoke wasn't giving me. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. I also, you have to take into account, like, Castle in the Sky is also what I claim to be, like, one of my favorite Ghibli movies. And that's another movie where I feel like there's a lot of different locations and a lot of different locales. And I compare that a lot to Princess Mononoke as well. So if I wasn't someone who was, like, sensitive to that at the time, then maybe it wouldn't affect me as much, and maybe I wouldn't make that criticism. But also, if I didn't watch Howl's Moving Castle and Nausicaa right after, it ultimately is more interesting to me because that's just kind of my taste. So regardless of whether I watched it at that time, it might not have affected me as much. But at the end of the day, no matter when I watch it, I would like Howl's Moving Castle more for being a story where they jump around over the place, regardless of when I watched it. So, like, I don't know. That criticism was hampering my enjoyment a lot in that moment, but I don't think that it would be non-existent if I watch like when Marnie was here, like when we watched Princess Mononoke. Does that make it? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I do.
Okay. Yeah.
It kind of is unfair though, but it is what it is, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's how I felt.
Trust me, it is unfair. I do the same thing.
I mean,
I did the same thing with the last movies you talked about.
And that's why I said,
like when I said fucking, I didn't like Nausicaa because I watched Thing first.
Yeah.
It's completely unfair, but it is what it is. So
it's one of those things where it's like, how do you rate movies? Like, you want to rate them as like fairly as possible. You want to go beyond your bias and be like, is this a good movie or is it a bad movie? But at the end of the day, that is your bias. Like, it will always be based on what you like and what you don't like, you know, no matter how much you try to detach yourself from that. So, you know, I acknowledge that Princess Mononoke is a good movie, and it's probably a 10 out of 10 movie if we're being objective. But, you know, I just kind of like when people jump around, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the movie's bad for that. So should I rate it lower for that? Probably not, but I like stuff like that more. So, like, what do I do? You know? Do I give... It's so hard for me to do that. You're right. Yeah. I don't know. It's whatever.
it's all right, Ali. Let's get into Marines.
Yeah. Marines was here. I feel like if we're talking about this one being so much more engaging than Arrietty, I feel like the story starts so much earlier in this one. I feel like when she goes to the mansion and she's like, "Oh, who is that?" It gains that momentum. You were saying how Arrietty loses that momentum. This one gains that momentum and fucking runs with that shit. It runs with that shit the whole movie, and it never slows down. You know? There's never like a moment where you feel like the movie is wasting your time. At least not to me. That's something that
I didn't think so.
Mm-hmm. That's something I appreciated about it a lot. I really like that.
One thing I didn't like though.
Yeah, talk to me.
Part where she was like this super quiet, introverted girl, right? When they were just riding through the city, or when they was getting to the place, and she was like immediately like, "What's that?" Oh, it's a silo. I was like,
did she say it like that?
yeah, she was like, realistic. She was like, "What's that?"
Really?
I was like,
did you watch it in dub?
character.
Do you watch it in dub?
Yeah.
I watched it in sub, and I remember it being a lot more reserved. So I don't know. Was her animation like, or was it just, or did it? I remember it cut to like the silo, and it showed the silo, and then she went, "What's that?"
I don't think she did this, but she was like, it was like, "What's that?"
Could you chalk that up to the dub?
Place.
Could you chalk that up to the dub being bad? Yeah. That one moment, is that the only dislike of the movie?
No.
We get to that later.
Okay. I don't know.
feel like what did I say? Oh yeah, this movie kind of pulled. This movie pulled like a Ride Your Wave.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Not in the bad way. Not in the bad way. I told you I don't like this way of storytelling where it's like, trust me, it's not the Ride Your Wave you're naming, right? It's like,
I know what
Ride Your Wave at the beginning, huh?
I know what you're about to get into, but yeah.
Right. Ride Your Wave at the beginning, that girl saved my life. That girl is my hero, blah, blah, blah. Right? This was like, the grandpa was like, don't go to the mansion. There's Ghost. And it's like, don't go to the silo. There's Ghost. And then, I feel like when you meet Marnie, and she, when you first meet her, right? There's no, like, I don't think there's any indication that she's a ghost off rip, right?
There's a subtle implication that maybe,
right.
like,
because she saw her in the dreams, right?
Yeah.
So
when you first see Marnie, your first instance as a viewer that's a fucking ghost, right?
Yeah.
It's oh shit, we didn't see her before, but maybe she just came home and just ran out the backyard and saw it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That can definitely be a possibility. But then, as a viewer, I'm like, fuck, 10 minutes ago, the movie just told you they're ghosts.
Yeah.
They just told you straight up they're ghosts, bro. And honestly,
they didn't say they're ghosts necessarily.
They didn't, but the movie, you have to think about...
They told you
like,
something supernatural is happening, but you didn't understand what the supernatural thing was. You didn't know if Marnie was real.
Like, I see it as like, movies don't say things for no reason.
Right.
Once they said, yo, there's a ghost over there and over there, I already connected the dots. And off rip, I was like, okay, it's a ghost. Even when there was no clear-cut answer that she was a ghost, it was like, the movie already told you, bro.
Yeah.
You feel me? And honestly, for me,
wow, that's interesting.
It fucked up the movie.
That is so crazy that you made that connection, because having finished the movie, one of my strong takeaways was like, wow, they didn't even say what it was. And I think that's really cool. And I like that there's this sense of ambiguity. And now you're just telling me like, oh, they told you at the beginning they're ghosts. It's like, oh, damn it.
Why do movies do this? Like, yo, respect the viewer enough to like figure out, or have enough like wonder, like try to figure out what it is on your own. Like, don't come tell me the answer already. You know?
When you watched the movie, you didn't think like, all right, maybe it's something else. Like maybe she is alive, but she's in a no. Okay.
Because it was like, okay, you told me it's a ghost over there.
Yeah.
And at the fellow. Okay. Yeah. And then she starts having dreams. All right. Mm-hmm. She went over there, didn't see her, went at night, and now she's there. When the dude said, don't go to the mansion at night, don't go to the silo at night, she goes at night, she's there. Wow. She goes at the daytime, she's not there. Mm-hmm. At that time, early on, first part of the movie, fuck, I know the answer. Mm-hmm. Even if I just think about it, it's like ride your wave. Imagine they didn't give you this useless information and respected you enough to go figure it out yourself.
Yeah.
Like, I would have been like, oh, is Marnie real? Is Marnie a ghost? What's happening? Wow. No, Ali, I already knew. It's so fucking retarded. Ali, it pisses me off.
Who said it? Who said
the grandpa? Or the uncle?
Really? Wow.
Her guardian.
Dude, yeah. That's so interesting, because what you're saying you wish the movie was, where like they didn't tell you, that line just kind of went in one ear and out the other for me. Like, I don't even remember him saying that, to the point where I was watching the movie like, what is going on? Like, what you're saying you wish it was it for me. And I'm not going to invalidate what I'm not going to like try and defend it, because I'm not disagreeing with you. That is valid. And if I made that connection myself, which, you know, I guess is just attributed to like watching the sub and not giving it 100% attention. But
it's a ride your wave.
It's a ride. It is a ride your. Well, is it a ride your wave? Because why was ride your wave? Ride your wave was bad because it didn't make sense. This is bad because it doesn't respect the viewer. Right.
The thing is with Ride Your Wave, like this is not the Ride Your Wave and your name thing. This is the Ride Your Wave where at the start he tells you, like, that she's your hero, that his hero,
right?
And then when she finds out, you already know. Yeah. So there's no excitement from the viewer.
Okay.
That's how I felt in this movie.
Yeah.
And that took away a lot from me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Ali, it sucks.
Yeah.
I don't know why they do this, like.
So, but you were saying with Ride Your Wave how, like, you know, there's a reveal and the implication is like, yo, this reveal is cool, right? And it's like, well, no, you just told me like at the beginning of the movie, so like this doesn't really mean that much to me, right?
Yeah,
so,
we had a whole long conversation,
right?
Because you said you as a viewer watching the girl's reaction is the reveal,
right?
But my argument was, what if we had the same reaction as the girl and had to share the reveal together?
And I understand that, and I'm not like trying to continue that conversation, but that was your perspective. Do you feel, because in my opinion, they never like beyond that, there's never like a reveal like, all right, bro, here she's a ghost right here. Like this is where you're supposed to really understand she was a ghost. Do you ever feel like there was a point in the movie where it's like, all right, she's a ghost. This is the scene where we're telling you she's a ghost. Do you ever feel like there was that?
Later on, yeah.
Okay.
That's like late into the movie though.
Yeah.
That's like
And do you
later?
Were you sitting there like, I wish they didn't tell me in the beginning so that this would hold more weight?
Yeah.
Okay. Which scene?
Like,
which scene, if I may ask?
I think it was the one where when they go to the silo and then she looks at her and she's like, Kazuhiro or whatever the other guy.
Yeah.
That's when you're like, there's already like you kind of already know it's like supernatural. But at that point, it's kind of like, you know,
it is definitive as to what it is. Yeah, you're right. It
I feel
operates in such a weird way.
Actually, even before that, because it was like the times where like she would go over there like for the party, and then like people would just find her on the side of the road like slumped.
Yeah.
I guess you can like connect the dots there, but like it's with the silo thing, that's like the
right.
You know,
that's the definitive one. I feel like whenever she got her name wrong, it was much more telling of what was going on. Where it's like, oh, is she even there? Like, are these experiences that she's having with Marnie even experiences that are these even real? Is Marnie even acknowledging her existence? You know.
And we're gonna get to that because the silo is probably the best part. I love that part.
Yeah, me too.
It was so interesting. It changed everything.
Yeah.
But like I said, like Ali, I wish I watched it how you watched it.
Yeah.
Cause Ali, literally like right when they met Marnie, I knew, and I'm not supposed to know.
Right.
Or am I? Because they tell you.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that thing where you tell someone what's going on in the beginning of the movie and it still be interesting despite, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, it's just about how you execute it. Like, yeah, if you don't want this to be a reveal, then don't make it a reveal later. Don't play your movie as if, like, I don't already know this kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
And, I mean, you don't feel like it does that at all, do you? Like, do you feel like there's anything engaging beyond the degree of like
beyond the reveal? I do.
Okay.
That's why the movie is so good.
Okay.
That's awesome. Why it would have been better if I didn't know, because it still intrigues me. Even if I know, the movie's still good, and I think about like, wow, imagine I didn't know.
Right.
It would have been that much better. It's crazy.
That's very valid.
I was robbed. Like Ride Your Wave, I was robbed again. These movies are so shit, bro. Movies are shit. Honestly, like shit like this. Honestly, no joke, makes me want to stop watching Ghibli movies. It honestly makes me want to stop. It's like I don't know. It's like these movies are made for niggas who
aren't paying attention.
Watching.
Yeah. Who just are their heads in the clouds. They're not really like listening to every word and stuff.
I was so like, when I watch these movies, unless it's like Arrietty where it loses steam and I don't care.
Yeah.
When a movie, especially that early on, I'm paying attention to everything. I'm so locked in. Even if I'm at work, I'm so locked in. So I connected the dots so early. It's like, fuck. Sucks. But movie is still great.
Because I feel like there's so much beyond just like even if you know she's a ghost, there's still things you're learning as you're going through it.
For sure.
Yeah. So, yeah, and you know she's a ghost, but there's still more to be revealed, like the ending. Like you don't know that it's, you know.
Exactly. It's like one of those things. It's like in Ride Your Wave, the reveal isn't like the biggest part of the movie. It's just a part of it, but
yeah.
It's still there for me. It's like, damn. Because honestly, I can't say, but what if I watched the movie and didn't connect any dots until the definitive answer?
Right.
I would have thought she was real that whole time. I wish I was like that.
Yeah, that's
Well, honestly,
bro.
that's everything I have to say about that. I
Okay.
don't want to keep beating down that bush.
You articulated that very well, and I love how that ties into other conversations we've had. That's so valid.
It does. It's crazy.
Everything ties back to Ride Your Wave. It's so weird how we like bring that. We're cursed by that movie. We bring it up like every episode since.
Somehow, some way, somehow,
Yeah.
Baki will come up.
It always does. We're gonna be like, yo, you know Miyazaki is the godfather of the guy who made Baki.
That B-Stars thing was crazy.
Yeah, that was, bro. I always listen back to that podcast and like I'm like neck deep in my explanation, and you go, hold on, wait a minute.
Oh yeah, you so deep into that B-Stars.
Discuss,
oh my god,
like Rambo and yeah. And then I was
that
like,
was
what?
crazy.
That was awesome. I listen back to our episodes all the time. Like that's what I do in my meantime. But
yeah, we can let's
this.
So I want you to know, like, that's just like it's like another disclaimer, like
Right.
going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like
it's an important thing to mention. I understand it didn't affect your entire experience, but it affected it to a degree where it needs to be brought up in terms of your opinion on the movie. And this is why, like, you know, you say that you don't like, you know, watching like bad shows and, you know, movies like Ride Your Wave. I think it's so important to talk about shit things here so that it can breathe context into like future things and why they're good or like why they're bad. If we didn't watch Ride Your Wave, this would be a much longer conversation because we'd have to go through all of that, which we already went through with that. You know what I mean? So that's why
we talked a lot about that Ride Your Wave.
Yeah, there was one time where you were like, you know, I should feel bad about recommending Decadence, and I like when we watch a bad show. I like when that's why I always like try bad things because, you know, I want to kind of understand how to articulate my opinions on them.
Hey, listen to me. If you want to watch bad shows, look at my list.
No, only bad shows that we recommend that are new. Something like that.
But
if you're frustrated,
there's a lot. Huh?
I was gonna ask if you're frustrated with Ghibli movies, or anime movies in general. I would love to talk about like normal movies.
I don't really watch normal movies.
What's stopping you from starting now? You know, I mean, if you, that's just a suggestion. That's all that is.
Because I am
a weeb.
A weeaboo.
Understood.
And I feel like I have this burning passion to watch all Ghibli.
Gotcha.
And I know you said you're burnt out.
Mm-hmm. I want to keep going. I like to talk about these.
The thing is, I want to watch Castle in the Sky because that's your favorite.
Yep.
I want to see Graven Fireflies. I know that movie's not going to sell me. Hopefully.
Yeah.
I still haven't watched Spirited Away, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's in The Wind Rises. I really want to watch that. So that's like 4 right there. That's like
good.
I'm excited for.
Yeah,
you know?
We saved the good ones for last. If you want to watch all of them, there's still some shitty ones out there.
Yeah, I mean, I already watched The Pinnacle, Ocean Waves.
Yeah,
but
I don't know.
I should say that one.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if any of the other ones will top it. But like, I will gladly watch these.
See Only Yesterday.
I'm excited to see that one too. I think that one's by Takahata, which is like the other big dog. I believe so. I believe that's.
I want to see another romance compared to Ocean Waves.
Yeah.
You know. I thought when Marine was there, I thought it was a boy and girl relationship thing.
From the cover?
Off the cover. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
I thought while watching the movie, it was like an analogy for like being like gay and feeling isolated for being gay. Like, I know that sounds silly, but there's a lot of things that like tie into that. Like there's so many moments where like Marnie is connecting with the main character and getting like kind of like touchy, and then like she blushes and stuff. So like there's a lot of moments where it feels like it's being like kind of gay, and not in a bad way, like in, you know, in service of what it's trying to say. also with the fact that, you know, some people, she said that she feels isolated from all of her friends and she feels like they're in a circle and she's not in that circle. And maybe it's because she's gay and she didn't understand why. Because at that point in the movie, they don't really establish why she's upset. Like when they explain it later, it's like, oh, okay, it wasn't even like that. Like the movie wasn't even about that. But I was sitting there like for a good like 30 minutes, like, this is the movie. This is what it's about. It's about being gay and being in love with a ghost because you can't be in love with anybody else because everyone's mean. But it's so weird in retrospect because like the movie really wasn't that at all. But there are so many moments where there are like, you know, there's that part where she's like rowing and then like Marnie gets behind her and like rows with her. It's like, that feels like a relationshipy thing. And recontextualize giving the ending. It's, I guess maybe it's more of just like a, I'm here for you and I'm going to comfort you when you're sad. But it's interesting how I misinterpreted that, regardless of whether it's
honestly,
good or bad.
that's going to come back later.
Yeah.
That what you just said is going to come back later.
Okay.
But, I forgot what to say. But yeah, there's a lot to unpack here.
Yeah.
One thing I'll notice, you know, the doll she carried in her flashbacks.
The dog she carried.
The doll.
Yeah. Yeah.
That looked just like Marnie.
I immediately made that connection when I saw the doll, and I'm like, oh, maybe Marnie is the doll, or like Marnie is like a memory.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Let's see what I said. So, you know, it ties into the ghost thing, right? So, I saw that you see the doll.
Yeah.
It's fucking Marnie, right?
Right.
And I feel like the movie tricks you. The movie's actually actively trying to trick you, where the movie thinks, yo, she was so lonely, the doll she carried as a kid, she manifested into real life.
Right, right.
And made her friend, right?
Or it could be like all in her imagination or something like that. Like the whole thing is a dream, like none of it's real, right? Right.
And honestly, that could have worked too.
That could have worked too. Yeah, I agree.
And I think it's such a little touch that affects the story a lot. Because when I saw the doll, I thought the story was going completely somewhere else. Right.
Right. Right.
I wish I had. Who made the movie?
I don't know the director's name, but it's the only two movies he's made are The Thing from Modest Heroes, Secret Road to Arrietty, and this. Those are like the only three things he's done. And Mary and the Witch's Flower. That's another one.
I wish I can just call this guy up and be like, yo, what do you mean by that? Like, why'd you do that? Right? I want to, because I'm guessing it's for what I said, right? Mm-hmm. I think I'm right, but it's honestly such a weird touch.
Wait,
right?
What are you talking about? The doll?
The doll.
Oh, it's 100% intentional. There's no way they draw that doll with blue clothes and long yellow hair and not try to like bait the viewer. Especially when you get a flashback to this main character that's really important for the context of like her trauma and why she's lonely. You're paying attention. And she has a doll, and like the doll has these bright colors contrasted with her funeral outfit and this like, you know, dim background. I think it was extremely intentional. And I think he was baiting you in that way. But I also think that it wasn't just a bait. I personally think, based on my perspective, and I'd like to hear your perspective, that it does play into the ending and it does have tangible, like, it does make sense, despite the ending being about the grandmammy and being about her.
It makes sense why she has that doll.
Because from her perspective, even though she remembered her grandma and she's like, oh, my grandma is Marnie, she didn't know what her grandma looked like when she was young. Mm-hmm. So her perspective of what Marnie looks like is still like the comfort of that doll. Like Marnie was her grandma, but in her eyes, she doesn't know what Marnie looks like. So you could say that Marnie, through her perspective, looked like the doll because that's what she associated with her childhood self. Or you could say that it was all supernatural and Marnie did really look like that when she was a kid.
I don't think that's true. Because remember when she drew and the old lady was like, oh, I know what that is.
Yeah, yeah.
So Marnie
did look
like Marnie actually looked like that.
That's valid.
it's weird that she has a doll.
Yeah,
Like
I guess
it is a good bait.
it is a
It is
great
a good
bait,
bait.
regardless of that. I think the mom just gave her a doll that looked like her because she was weird. I don't know. That was just a joke, but
I'm gonna leave it to it being solely there for bait and nothing else.
if it is
I
just that,
can't make any connection. I can't make any connection.
right? I think what you said in response to me, like, I think you're right. Like, I forgot about that. So, yeah, it just being bait is like fine though. It does like it's not bad at all.
It got me.
Yeah, yeah,
Got me. Yeah, it's interesting. That was such a cool touch, and not many movies try to bait the shit out you.
exactly.
But this one got me because I'm always the one connected dots trying to predict shit.
Give me 1 second. Let me like reset the recording. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm always trying to like connect dots and predict what's gonna happen to see if the shit's predictable, right? And that shit fucked me up. So
Yeah, it's funny how this movie did a ride your wave, but it counterbalanced it with like good things, like, you know, it's so interesting. I think that's really compelling. Yeah, that's valid. That's valid. So you said the silo was your favorite scene. You're really driving this conversation, and it's because you took more notes than I did.
Before I get to the silo,
yeah, please say everything that's on your mind.
Yeah, I said this is one of the movies that rewatching with the knowledge it changed the movie completely, right? I said,
yeah,
I wrote down early on in the movie, I already knew Marnie was a ghost. Hold on. Okay. I kind of said, like, throughout the movie, right? Throughout the middle of the movie, I was trying to figure out, like, what's going on, right? Like, what does this all mean?
mm-hmm.
Like, why is Marnie? Why is Anna? Why does Anna keep meeting Marnie, right? Didn't you have the same thing? I was trying to figure out, like what's going on.
Like, why does she voluntarily go to the mansion?
Yeah, I was trying to, like, this is the thing what comes with like the movie, like, being unpredictable, because I didn't know. Like, I was trying to, like, what's going on? Why does she keep going? Like, who is Marnie, right? Then that ties into the doll, thinking like, oh, this is a made up friend, right?
Right.
So throughout all the scene where the party, then they dance, and the other scene where they run from her maid,
right?
That whole time, I was thinking it was just the doll,
right?
But once you find out it's not,
right?
It's like that reveal. Even though you know she's already a ghost, right? It's like it still pulls you in,
right?
Because you remember the dance, them running and playing in the house, her saying, "Yo, never forget me." Yeah. It just ties into the bait even more, because then you reel back and be like, "Fuck,
yeah,
it wasn't a doll." And then I wrote down, I was like, if I rewatch this movie, I'll probably catch a lot more things, right? More subtle things, knowing with the knowledge of knowing that she's a grandmother.
Yeah.
But that bait really throws you off, and it really threw me off.
Right.
Like, because I would, like, that whole time. Because I remember once I found out I was a grandmother, I was like thinking about, I was like replaying the scenes. And I was like, I was trying to tie it all together, but during watching it, like, that bait, like, it's crazy. That was a good one, man. I had to do that. That's opened my eyes. That bait was really good. But another thing that's interesting is her diary, right? So her diary was the only thing left behind in the house, right? Or it was hidden behind the shelf or whatever.
Yeah, there was something else, but yeah, it was mostly just the diary.
Yeah, the diary in the picture, right?
Yeah, it was like a picture. I don't remember.
Well, the diary is interesting because it's like the things that happened in the diary happened when Anna, like, in the dreams, or like when
Right.
she went.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
it was already she already wrote down like the shit that happened in her timeline.
Right.
Now Anna came and like it's like Anna came, went back in time, took over someone's body.
Right, like, because they showed they were like, oh, I danced with this girl outside, and then
all she said is I danced with a flower boy.
Did it say a
she
boy?
Said flower boy, yeah.
Ooh, interesting. I didn't even know.
And then it's like, it's interesting because it's really like she goes back in time,
and that's what kind of made me. I don't know if I said your name as a joke in the beginning, but I was thinking also like Howl's Moving Castle. I'm like, oh, it's like that, but it like kind of makes sense. Like, and it's like the whole story. You know, in Howl's Moving Castle, she goes back to the past when they're like a kid, right? But in this one, yeah, you're right. Like that's interesting.
And another thing that's interesting is like these events play out for Anna because of the diary. Because like, I feel like the diary, her leaving behind the diary, is the reason why this is happening, right? Crazy.
That is crazy.
Because all the events that happened in the diary actually happened, right? And then the events, like the silo that were ripped out the diary, didn't happen until the girl found the fucking pages. And
that makes a lot more sense when you think back to it, because there are some nights where she goes there and it doesn't, like the house doesn't activate, and she's like, Marnie, where were you? You left me. And it's like, oh, like, and Marnie doesn't give like a clear cut answer of like, I'm sorry, Anna, I'm a ghost and I can't activate when the diary doesn't work. Like she says an answer that she would have given that's similar to what she said to the person in that time frame. It does kind of bend the rules a little bit, because she does call her Anna and she does acknowledge her existence, which is another bait on the audience where it's like, oh, like she's being ambiguous, but she's acknowledging that she said Anna, so like she must know that like this is happening. But then she starts saying different names, and then she starts saying things that she would have said in that time, and not things that, you know, only apply to this scenario in this like weird future realm. So you're it's
crazy. The diary had a lot, because like I didn't even know this while watching, but like the silo shit didn't happen until the girl found it. The little girl found the pages that had the events on it. You know what I mean?
That's true. Oh, okay. Well, if you're going to run by that logic, the party scene happened. There were a lot of things that happened before they found the diary. So like,
yeah, but it was still in the house.
Were the pages not in the house?
No, I think she found it somewhere else.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Well, so I feel like the diary being in the house like made the shit happen. Right. And that's why like you said, or that's why like she couldn't leave the mansion, because like shit's not in the fucking diary, you know?
Right.
Or she can't go too far, it's not in the diary.
Yeah. And
like it's crazy because she knew that. Marnie knew. She was like, I can't go. She would say like, my parents wouldn't let me go that far, but
right.
I think in the other scene, she's like, I can't go too far from the mansion.
Yeah, she was like, you know, the girl was like being very upfront with her, like, come to my house. And she's like, I can't do that. And the girl's like, all right, like, I understand you can't be really clear about it because you haven't really been clear about anything. So I'm just going to put up with it. Yeah, that's valid.
It's really trippy. Like that. The movie's trippy.
Yeah. I love movies like this. I mean, I feel like there are so many movies like this, and this falls into that realm of like a movie that does this and does it well. And it's so hard to execute a movie like this because it's a lot of, you're trying to play with people's mind and you're trying to make them think one thing when you're really doing this other thing in the background. And, you know, there are movies like Your Name where, you know, you're doing this thing in the background and then you realize, oh, that doesn't really make sense with this because there are things that need to make sense here to coincide with this. And then when it doesn't, it's like, fuck. But, you know, Your Name is stupid and it's made by dummies. But it's like, it's hard to do. Especially something like this movie that has like 2 fucking bait and switches. It's fucking good. It's good.
It's crazy. The diary changed the thing a lot, and it was.
You're opening my eyes to this. You're making this like make more sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even acknowledge that. I didn't even acknowledge the diary. That's so cool.
We can talk about. Yeah, but those scenes were cool though. Like, it's like she said, "I danced with a flower boy." Like it would seem like when the way she was dancing with Anna, that she would have write more in her diary, right?
Right.
It seems like such a special dance outside, by Never Forget Me, right? But in her diary, I guess in what really happened, she danced with some random bozo, like, yo, I danced with this guy.
Yeah.
But then it's like she went back in time. It's so weird because it's like she went back in time, took over that dude's body, or like played his role,
right?
And
yeah,
it was like made that dance special for Anna, or not for Anna, for Marnie. And it's like, did she change the past? Did that past happen, or was that just in her head? Right? Because it's like she could have went back, changed that little dance with Marnie, or it could have just been her experiencing the diary.
Yeah.
Through her own lenses.
I feel like if she changed the, I don't think she changed the past, because if she changed the past, then that would mean that she replaced the boyfriend that Marnie like had a baby with, who is the daughter of the baby that Marnie had. So if she changed the past, then this bitch wouldn't exist. It would be like Back to the Future. Her hand would start disappearing. I just wanted to hang out.
Wait, I don't think
because remember that she was like in the silo, and the person who really saves her in the silo is the boyfriend that Marnie had, and Marnie fucks that dude, has her daughter. Her daughter has
but still, like, even with that, that's why like it became it's like time got fucked up, where like she, like, that's why it's like I said, like it's like she went back, took over that role of the boyfriend, and it's like time got so fucked up. It got so like fucked up because it would make no sense. So time got fucked up where she couldn't even see her. But in the scenes where it would work, she can like see, and she can see her like Anna fine. You know what I mean? Like, because before she didn't. Before the dance scene, right? It just said Flower Boy, but she sees him because like Flower Boy or not, that doesn't fuck up the timeline.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
She could have danced. Even if she danced with Flower Boy, it's fine. If she danced with Anna, the timeline still works out.
Right.
But with the silo event needed to be, I think it was Kazuhiro, something like that. It needed to be Kazuhiro, right? But the timeline got so like fucked up where like this time she couldn't even like see Anna. That's why she's saying started saying that guy's name. You feel me?
What caused the timeline to mess up? You know, I understand what you're saying, but like, what would be the cause of that?
Because like the silo scene needed to happen for Anna to be born, whereas the Flower Boy dance didn't. That's not necessary into the timeline for her to be born. That's how I see it.
Interesting.
I feel because like her saving her. I mean, Kazuhiro saving her at the silo was such a major event where like it needed to be played out where it was Kazuhiro. That's why she said his name instead of Anna. But the Flower Boy scene wasn't as significant. That's why she still saw Anna.
That, I understand that. That's very interesting. That makes sense to me.
It does make sense. And but at the same time, it can also just be her. It can just be Anna seeing her past in just her lenses, you know?
Right.
But either way, I think the time one is more interesting. So
the time one is very interesting, and I feel like it does make sense, and it actually beyond. Sometimes people will make theories for like movies, like, oh, this shit like takes place in the past, but it won't actually hold any narrative significance in the movie. And when you rewatch the movie, that doesn't really make sense. The way you are explaining it, it does make sense. And I feel like the narrative significance could be that maybe Anna has to get over her isolation and stop hanging out with Marnie so that she can grow from this arc. So when Marnie stops recognizing her and she's like, Kazuhiro, she's like, it's me, Anna. I don't remember if this is how the scene played out, but I feel like she called Anna Kazuhiro, and did Anna just accept the fact, like, yeah, it's me, Kazuhiro, like, let's go.
She did.
Yeah.
Like when she put the coat on,
right?
She's like,
yeah.
Hey, come sit over here.
Right. Yeah. She kind of, that was like an upgrade for her character, because the entire movie she kind of wants Marnie's company, and then it's like, all right, I can't really do that anymore because of whatever the fuck's happening. So I'm gonna accept this, and I'm just gonna help her because I want to, regardless of whether she knows it's me or not. That's valid.
It's also so weird because like once they started heading up the hill, and then the little girl comes and says, "Yo, I found the pages." Mm-hmm. It's like, "Yo, I found the pages." Then she like Marnie disappears into the silo.
Right.
It's that scene. That whole silo thing was so good.
That's great. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it.
I love that time theory.
Yeah. Did you, if I may ask, did you see a video or did you come to that conclusion yourself?
I actually came to that by myself.
That's fucking cool. That's cool as shit.
I came to that by myself right when I finished the movie. Mm-hmm. And then I saw a YouTube video or a Reddit post or something. Someone was saying something similar.
Right.
So I actually, bro, I was right there at work. I saw this at work too.
Yeah.
I was like, bro.
That was great.
Cause I thought of it as in a way like, yo, what if he went back in time? Cause I think about the diary. What if she just went back in time?
Right. Yeah. I like canceled that possibility out of my brain when it was her grandma, and then when they showed that time had already acted a certain way, not just the grandma, but like when the diary confirmed like this was a real person and these things happen in a different context, I kind of like ruled that out because, you know, it's also her grandma. But the way you're explaining it, it makes sense.
It does, because I feel like if the dance had very like significance to like the things that had to happen in the future, he would have just said, "Yo, Kazuhiro, come dance with me." You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
But since it was a random guy, it didn't matter.
Wasn't Kazuhiro in that scene as well?
He was.
He was like talking to her, and that scene, regardless of how it made Anna feel, she needed to go talk to Kazuhiro in order for the time thing to be correct. So Anna was like, why were you talking to that guy? And she was like, I had to, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool because before she goes to talk to him, like she kind of vanishes.
Yeah.
While everyone's pestering her about getting flowers. Yeah. She just like disappears. Mm-hmm. Then she looks and she's over there.
Right.
So it's like all that flower shit had to happen so Anna can get away, so she can get away and go talk to this guy.
Right. It felt, and that was such a weird scene. It felt like something
was happening. Right?
Yeah. Because it.
You know what it did for me? It was like, oh, they showed her talking to him to make Anna jealous because I thought it was a gay thing.
Right. That's another bait. Yeah. I was also thinking the same thing because she was jealous. She was like, yo, why are you fucking talking to this guy? I thought you're my friend. So many baits, bro.
Yeah, because that scene, it's because you don't know the guy, and the scene looks important, and I feel like the viewer is left out, right? So then it's like when she says, "Hey, why are you talking to that guy?" It's just chopped up to, "I'm fucking jealous."
Yeah. You're really smart. This is awesome. I fucking love this. I did not make half of these fucking connections. This is the opposite of Ride Your Wave, where like when we talked about Ride Your Wave, I'm like, damn, Manny made me bump my score down. But now, I might. This is making the movie seem cooler to me.
Yeah, dude, this movie is fucking good, bro.
Yeah,
and it's we didn't even get to the major theme yet.
Yeah, what? I don't know. Before we get to that, it's so crazy to me how this nigga made Arrietty. This movie feels like it has so much purpose and so much like soul behind it, and Arrietty is just so vacant. When I look at that and I look at this, I'm like, there's no way the same fucking guy made this and the same guy made that. It's not even like Arrietty has some flaws that he like glowed up from. Arrietty is just like a broken fucking movie that like I feel like anybody would look at and be like, no. Like if they were making the movie, right? I feel like just looking at the script, you'd be like, this is dumb. But I just think it's so crazy because this is the movie. This is what he made right after Arrietty. He made Arrietty and he made this. And this is also based on a book, but it feels so much more genuine than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel it in this one. I know. I forgot. There's something about the book, but I forgot what it was. But
yeah, I didn't do any research on the When Marnie Was Here book. I doubt there's any other adaptations of it, but
I doubt it. But
yeah,
I don't know. This movie had a lot of soul. It's so thought provoking while watching, and still is after. I feel like they put in so much effort.
I feel like, you know, when we were saying like there are movies that like when we were talking about Princess Mononoke, like normies can enjoy this and like, you know, tryhards. Do you feel like this is one of those movies? Because I feel like this is one of those movies.
For sure.
Yeah.
I feel like this movie is also going to touch a lot of people who have the same feeling as Anna.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those movies like that's what I was saying. Like if someone told me this is the best movie ever, I'd be like, yo, that's valid. Because it's like, it has that normie touch, the try hard touch, and it has that like the emotional touch to people like who relate.
It's
to crazy.
Like we don't, you know, it didn't connect with me in the same way that like Ocean Waves connected with you, like in that sense. But I feel like there is a strong theme to where like, you know, if you want to get into the theme now, like I'm just going off the dome right now. You could say that like it's about someone who feels isolated and lonely, and you know, Marnie, despite the fact that she wasn't there, it's in essence she still kind of is there in her heart, right? Like it's not really about being with her and talking to her. It's more about just knowing that even if it was in the past, even if it was at this one interval in time when you were a fucking baby, someone out there does care for you, even if they're not here anymore. And I feel like, you know, if someone's like relative died, if you had like, even if it wasn't a relative, even if it was just like a good friend that like died, maybe this movie will impact you a lot. Maybe it'll be like an Ocean Waves level thing for you if like you had that kind of experience. But I feel like there's so much more to it than that. So let me hear what you think about like the theme.
So one thing you get off rip is obviously the loneliness, and then when she tells you that her foster parents are getting paid to have her, you know, it makes you think that then she's really like alone, and then her parents died, so she never really had a family, and then her close relatives that didn't even want her, right? So she's abandoned. It's just like how Marnie's daughter felt abandoned when Marnie sent her to boarding school. Then was Marnie abandoned? She was, because Marnie, because her parents was always working,
right? And she was in
she got bullied by the maid,
right?
So she was all alone. So she got abandoned by her family, and then Marnie abandoned her daughter by sending, not really, but in the daughter's point of view, Marnie abandoned her, sending her away, and then they passed away, leaving Marnie and Anna, and Marnie passed, and had no parents, lost her grandmother. Her relatives don't want her, and now she has a foster parent that gets paid, right? So the family has a constant cycle of just niggas getting abandoned and shit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, and it's like, honestly, it feels like this trip had to happen because you know how like Anna was so like, it was like memorized by the silo and the mansion. It's like it was like Marnie is like somehow affecting her to like come relive these events to come meet her, and then for her to like grow off this experience, right? It's like I feel like it's like Marnie is from the afterlife making these events happen, so this pain, the cycle of pain, can stop, and it did stop. That's why she was so like, she saw the mansion, she had to go. She saw the silo, asked what that is. It's like this shit had to happen. And then at the end, when Marnie was like waving goodbye, that's why I really felt that. I was like, damn, like it's like Marnie told her to come, got what she needed, and now she's saying goodbye. Like, yo, like you grown from this shit. Have a good life. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Like that.
That's so goated. That's so good. That's great.
It's I feel like that goodbye meant so much. It's like it reinforced why it all happened.
Right.
It's like Marnie knew like what she was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And that scene when she's like saying like, "Do you forgive me?" And then she starts crying. I'm always gonna forgive you. It's like oh. And it's like, and then you see her grow. It's like she says sorry to the girl she called fat. We even talk about that.
Yo, I'm only just now making that connection. The forgive me thing.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Forgive me.
Oh my god.
Forgive me. It's like forgive me. I banded. Everything kind of happened because of me. Please forgive me.
I'm upping my rating. I have to up my rating just for that. That's so godlike, bro. That's some S tier shit.
When I saw her wave goodbye, I was like, that was incredible.
Yeah.
That sealed off everything. It's like I said, it's like Marnie. It's because she was like, it's like she planned all this shit.
Manny, you explaining it, you need to understand. I am so happy that you have this much to say. Thank you for being so insightful while watching this movie, because I did not have this point of view at all. Take into account, I finished the movie and I'm like, maybe she was a ghost. So like, I didn't even come away with that. You are contextualizing all of this. It's like a fan theory that is actually legit. And I want to cry right now. Like, this is so good. I feel like I'm rewatching the movie. Holy shit. This is great.
And Ali, another thing too, it's like this movie really speaks out, and it's like really realistic where like that when she broke out and called the shorty fat, it's like I feel like people with these problems do like suffer from that shit, right? Where like they get so frustrated where they just lash out, right? They don't know how to control their emotions that have been boiling already, right? And then like when they get a little frustrated and they just lash out, you fat bitch, and it runs away. I feel like I don't relate to this character in that sense, but I feel like it's so realistic, Yeah. I feel like a lot of people see that scene and be like, wow, that's just like me, And that's such a nice touch. It's like that's a thing where it adds to like people will feel this movie on an emotional level,
right?
Yeah. Real.
You need to show how the loneliness affects her and how it isolates her. That's
how it isolates her, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly why. But man, I'm telling you, man, when I saw her wave, I was like, damn, this movie's fucking good. It was like
her wave
when she said goodbye.
Oh yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
It's like Marnie was affecting time to break this cycle of abandonment. It's crazy. And she did it.
It's so weird, Manny. This movie feels like the good version of Your Name and Ride Your Wave and Secret World of Arrietty all at the same time. It's like Secret World of Arrietty because it has a character that's lonely and they don't want to be lonely and they want to find like friendship. It's like Ride Your Wave because like it feels to some degree it's like a relationship B movie, whether it's like a boyfriend or girlfriend. It's like two people actually coming together and like forming a connection, and like one of them not really being there and one of them being there, and then one of them having to get over the other one because they're not there anymore. And then it's like Your Name because the bitch is going in the past and like she's affecting the past in the same way that this guy. But all those movies are shit, and this one is like them but goated. This is so cool, Manny. This is like the end of a trilogy. This is like the end of a series, bro. This is so fucking awesome.
Ali, this is why. Remember when I texted you? I was like, Ali, I'm excited for this talk.
I was just about to ask you, bro, like, why did you what did you watch when you sent me that? And I'm like, I was interested because I was scared for this talk because, you know, I liked Marnie, but clearly I don't have a lot to say about it as nearly as much as you do. And Secret World of Arrietty, I felt like there was nothing to say. So I'm like, I hope I don't disappoint Manny. But I'm really glad that you that you did have like a lot to say. And I derived so much value from this.
This is how I felt with Beastars. You had a lot to say with Beastars.
Yeah.
Everything you said was so valid. So
this is your Beastars. This was great. You really, as you said in that episode, you enlightened me. You changed my perspective. Very eye-opening. It was great.
Ah, man, Marnie.
This shit is
I'm telling you,
actually fucking
good. If
goated.
we watched this movie together, I'd have been like, Ali, look.
Yeah. Oh man, this is so good. And it makes more sense, bro, because the dude who directed it wrote this movie. Like no one, I mean, there was some, when people write movies, usually there's multiple writers, but he was one of the writers on this movie. So like when you look at the credits, it's like, oh, you know, he's credited for that and he is responsible for constructing the story in a way where his vision can be enacted. Like, you know, because if he didn't write the movie, it could suck and he might have to work with someone's like shitty script, you know? And it's not a Secret World of Arrietty situation. And this guy's good. I'll check out if he does anything else, I'll watch it. You know? He essentially like is like the only living member of like Studio Ghibli. Miyazaki's still alive, but like, you know, he's not doing anything. This is like the one guy that's like, I'm still here and I'm still kicking. He's not at Ghibli anymore, but he's at Studio Ponok, which is like the spiritual successor to Ghibli, you know? So I'm glad that he's doing stuff. Let me remember his fucking name. Let me not disrespect this man. Let me look it up. Hiromasa Yonebayashi. I'll call him Yonebayashi. So yeah, good shit. Thanks, dude. Marnie, awesome. The end of a trilogy, Manny. The end of a quadrilogy. The final entry in a series of conversations, and it all comes down to this. Marnie is Your Name, Secret World of Arrietty, and Ride Your Wave, but better. It's what those movies wanted to be.
And it's like the movie kept its theme. It kept the ball rolling.
Bro, in the Secret World of Arrietty, when the story like revs up and like the concept actually starts to get interesting because the human took the mom and now they gotta save her. That happens at like the hour mark of an hour and 30-minute movie. That you're almost done. Like the movie's practically over by that point. In this movie, she sees Marnie so early in the movie. And it keeps going. Like you're getting more, you're getting more, you're getting more. There's no downtime. I remember just being like, oh damn, we're already here? Damn. Like, all right, bet. Like we're already like going on this journey, and I remember I clicked the time thing and it was only like an hour in. I'm like, yes, this is great. Yeah. Thank you. This was
fucking
awesome.
crazy, Ali. It's
Yeah.
crazy. Marnie, when Marnie was there, it's so interesting. Everything's so interesting. It's like the movie. It's like when Marnie was there. It's like I love this title.
Yeah.
Marnie of my memories, or when Marnie was there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like means completely two different things.
Right.
Marnie of my memories.
Wait, is that the Japanese title or something? Where are you getting that? Why are you saying that? Is that the name of the book?
No. I think that's the Japanese thing.
Okay. Yeah.
And Marnie was there. Fuck, man.
This is so good. So,
You know, the thing is too, like, I already like the movie, but me saying the shit I already wrote down out loud makes me like it more.
yeah. It gives you an appreciation for it. It makes you realize that it's better than you thought. Thank you for this, Manny. I love this. I love talking to you. This is awesome. Now, my question to you is this second place to Ocean Waves, or do you feel like it's on the same level, or do you feel like it's above Ocean Waves?
Yeah, I found it right here. It's literally Marnie of my memories.
The book?
That's the Japanese.
Oh, Japanese.
No, that's the Japanese. This movie, it's so weird because, like, this movie does everything better than Ocean Waves, right? Don't get me wrong. But Ocean Waves got me right here. Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Because,
Okay.
like, this is a better movie, but Ocean Waves is for me.
Right. That's valid. So say Ocean Waves. Ocean Waves. Ocean
I
Waves.
don't know, because this movie's so crazy.
Bro, it's what we were talking about. It's like, how do you let go of your biases? You really can't, man. You know, the conversation that we had, Ocean Waves is your movie. I think it's so valid for you to say that, despite this movie, even in your eyes being quote unquote better, like a better executed movie, I think it's completely valid that Ocean Waves would be above it for you. You know. So I'm surprised you have this conflict. This makes things so interesting. You're going to have to ponder on this one. You don't have to give an answer if you don't want to. Give it some thought. Tell me in a year.
1 year later, I rewatched both movies like 3 times.
Yeah. You gotta. 5 years from now. Episode 200.
Do you hear this song?
Speaking of music, was there any song in When Marnie Was Here that made you were talking about there's no music in Secret World of Arrietty that made you like download the soundtrack or anything? Was there any music in When Marnie Was Here that made you do that?
I think there was. I know there was from Mononoke, definitely.
Right.
There was.
I didn't ever look up any like songs from this, but I remember liking the music. I remember thinking the music was good. And I remember like listening to it going, this is dope. I like this in the context of the scene.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's just one of those. I don't think this is not one of those OSTs where you can really like download.
Right. It's not something that you can listen to outside of the context of the movie. It's not like it's not fun in that way. That's valid.
The thing is with Arrietty is because the singing, the music was dubbed as well. So it was like.
Well, there's one lyrical song at the end of Arrietty.
There's like 2.
Oh, really?
No, actually, like 2.
Okay.
You probably didn't know this because it was in Japanese.
Yeah, I probably didn't. Yeah.
But there's like 2, and I feel like both were just like, ugh.
Really weird. Yeah. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah.
Marnie of my memory. What does that mean? It's like, is Anna saying that? Is Anna the one saying Marnie of my memories? Because it's not even your memories. It's Marnie's memories. Marnie.
But it became her memories. Marnie's memories became her memories. Marnie of my memories.
Or it's like when Marnie was there. That's like when Marnie was there is like, huh.
When I think about it,
because like
it's hard to decipher.
When Marnie was there, it's like both of them is like future her about to tell a story.
Mm-hmm.
Because like you know how she still has that picture of the mansion. When she saw the mansion, she started crying.
Yeah.
She probably fucking tell a story when Marnie was there. I don't know. A Marnie of my, because it's I like Marnie of my memories better.
Yeah, it feels like it's more thought provoking, and it has more meanings to it.
Because it's not her memories,
right?
But it is now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's so cool.
It is so cool, but it's also Marnie's memories. So it's like
Marnie of my memories.
This is not 100% related, but when I watched Ghost in the Shell, one of the main messages of that movie was that what dictates a human being is memories. And like your memories are what build your character. And if you lose your memories, then that's not who you are. Go ahead.
I don't want to cut you off, but I just remembered.
Yeah.
I remember in the Marnie movie, fucking the character's like, oh, look at her, she has blue eyes. I made the connection that Marnie also has blue eyes, like early on, and I honestly, I wasn't like, yo, they're related, but I was like, they both have the same eye color, and it is foreign. It was like, oh, it's so foreign, you have blue eyes.
Who said that?
Like one of the girls.
Oh,
when they wear the kimono and shit.
What? And to tie it back into what I was just talking about with Ghost in the Shell, I don't know if you remember. I know you haven't seen Ghost in the Shell in a while, but one of the AI character was making the argument that like your genes are inherently memories. You have blue eyes because the person before you had blue eyes, and your DNA remembered that the person before you had that DNA splice, and it's all kind of, your DNA is memories because things transfer over. You know what I mean? Right. And it starts somewhere.
Just like the cycle of pain, which is in the movie too.
Marnie of my memories.
Wow.
Marnie of my memories. Marnie is the centerpiece to it all because Marnie was before her, and Marnie shapes what she's going through right now. So Marnie is her now, but Marnie was her before. Like her memory, if we're talking about in the perspective of memories, like they are one and the same, and it happened before and it happened now. So Marnie has so much connotation to it if you're thinking about it in that way. If that makes sense. I'm just talking, I'm just saying shit.
Dude.
It's cool. Cool ass movie. do you have anything else to say? I think this movie has such a great impact at the end. You know the Ghibli movies where like things get resolved in the last 10 minutes? This one, it makes so much sense. You believe it because the person that's changing their mind is the main character that you've been with the whole time. You know what I mean? And like the other characters, their reactions are, they feel like valid. You know, it feels like this is how the character would act. When she says sorry to the fat girl doesn't get like angry at her, but she is still snarky, you know? And when the aunt, and when, you know, she says that she forgives the aunt, you know, she's just chill afterwards. Yeah, good movie. I don't know if I have anything else to say, but thank you so much, man.
I'm in love with the idea of Marnie, like, making her go through these experiences to end the cycle.
Yeah.
And then saying goodbye after it all gets resolved. It works so much.
Right. This is awesome. This is great. What would you rate it, Manny?
Definitely. It's up there, man.
I think I'm going to give it an 8.
Yeah. I think I'm going to give it like it might breach my top 50.
I think that my initial score was a 6. So, and you know, like I said, 6s aren't bad. And I didn't give it a 6 because I disliked it in any way. So initially I was like, wow, that was cool. But now you gave me so much more to appreciate and you added so much context to it. But I will also take into account about the thing you said with the ghost and like how they told you that in the beginning. So I'm going to give it an 8, but there is a possibility that it might go down to a 7. It probably won't go down to a 6 again, though. It might go down to a 7 if I watch this movie and I'm like, man, that ghost thing in the beginning is stupid, you know? But it's an 8, and it's probably going to stay there. I don't know if it's going to go any higher than that, but it's very, very good. I love it a lot. And I can imagine it being a 10 for some people. Like you said, this is probably some people's Ocean Wave. It's awesome. Yeah. What you looking up right now?
I'm just looking at shit. I feel like there's more too.
You think so? I feel like we unpacked a lot. You think there's more?
I feel like there's something.
I feel like we took the wet rag that is this movie and we like wringed out until it was dry. I don't know how much more there is than what we said, but I'd be interested to talk about it more one day. That's cool. But we got most of it though. You think so? No? Read the book. Get more.
Hold on.
Take your time.
Man. What? What a movie.
What a movie.
I actually want to fucking rewatch the scene when she was like, please forgive me. She's like, of course I forgive. I feel like that was such a strong scene.
Yeah.
Because it was like Marnie knew it was the end.
Right.
And like, if Marnie knew it was the end, and she wanted to make Anna know. She wanted to know that Anna forgave her, and wouldn't hold that like resentment, like even when she left the area.
And she was crying in the context of. Do you remember like where were they when that scene happened? And was it like one of those things where, oh, she's talking to the boy right now? Was it like that at all? Or was it like, I'm talking to Anna, strictly Anna, like in this moment?
It felt like it was
Strictly Anna.
strictly to Anna.
So in
That's why
that
it felt so
moment,
good.
it probably was. So like, take into account Marnie is like, you know, she went through, you know, failing with her daughter, and then she tried to get that back with her granddaughter, and then she passes away, and then she's trying to fulfill that thing that she has right now and be at peace. So that's why she's begging her, like, please forgive me. Like, in this moment, I'm literally breaking through fucking time and space to like get over this, please. And she's like, of course. Yeah.
And it's like Marnie saying forgive me, and Anna's thinking, oh yeah, I forgive you for the silo thing, but
right,
it's like Marnie means like she means everything. She means she means like say like forgive me for like when she was alive. It's so crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think at that time Anna knew like.
Yeah, she didn't. But like in the ending, you know, she cries when she hears the story, and that maybe that recontextualized for her, like, oh, so all this stuff had like this kind of like meaning to it,
right,
which is really cool. Yeah,
I wanna watch that scene again. I can't find it on the YouTubes.
Oh, you can't pull up HBO on your computer?
Can. Let's go. Please have it logged in already. Yes.
Gang.
Man. I mean, now we can start talking about what we're gonna watch next.
Yeah.
This movie's gonna get high, medium to high.
I am changing
my top 50.
I am changing my rating to an 8 out of 10. It might go down to a 7, but still, it's pretty awesome Ghibli joint. Thank you for recommending it. And thank you for, whether it was coincidence or not, thank you for doing it while talking at the same time as Secret World of Arrietty. I like that we're doing all these like unionated, like combined ones, because it's the same guy, and like it adds so much more perspective.
It does.
Yeah.
It really does.
It really does. You need to know, you need to understand what makes a movie bad to understand what makes a movie good. You need to watch bad movies in order to understand why a good movie is a good movie. We had to watch Your Name, Secret World of Arrietty, and Ride Your Wave in order to appreciate this. And here we are.
That's true, man.
Marnie of my memories. Goated. 8 out of 10. Pretty awesome. Loved it.
Fucking good, man.
Yeah. I am going. So the next episode. Now. All right. I might make things more complicated, but I'm going to propose that we do the next episode this next week. I'm going to propose that we don't wait 2 weeks, because Bebop, are you going to watch Bebop live action? Like, is that something that you're going to do?
Is that a movie? Is it going to be a movie?
No, it's a show. It's 10 episodes.
When does that come out?
I think it's either the 18th or the 19th. I'm pretty sure it's the 19th, and that's a Friday. That's 2 weeks from now. So if we record on that day or on Saturday, because, you know, it's kind of by chance, like whether we do Friday or Saturday. If we record on one of those days, it's going to already be out for 2 days. And do you think you can go like 2 or 3 days knowing it's out and not watching it? Or would you like to record the next episode this week and then wait 2 weeks and watch Bebop live action and then 2 other things for those 2 weeks, so we can have like skip? Because I'm going to release the episodes at the same pace, so we can record like a week early, get that episode out on the day Bebop live action comes out, and then when Bebop live action comes out, then we're going to have 3 weeks to ourselves where like we can wait 3 weeks or we can do it 2 weeks early. Like, we'll be ahead of schedule. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that yeah. So would you like to record whatever we're going to record next week?
Yeah, sure.
Bet. So I want to save the Cowboy Bebop movie for when we watch Cowboy Bebop live action. So let's not do that next episode. Let's do that the episode after next episode.
Okay. So
this
we're gonna
week,
call what, next Saturday?
yeah, or Friday, and or maybe some time in the week if you want, because you said that you're available on weekdays now. So
Yeah,
whatever works for you at the latest Saturday.
I can do that.
And we can do just 3 Ghibli joints. You know, the big one that I'm like I want to watch is Bebop, but like, you know, we're saving that. That's like my big thing that I want to recommend for now at least. And do you want to bang out the Ghiblis? Actually, Castle in the Sky is going to be in theaters on November 14th, which is after we would record the next episode, which is like that Sunday. So I'm going to see Castle in the Sky on that Sunday. So the episode after next episode is going to be Castle in the Sky, Bebop, and Bebop live action. Got it?
Yeah.
Cool with that? And then I guess these 3 you can pick. We can just do 3 Ghibli movies if you want. If you really want me to recommend something, I can, but I don't really care. I'm okay with doing the Ghibli ones.
Since it's only gonna be 1 a week, I want it to be movies, knock that out quick, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So
if you want to do 2 instead of 3, because it'll be easier for you, it's up to you.
I don't know. I want to watch Castle. No, we're gonna save that.
Yeah.
I wanna. Let me go look at the list.
Yeah, let's look at the list of Ghibli movies. Do you want to watch Kiki's Delivery Service?
Sure.
Cool. Then we have there's a lot. There's so many.
I think I might.
Do you want to watch the Goro Miyazaki ones? Do you want to do Tales from Earthsea, From Up on Poppy Hill, and Earwig and the Witch, and talk about like 3 movies from like, the same guy?
I don't want to watch that witch one.
That's valid. That's valid. It looks like shit, but I still want to watch it because I want to have a bad opinion on it. Like, I want to say that I know it's bad by watching it, but I understand if you don't want to watch that. We don't have to. Let's see. I'm trying to pick like a director, like a specific person. Takahata, Only Yesterday, Palm Poco, and My Neighbor the Yamadas. All the weirdo Ghibli movies, but it's all from the guy who did Grave of the Fireflies.
Why isn't Grave of the Fireflies on HBO?
I don't know.
I want to watch that movie.
I'm going to type that in. Why isn't Grave of the Firefly? It's like the first thing that pops up. Why isn't Grave of the Firefly? HBO Max brokered its licensing deal with Studio Ghibli and its parent company directly. So Grave of the Fireflies is unable to join the new streaming platform. Huh? What the fuck does that mean? The distribution rights for Grave of the Fireflies are owned by Shin Chosha rather than Studio Ghibli. It's like a licensing thing. So like, it's a Ghibli movie, but it's not owned by Ghibli. You know what I mean? So, I guess that's why. So, do you want to save Grave of the Fireflies for last? We could do that this week, but I know that, you know, you might not be able to watch it or something. So I don't want to like.
No, I can watch it.
You sure? You sure you can find a way?
Of course.
Okay.
It's always
And,
fucking.
I mean, in terms of the ones that we have done, I don't know if there's many bangers left. So do you want to like?
Let me take a look.
Yeah. There are a lot that I'm excited for, like My Neighbors, the Yamadas. I feel like that one's gonna be good. Do you want to watch Whisper of the Heart? Like the Cat Returns movie, like the first one?
How about?
Hmm.
There's so many good ones we haven't seen yet.
You think so?
I heard Poppy Hill's good.
Yeah, we could watch Poppy Hill.
Yesterday, I heard The Tale of Princess Kaguya is good. I haven't seen Castle in the Sky. The Wind Rises.
I saw The Tale of Princess Kaguya, and I would love to rewatch that.
No, yeah, we can watch Whisper of the Heart. You still got Kiki's.
Yeah.
And I still haven't watched Spirited Away.
Yeah, you still haven't watched Spirit. We could watch Spirited Away. I'd gladly watch that.
Gladly.
Yeah, gladly.
How about we knock out Spirited and you can pick one.
I can pick one?
Yeah.
Let's see. One. Whisper of the Heart. That's the one I'm going to recommend.
Both of these are 2 hours long, right? Yeah. Let's try to find let's try and find a short one so I can make it easier to make it
Porco
on time.
Rosso is an hour and a half.
Tales of Earthsea is 2 hours long.
Porco Rosso is pretty short. From Up on Poppy Hill is 91 minutes. That's an hour and a half. Porco Rosso is 93 minutes, an hour 30. So I would prefer Porco Rosso because that's another Miyazaki joint, and it would be cool to do 3 Miyazakis. Or if you want to freshen it up and not be like exhausted by like Miyazaki, you know, we could watch his son.
I'm already exhausted. Let me guess. Flying in Wars.
Yes. So would you like to not do Whisper of the Heart then?
No, let's do it.
Okay.
I already liked fucking Cat Returns, so
yeah,
you gotta finish it up, right?
Screenplay by Miyazaki, directed by someone else.
So it's gonna be Spirited, Whisper, and Porco.
Yeah, oink oink. I'm excited for Porco.
I still got 1, 2. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You have Castle in the Sky.
That's 6. No, yeah, that's 6. Wind Rises, Castle, Princess, Earthsea, Only Yesterday, Poppy Hill, and then
Grave of the Fireflies.
Right.
What about Palm Poco?
Aren't we gonna watch that?
Huh?
Oh no.
What about Palm Poco and My Neighbors the Yamada? And,
honestly, I'm just gonna watch all of them. I'm already like halfway there.
Yeah, we're almost done. Ponyo.
Wait,
have you ever seen Ponyo?
No.
Interesting.
I'm gonna watch that too. Though.
Yeah. I'm
gonna watch them.
We have like 10. There's so many. The only one we're probably not gonna watch is Earwig.
How long is Earwig? It's short.
Oh wow, it's so short. It's an hour and 20.
Why does it look like this though?
You don't want to laugh.
Willy Wonka, the Chocolate Factory.
You don't want to laugh at Earwig for like 30 minutes on call and be like, it's so bad.
What if it's good?
Do you want to watch all Goro Miyazaki movies? Do you want to watch Tales from Earthsea?
I'm gonna watch all of them.
Okay, but do you want to watch them all in the same call?
Damn, huh?
Do you want to watch them all in the same call, like we watch the same?
What's his movies again? The weird ones.
Tales from Earthsea, Earwig and the Witch, and From Up on Poppy Hill.
We're gonna have to do that after the cowboy thing.
Okay, that's fine. So let's wait with all of his movies. So we're doing Spirited Away, Whisper, and what's the other one?
Let me write this shit down. Whisper and Porco.
Porco. I'm the most excited for Porco, honestly.
I'm excited for Kiki's.
I'm excited for Kiki's as well.
Have you seen that?
Yes, that is my runner-up, like, favorite Ghibli movie. That I'm not even going to talk about it. We'll talk about it when we see it. It's crazy how I haven't. It's crazy how I haven't brought up Kiki's this whole time.
Right.
I really I love that movie. At least
I'm not gonna lie, Ali. This is one of my favorite episodes.
This is one of my favorite episodes too. I mean,
because of Marnie.
Yeah, I love when we talk about bad things. So I love the Arrietty convo. I thought that was really funny. I love when I get out of my chair. I love when you get out of your chair. I love when you put your head on the wall. It's so funny to me. I loved this. I liked our Star Wars convo. I did too. I thought that was really good. And the Marnie convo, Manny, it's like I said, it's the end of the trilogy. I don't know.
We're gonna get into new. This is like the first time Baki hasn't come up. That's a good thing.
It came up in the sense that we said that Baki would come up later. So
that doesn't count. But
I feel like Ride Your Wave gets brought up ever since we watched Ride Your Wave. So I think that's the new Baki. Yeah.
Fucking you know my favorite chats we had, bro?
What's up?
Castlevania was crazy because I started everything, right?
Yeah. Castlevania was where it first started, and you started like getting to know how I watch shows, and I started getting to know how you watch shows, and like that. Yeah, Castlevania was crazy. I love the Vinland Saga.
Bro, when we was talking about Isaac, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Castlevania was crazy. Baki was funny. Ping pong was crazy too.
Ping pong was awesome. That was my birthday. That was beautiful. I love. That was like, I'll remember that.
That was amazing. Yeah.
That's episode 1. That's where it all started.
For me, episode 6 was crazy because we talked about your name. Decadence. We talked about Weathering with You.
We talked about many things. That's why the thumbnail is so weird and the title is so weird, because we talked about like 10 things because I wouldn't shut the fuck up, and I just talked about like the 12 things that I watched that week. And that episode, I learned that I need to say things if I feel like it's going to I don't know. I need to pay attention to what I say and not overextend sometimes. And that I learned a lot from that episode. So I love the Your Name talk though, because that was hilarious to me.
That was a good one. I love the Mononoke talk too, Princess Mononoke.
Yeah, that like even though we didn't get to say everything that we wanted to say, it was still great. I listen to that all the time. Surprisingly enough, Manny, I love the Squid Game talk. It is so fun to listen to.
That was a good episode too.
It was a great episode.
Because we talked about,
I rambled on about ocean waves.
Yeah, you rambled about ocean waves. The Ride Your Wave thing is, you know, it's sad to talk about that movie, but it's iconic given everything that we've been through like since then and how it like comes back into play. It's like really important.
That was a good episode.
It was a great episode.
I feel like Ocean Way is the first time like I made you think different about something.
Yeah. Ever. I never think differently about anything ever because I never talk to anybody like you. I don't.
Right.
Oh, it gives me life. I just, you know, once again, you know, I was at the movies with Lewis and Kevin yesterday. We saw the new Marvel thing, and Kevin was like, "Ali is always so fucking smug after the fucking movie. He's always like, this shit sucks ass," and I was like, if Manny was here, he'd understand me. They were saying it in like a joking way, but it still was like, it was like, fuck, you know? And it really is hard to talk to them. Like I was trying to explain to them how I like rate my movies and like what I mean. And I got into this like very long conversation with Lewis. It took like an hour for us to like have this conversation about just like movies and like the value. It was so. And Lewis is like, he's smart, but he's on a completely different wavelength than me. He's not a dumb person, but he doesn't understand my perspective. And it's so hard for me to understand his. And it takes us like an hour to understand each other. So it's so hard to talk to them, but it's so easy to talk to you, Manny. Because even when we disagree, I get it. I understand what you're saying. And hopefully you understand what I'm saying.
Sure. Bro, I love these calls.
Me too.
I'm like, this shit gives me life.
It does. This is all I'm trying to make videos. And that is also what I'm doing. But this is what I fucking do now. You know? This is what I live for. You know?
I love this shit, man.
Yeah.
I love being like passionate about Marnie and Ocean Waves.
Yeah.
And I love giving someone my perspective.
Yeah.
Or just things someone missed, you know?
Mm-hmm. And then we learn more about each other through these talks. And like,
sure.
You know, and these movies go beyond just entertainment. They have messages and things in them that we end up talking about as well. And then that in and of itself is opening. Like the Beastars conversation and stuff like,
Sure. That B-Stars one, you went deep on that one. I remember.
Cause that show was deep to me. Like that show meant a lot to me. It was in many ways, it was like Vinland Saga for me. What Vinland Saga is to so many people, Beastars was to me. So I don't know. That show means so much. And even Princess Mononoke and stuff. Yeah, bro.
Princess was crazy for me.
These are awesome. You know,
I wish you've been doing this ever since I joined the Navy.
What before this? Were you just like depressed and bored, or just play PS5 every day or something?
Well, like 2020, like I completely stopped watching anime.
Yeah.
And I just watched seasonal.
Mm-hmm.
And talked to it.
Yeah.
With nobody.
Yeah.
And then I watched 2020. I remember 2020 vividly because I watched Yu Yu Hakusho that year.
Oh shit, let's go to
Yu Yu Hakusho was fire.
Yeah.
Every time I'm saying when I think of 2020, I'm like Yu Yu Hakusho, literally.
Yeah.
That's like the highlight of my year.
Yeah, because how long did that take you? Like a month?
Probably a month and a half or something like that.
That's crazy.
But I got probably less than a month. I got through it quick. I was like on that shit.
Yeah. That's
I was like, oh shit, that shit got good.
I'm like almost done with Bebop, and I didn't even start it like a week ago. I started on like Monday.
Bro, Bebop, so episode 11 and 12,
yeah.
Jupiter Jazz.
Yes. I'm so surprised you remember it. Manny, the thing about Bebop for me, I literally did not remember this shit at all. After watching Bebop, I've decided that I have to rewatch like every show I watched in high school, because this shit is like it's so different to me right now. In the same way that Secret World of Arrietty was different like back then, and like now it's like much worse. Bebop is like the best shit I've ever seen. Like it's amazing. Oh my god.
I tell you, Cowboy Bebop, episode 1, 5, 11, 12, 23, 24, ingrained in my head forever.
Yeah.
I remember the other ones, but those I mentioned, I said, I will never
forget. Manny, I love what. So I don't know if I want to go so far in depth. I don't know if I want to make like add a whole nother section to this podcast thing, but I love Bebop, and I am appreciating it so much more than I did the first time I watched it. Manny, the first time I watched it, I genuinely think I might have skipped some episodes. Like there are some episodes that I just would like, did I watch this shit? Like I don't even remember this at all. And it's so much better. And bro, the best part about Bebop is like, they really aren't like, they're not lovey-dovey with each other. They're not like, haha, you're my best bud. Like I love you, bro. They're so passive towards like their connection with each other, and it's just like, yo, we just do this because we're, you know, we're just like trying to hustle and trying to make bread. And that makes when they do express like affection towards each other so good. In Jupiter, I just watched Jupiter Jazz like last night, so this is fresh in my memory. I love when Jet's like, yo, you got the bounty? And he's like, no. And he's like, nigga, get the fuck on the goddamn ship. And it's like, I'm like, yes, like that's so good, because you know they were having this argument earlier, like, yeah, get the fuck out. I don't even care about you. And that's kind of how they act towards each other all the time. But then, you know, after all this shit that they go through, it's like, bro, come back on. And then, you know, you have Faye, who's like, you know, I don't care about you guys. I'm like, you know, I'm just in it for the bread. And then, you know, I just watched the episode where like, they find her like her videotape. Manny, I have never come so close to crying in my life, bro. That shit fucked me up, Manny. Oh my god. I was like, I wanted to call you right there. Then I was like, ah! It was so amazing.
Oh my god.
I can't even get into it, bro, because I'm not even done.
Bro.
When I get off this call, I'm going to watch Bebop, because my sleep schedule is fucked to where I like stay up till like 10 in the morning. I'm gonna watch Bebop when I get off this call.
Man,
like that's all I've been doing recently.
You make me want to watch it so bad.
Watch it. They put it on Netflix. They put it on fucking Netflix. That's so cool. And on Spotify, they put the soundtrack on Spotify, and probably Apple Music. I love when they like it's only because the live action's coming out and Netflix is like promoting it. I think that's so dope.
You remind me of a scene where like was it Duel that where like it ended with Spike being super injured, all wrapped up, and then Faye singing the song of the girl he used to like. He's just singing the song, and then Spike wakes up like all injured, like body wrapped up. And he's like, hey, come here. And he was like, I think he said like, shut up or something.
No, he said, he said your tune is wrong, or like your tune. is wrong. Yeah. I don't remember what that episode. Let me look at the episode list. Let me see if I can.
I remember that scene.
I remember that scene, but I forget what episode it was a part of. That was a good scene. Was it after? Was it in episode 5?
Yeah, I think so.
Episode 5 was when he got fucked up by Vicious.
He jumped out.
He jumped out the window.
That scene was like, bro, like
yeah. The writing in that scene is so good. Every line that they say to each other has so much like nuance and depth behind it. Like I don't even remember exactly, so I can't like recite it right now, but it's so cool because
it's like he pushes him out the window, but Spike like lays a grenade off before he falls.
Yes,
like,
bro. I love how the fight scenes in the show, they're not like super extravagant, but the choreography and like what is happening is telling you so much. Like this dude has a sword and this guy has a gun, and this guy's fighting style is like Spike's fighting style is so much more brash and like unpolished, while the dude who has a sword is like using these very like, you know, deliberate motions, and you know, he's like being very intentional with his attacks and stuff. But despite that, you know, they still have a draw where like Spike pulls out his gun at the same time that he is about to stab him. And then even though this dude pushes him out the window, you think that Vicious, you think that Vicious, the show is implying that Vicious is like stronger than Spike, but then you see that Spike threw the grenade, and the stuff that was being incorporated earlier where they're like the same level of like, you know, fighting skill, it's still like a draw in that sense where it's like, oh, he like got him in that way.
And it's so fire because like he's falling, the music starts playing, and then you see the explosion, and he's just still falling.
Yeah.
And he has like the flashbacks,
Exactly.
and that's when the first indication of the story and like
right.
this past. It's like, oh, episode 5 is one of the greatest episodes of anime history, bro. I'm telling you, like,
yeah,
it's like, oh my god, dude, it's Vicious. It's like such a guy. Like he barely pulls up, and he's like, when he pulls up, you're like,
yeah, I know.
It's like Dio. It's like fucking Dio, bro.
It is. It really is like Dio. It's on the same level of just like having so much narrative significance, you know. And then I love how in episode 12, like even Faye is invested at that point because like she knows who Vicious is, even though she doesn't fully understand the context of it. Also, watching the show, Manny, I'm really like. It's so crazy how Michiko and Hachin, obviously it's not directed by Shinichiro Watanabe. Michiko and Hachin is so similar to this. It is discount Bebop. That's what Michiko and Hachin is. And I remember our conversation, and our conversation holds so much more weight now, having seen Bebop. And I remember when, you know, you were saying that like you didn't want Bebop or Shampoo to end, but you wanted like Michiko and Hachin to wrap up. And I feel that right now where it's like, I'm so sad that this show is going to end. Like I'm sitting here like I'm almost done. I don't want to be done. Like I don't want to say goodbye to these characters and this dynamic.
It hurts, man.
It really hurts.
And especially in the fashion that Bebop ends.
Yeah. But like I don't know. I haven't finished the show yet, and obviously I know the ending, so it's not like a spoiler or anything. But like, could Bebop have ended in a happier way, and would you be fulfilled? Because I feel like if Bebop,
I love the way it ended.
I feel like if Bebop didn't end with, or not just Bebop, I feel like every single one of these shows, if they didn't end with like, the adventure is over, then it wouldn't have nearly as much impact. Like if it ended with like Spike is alive and everybody just like hangs out on the ship and they just continue doing their thing, I don't think it would be nearly as good. I feel like the reason why you love it so much is because you know that it's not gonna last forever, and like that feeling happens in Space Dandy, because Space Dandy is building to like the Sunflower Samurai, and you know their journey's gonna end too. And then in Space and Dandy, even though none of them die, it's like, I mean, not Space Dandy. I'm sorry, Samurai Champloo. I apologize. In Samurai Champloo, like even though none of them die, it's like, all right, that's it, guys. Bye.
I think Samurai Champloo has such a special ending. It's like it's so sad for the viewer, but it's not actually sad for them.
Yeah.
It's really just like, all right, bro.
Yeah.
It's so like only Samurai Champloo can get away with something like that.
Right.
Like not. It's like, bro.
Yeah.
Not many shows can pull that off and it be acceptable, you know?
Yeah.
That's why it's so like
goated.
Spectacular. Samurai Champloo. That's just in my top 5.
I think you gave it a 10 as well. I think you gave both of those.
I think all those 10s. It's a masterpiece. I think it's a masterpiece.
I need to rewatch it. I feel like I've seen it like twice. I think I watched Shampoo 2 times. I'm gonna rewatch it. I think I'm gonna like it a lot more on my rewatch.
I'm eventually. I think after the Ghibli run,
Yeah.
I'm gonna rewatch all my 10 out of 10s.
I would love that.
I want to rewatch Steins Gate.
Me too. I really want to rewatch Steins Gate. Once again, Manny, I low-key don't remember it. And I haven't seen Steins Gate 0. So, like, I need a reason to watch it. And I haven't been spoiled. So, like, I'm clean, bro. Like, I need to watch it. I know.
Steins Gate 0.
Yeah. Like,
Do you know what it's about?
Yes. I know what it's about. You told me. I remember, like, not wanting to know, but then you told me, and I was like, fuck, in high school. But that's how I know. And I watched the first episode. So, like, you know, I have somewhat of a vibe. But I didn't watch it because I love the dub. I love the dub for Steins Gate so much. And I could not watch that shit sub. The dub is, like, S tier to me. It's so godlike. I cannot watch that shit subbed. I needed to watch it dubbed, so I couldn't watch it when it was coming out. Were you there when I recommended the entire table at lunch? Like, yo, for like February vacation or something, I was like, yo, on vacation, we're all gonna watch Steins Gate, and we're all gonna talk about it when we get back. Were you at the table, and is that why you watched Steins Gate? Yeah, I think you were too. I believe that's why you watched Steins Gate. Because of that. I don't remember if you were, but I remember that David watched that shit. I remember Emo watched it.
Bro, David was I haven't talked to David since high school, but
I feel so bad for not hitting him up. I feel like
but that nigga. Shit. I remember I was like, "Yo, David, watch Trigun, bro."
I remember that shit.
I mean, he came back. He was like, "Yo, Manny, that shit was fire." I was like,
bro, I love the way he moved his hands. The way he went like that, he's like, "Hey, yo, Manny, that shit was fire." I miss my friends so much.
Yeah, I know, Ali. Bro, I can't. We need to. When I go back, we need to start getting to the movies together. Yeah, we're gonna have IRL episodes.
Yeah, no, I would love to do that. I feel like we could do that if you wanted to do that.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, that would be nice. It's
because our chats we would have the movies would be so fresh in our head.
Do you feel? I know you say that a lot, where it's like if we watched it right before, we'd have so much more to say. But I feel like because I can sit with a movie, sometimes having a week gives me more to say. And I think about it more. Do you feel that way? Do you think you'd say as much about Marnie if you watched it like an hour before this?
I don't know, because I wrote all my notes right after.
Right after. Gotcha.
Actually, while and right after.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll definitely try it. I'm interested in how the IRL podcast will work, because despite how amazing our chemistry is through these calls, I tried to do it with Lewis, and it was very hard for Lewis to do it. Maybe because he's just not comfortable with like a mic in front of his face, and I feel like because we're doing this on like a phone, it makes it easier for you and me. And I feel like because I really tried my best to make this podcast thingy not go too far off from our FaceTime calls, because I realized, you know, all those people who are like, you know, they talk on the phone and they're like, yo, we should have a podcast. Like a lot of people do that. And I was like, I have to maintain that with Manny, and I have to make sure this experience doesn't drift too far away from that. So I think a big reason why we get to do this is because we're on FaceTime. And maybe this also has to do with like my social incapabilities, but I don't really talk to people IRL. It's hard to explain, but like I go to the movies with Lewis and Kevin, but honestly, I was considering not going to the movies with them anymore, because I'm just in a state right now where I have so much trouble talking to people. Even like making eye contact with people is like a challenge for me. So, you know, basically what I'm trying to say is like, these work very well. And I will gladly try the IRL thing. And hopefully one day we can get to a point where maybe that can be the norm. But I'm perfectly okay with this. Like, I love this.
As long as you talk, bro.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I love the shit we do, bro.
Yeah, me too. What episode is this? How long have we been doing? This started in July. It's October right now. No, it's November.
Yeah.
July, August, September, October, November. 4 months, bro. That's so crazy.
It feels longer.
It feels longer? Well, it's kind of 5 months because we start... Well, if we're going from Castlevania, it was like 5-6 months because Castlevania was way before Ping Pong. So...
Fucking Ping Pong, man.
I love Ping Pong!
No, honestly, though, I wanna rewatch Steins Gate, Champloo, and I want to rewatch Part 2, Jojo.
I'm gonna rewatch Jojo in an attempt to make a video for like when Part 6 comes out.
Oh yeah.
So when I finish Bebop, like when I'm not at work and I'm not watching movies for our thing, I'm watching Jojo. That's like what I'm doing this month. So like I don't want to give myself a deadline for like our episodes, but I'm gonna watch Part 4 this month. Like, so we're probably gonna talk about that on one of the episodes.
The masterpiece, the peak fiction. Part 4.
I'm so excited! All of them are right there. All the JoJo's are right here, and I'm gonna try to read the book of like the guy who made JoJo, like how to make manga book. So that'll be fun.
I'm so excited for Part 6.
Me too.
I'm so excited. It is crazy. It's JoJo. Ali. It is JoJo. JoJo has returned. It's God.
Bro, December is gonna be insane, Manny. December is gonna be insane because JoJo's coming back, and then I think Axe Chainsaw Man starts, and then I think Demon Slayer season 2 is gonna begin, and then I think in January Attack on Titan is gonna come back. So, and I'm gonna watch Attack on Titan. Like I'll be able to talk about it, and we'll talk about season 4 and stuff.
Attack on Titan.
I haven't watched Attack on Titan in so long.
I'm
gonna rewatch the whole thing. That was the thing that got me into anime. That was my first like anime.
Attack on Titan, like literally after season 3, part 2, like it literally like I gave it a 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I have 6 or 5, 10 out of 10 now.
Yeah. In terms of anime, I only have 3 10 out of 10 anime. It's Devilman, Ping Pong, and a movie called Children of the Sea. And no bullshit, Children of the Sea, I don't even know if it's going to stay out of 10 because that movie requires multiple viewings to get a true opinion. But yeah, a lot of my other ones are 9s. My 9s are like very high praise too.
Yeah.
Ghost in the Shell and Akira are a 9. Howl's Moving Castle is a 9. That's why I need to rewatch a lot of these shows because like Bebop's probably going to be a 10 when I finish Bebop. Like right now, as I'm watching it, it's a 10. Bebop's like one of the best shows ever made.
Yeah, honestly, like the 6 shows I gave 10, like I will defend them till death. No one can talk bad about part 4 to me.
I love the clip of you saying, like, did you see that thing I sent you on Discord where it was like a 5-second clip of you being like, fucking hate anime, and then I like burst. Did you see that? I post.
Let me see.
I'm gonna send you some Twitter posts that I make. I don't really use Twitter, but like there's like a couple
shit,
people.
Oh, I can't fucking hear it.
That's okay, cause it's on your phone.
Yeah.
That's all right. You can listen to it after. I don't use Twitter that much, but I like posting funny shit to it. I'll text this one to you.
What were we talking about in this clip?
The Jojo one?
This when I say I hate anime.
We were talking about I think character design.
Oh. I bet there's a lot of like funny like one-liners we can say.
Yeah. Look at the one I sent you.
Yeah.
Look at that one.
Which one? The Twitter one?
Yeah. In isolation, that shit is hilarious. I don't even react. Like, I just like I'm just so tired. Oh,
what
man.
the fuck?
That shit
No.
was funny.
No, you cannot.
It was so good. Yeah. We'll get more Manny clips in the future.
Bro, you gotta go to the fucking. You gotta go to the fucking the Baki talk. Whatever I bring up,
Baki talk, yeah. I want to do a compilation of times where you've shit on Baki and times where you shit on Funimation, depending on how many times you do it, like in the future.
God.
Just like compile all of them.
Funimation didn't come up this episode.
But say it now before the episode ends.
Fucking amazing. Funimation. I'm so tired. Funimation shouldn't exist, dude.
Speaking of Funimation, fuck Funimation. I tried to watch the My Hero Academia movie. So when I buy a Funimation Blu-ray, Manny, they have like a digital code that goes with it. And when you redeem a digital code that you get in like a Blu-ray, it's supposed to like, usually on normal fucking Blu-rays, when you get a digital code, it'll put itself on every account that you have linked to there's a service called Movies Anywhere, and it's like the digital code app where you like redeem your codes. And when you link other accounts to your Movies Anywhere app, you can watch a movie that you have a digital code for on Amazon Prime, on YouTube, on Google Play. You can watch it on anything that has movies. It gets added to your iTunes. You own it on all platforms, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's dope as fuck. And that's one of the reasons why I love buying Blu-rays. But for Funimation releases, you don't own it on everything. You own it on Funimation, and that's it. So when I bought the My Hero movie, but Funimation sucks. So mind you, I bought the My Hero movie on Blu-ray, and I redeemed the digital code. But because the app's interface doesn't register movies in its database as like part of its selection, because it only has things that are streaming, right? And sometimes I'll buy a movie that's a Funimation movie that's not available to stream. Like Shin Godzilla is like licensed by Funimation, and the digital code is a Funimation digital code. So when I want to watch Shin Godzilla on the app, it doesn't pop up because it's not in the database. So I have to watch it on like a computer or something. And it's like, I can't even watch the My Hero movie because in the database, My Hero Academia is all under one category. So when I redeem the movie, it's like, all right, you own My Hero Academia. But when I click on it, the show pops up. And when I click on seasons, there's a section for movies. And I'm like, oh, I click on movies? It's not even there. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
And it doesn't even pop up on my computer. Oh my god! Oh my god! I forgot about this. Manny. Manny, I have to take off my robe. I'm getting so hot. I bought a Blu-ray. I bought a 4K Blu-ray for Akira. They re-released Akira in 4K. I bought Akira in 4K. Do you want to know what these niggas at Funimation did, Manny? When you buy a Blu-ray, there's this thing called HDR on the Blu-ray. It's on the PS5 and it's on the PS4 Pro. And I don't know exactly what it does, but it makes it look pretty. It makes it look better. The 4K Blu-ray for Akira, every single one they made, they put HDR like on the cover, and they like say like comes with 4K HDR Blu-ray, and that's like the standard. Despite promoting it and having it on the fucking cover, these niggas did not put HDR on the 4K Blu-ray. Like they legit forgot to do it. That's like the implication. Like they like messed it up or they forgot to the point where every single Blu-ray they produced doesn't have it. So you want to know what you have to do if you want to get the 4K Blu-ray and you buy it? You have to return this shit to Funimation. You have to put the disc. You have to take a picture of it. You have to email some random fuck that's going to respond in like a week. And they're going to be like, "All right, ship the disc." I had to put the disc in a package and drive to UPS and say, "Bring this back to Funimation." And I have to wait until these niggas come back to me and say that they like give me the disc, like the proper one that actually works.
So when did this happen?
Funimation. This happened right when they released the Blu-ray. But like for me, I only just realized this recently when I was going through my Blu-rays, and I was like, I was looking up. I don't know why I looked up Akira Blu-ray, but then I saw this issue with the Blu-ray, and I'm like, fuck, does this apply to mine? And I'm like, yeah, it does. This happened. When you're asked like when it happened, are you talking about when I returned it?
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly. It was a while ago.
Okay.
Akira 4K. Oh my god. I think I did it at the beginning of October. So it's been like a month. It's not supposed to take a month. It's supposed to take 2 weeks.
Sheesh, man. That's so funny.
It is funny. Funimation sucks.
Yeah,
I will say though,
your reasons for hating Funimation are more valid than mine.
Honestly, Manny, what was I gonna say? I will say this one thing, and it has kind of like made me really happy. I've been watching Cowboy Bebop on a Blu-ray that I borrowed from my cousin, and the Cowboy Bebop Blu-ray has a lot of effort put into it. The menu, like, you know when you like play a DVD and there's like a DVD menu and it has like, it's not just like, you know, just like, it's not just play movie scene selection. It has like a design.
Like extras and
Huh?
they have play now, they have extras, they have like all that other stuff.
But you know how it has like a cool design and there might be like a little animation or music. Yeah. The one for Cowboy Bebop is really good. I love the DVD menu on how they do it. And the extras, usually for Funimation shows and like a lot of anime, it's just the extras on the Blu-ray, bro, are the worst extras. For Michiko and Hachin, it was not director commentary. It's commentaries from the English dubcast, which is like, I want to see commentaries from the people who made the show, bro. Like, I want to see interviews with people who made the show. And you usually don't get that on anime Blu-rays. But for Bebop, there are commentaries with Shinichiro Watanabe, with Yoko Kanno, the person who does the music. There are commentaries with the Japanese voice actors. There are commentaries with the dub voice actors. There are so many good extras. And the discs for the design on the discs is shaped like a vinyl. And I think that's so cool. Like the design on the disc is like disc 1 and it looks like a vinyl, and that's so gangster. That's so fucking dope. They don't usually put that much effort into like the Blu-rays. So I'll give Funimation that one. They did one thing right. But that's the only thing they've done right. Everything else is wrong.
Yeah. Fucking Funimation. I can't fucking believe those guys.
Those guys.
I have to watch Jobless Reincarnation on fucking Funimation.
Oh, I will gladly watch that when it ends. If you want to talk about it, I'll watch like the whole thing.
I really loved season 1.
Yeah. And yeah, I'll check it out. When it wraps up. I want to watch it because you speak so highly about it. I'd love to talk about it.
Oh yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Second best isekai. You still haven't watched that ReZero, right? Season 2?
No. I'll watch it eventually.
Yeah.
Are they going to make a
Literally
season 3 or is it over?
Nah, it's far from over.
Okay.
Fucking.
I'll probably watch it when season 3 comes out.
Season 2, ReZero is literally like.
Goated.
Like. It's like the greatest dialogue, like ever, bro. It's like. I had to rewind shit like every episode. Every episode, I would have to rewind conversations. It's such like it's so beyond normie. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Normies struggle with fucking ReZero.
I'm so excited to watch it. It's so weird for an anime to have a director's cut, and I think it's so dope that ReZero has a director's cut, and I would love to watch it. When I think about ReZero and every episode being an hour long, I feel like it would be fucking godlike. I feel like it would be godlike as like a 50-minute like thing. So when I watch ReZero again, I'm gonna watch the director's cut, and that'll be fun.
Oh yeah, I would, bro. Fucking, I literally love that shit, bro.
Yeah.
I like, bro. You know, I talk so highly of it, but it demands that respect. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Where do I have it at? Never in 13th.
13th. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
It should be 12 to be honest, but
I really wish that when you updated your list, I could see exactly what you updated, but like I never know exactly what you update.
Yeah, usually the updates are just like I update the episodes we do.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah. Episode 10. Episode 6, there's so many. I watched too much shit. Yeah.
Mononoke. I love that shit.
We're watching Kiki's?
Huh?
We're watching Kiki's on episode 10?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were watching Whisper. But I'll gladly watch Kiki's if you want to watch that instead.
I thought. Oh shit! It was Whisper, yeah.
Yeah. What do you want to do? Change it to Whisper?
I'm changing it.
Yeah. Save the bangers. Is it lagging right now as you type?
Let's see. Yeah, slightly.
The reason why it does is because I'm on the screen and I'm like looking at it and I see you typing in real time. And that's so cool.
Pretty cool. Shit, hold on.
Whenever you update your shows, like when we are planning to do our calls, like whenever you update your list, it makes me think, fuck, Manny just rated whatever he watched and I have to watch it now. Like if I didn't watch it yet, I get anxious like, Manny watched it first. I think that's cute. I think it's funny.
I still haven't rated a lot of shows.
Yeah,
like,
you don't rate things immediately after you finish them, and I think that's good. I do that all the time because I don't care. But
there's a lot of shows I haven't updated yet.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't do none from episode 9. I did none from 8. There's a lot from 6 that I'm missing too.
Well, a lot of the ones from 6 we didn't even watch together. Like, you didn't watch. Well, you watched them ages ago, you know. So like, you might have to rewatch them to even form a proper opinion.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I gotta do 8 and 9. 8 and 9.
Yeah. Rate Fate. Rate
I did Fate.
Okay. Vivi. You rated Vivi. Did you rate Ocean Waves?
Did I?
Did you?
I don't think I did.
You did not.
Yeah, I need to fucking.
You didn't rate Totoro.
I need to fucking get busy. Fucking write these.
Yeah.
I'm gonna literally write it down. Rate Ocean. Man, I remember when I was first starting this list, bro. Back in the early days. Now it's just so long.
I'm
Crazy.
sad that I didn't do this earlier, because like I remember like basically every show that I've seen. Like I one night I was like, I'm gonna remember everything and I'm gonna write it down in my anime list, and then I did. So I have them all logged, but I don't remember what my ratings are. So like, it sucks because like I completed Cowboy Bebop, but I have to rewatch it in order to give it a rating. And I guess it's for the better because I'm older now and I can only appreciate it now. Like when I was in high school, I would have not given this I did not see it as highly as I do right now. Like I love this so much more now. That's amazing. I need to rewatch fucking Shampoo. And that's why I'm so excited to rewatch Jojo, because like just imagine how much I'm gonna love Jojo after like loving it in high school.
Yeah. Not for real. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't wait to rewatch Ghost in the Shell, bro. Oh my god, that's gonna be so awesome.
Did I rate this?
You did rate Fate. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You did rate Vivi. You have Megalobox on the list twice.
Do I?
Yeah. You have it at 7.6 and then you have it at 8.1.
I probably didn't. Yeah, I think the 7.6 was the first season. Yeah, take that out. Megalobox 2 was great.
I love Megalobox.
But Ping Pong was
goated.
I don't even. Man. Yeah, I got a lot of shows to rate.
They're making a sequel to Tatami Galaxy. That got announced. That's like the next thing they're working on. So,
you serious?
Yeah, that'll be a good excuse for you to watch it.
I still gotta wait. I'll watch The Night Is Short. Walk On Girl.
Yeah, you gotta watch. You gotta watch Tatami first.
Yeah.
There's one movie. There's one movie that for a long time I would claim it's my favorite movie, but I haven't seen it in so long, and it's an anime movie. And it's from Masaki Yuasa, the guy who made Devilman, and it's called Mind Game. And it's like this is the anime that no one has seen except me, and I think it's fucking awesome. At least I thought it was when I was in high school. And I'm 100% going to recommend that one day when we're done with these Ghibli movies.
Mm-hmm.
I need to rewatch that. But that's that's another possible 10 out of 10 movie. But I can't rate it right now because I don't remember it. I don't remember if it's a 10. I need to rewatch.
God damn, I want to watch fucking Jojo Part 2.
Do it.
I can't.
You don't have time?
I need to knock out Ghibli.
Yeah. Decadence.
Well,
No, I'm just going through what you rated and what you didn't. I guess we can wrap it up though. We're basically done.
Did you find one that I didn't rate?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Batman Ninja. I mean, I don't know if you want to rate that, but
I don't know if I can. I watched it so long ago.
yeah, that's valid. I don't think you rated Totoro.
Yeah,
You
I didn't. Yeah.
You didn't rate Totoro. Did you rate? I don't think you rated Ocean Waves. You
Nah, yeah, I wrote that down. I did
Yeah.
rate Princess, Ocean, Arrietty, Marnie, Star Wars, House.
You're not gonna rate Squid Game? It doesn't meet the criteria for.
Nah, this is not. Squid
Yeah.
Game is not going on this list
That's fair.
or any list.
Princess.
What show did you just say I didn't? Oh, Totoro, yeah.
Yeah. You didn't rate Princess Mononoke.
Nah.
I don't think you rated any from 8. And then, 9 you just did. So, yeah. Those are all the ones that I just said that you need to rate. But I think you got everything else. Did you do Inuyashiki? You did.
Yeah, I did.
Really? A 6.7? I remember you spoke pretty positively of that show.
It was good. That's about it.
Yeah. What did you rate Banana Fish? 6.2. Interesting. That's pretty reflective of how you were talking about it. Record of Ragnarok. 7.3.
Where's that at?
You gave that a 7.3.
Oh, yeah. It's really not a 7.3, but I gave it a 7.3.
You think so?
Yeah, it definitely does not deserve to be in the 7s.
You can change it right now.
I put it there for a reason. I did like some of it, so.
All right.
Plus, I'm gonna wait for season 2.
That's good. I mean, that shows something if you're excited for the next season, right?
Yeah. Horimiya, that's that one show I told you to watch.
What? Say that again?
Horimiya, the romance one.
Spell it?
HORIMIYA.
Oh. I didn't even add this to my watch list. Interesting. 13 episodes. Okay. I'll do it.
If you want to watch a romance.
I like romances. I mostly opt for the ones that people say are good because I don't like to waste my time. But I really want to watch Kaguya-sama. I'm probably going to like that.
This year was a banger for anime, for me.
Yeah?
I watched Part 6, that reached 10. I watched Part 6 Jojo, that I gave that a 10. I watched ReZero, 9.6.
You mean Part 4?
Oh, yeah, Part 4, yeah. See, I like that I put the years on some of these shows I watched.
Yeah. You gotta do that. Gotta remember.
It's fucking the end of Evangelion. I watched that 2017. Bison Wolf 2017.
I think I'm gonna watch Evangelion in December, maybe, because I
The
don't
whole
know.
thing?
I might not have time because I'm gonna be watching Attack on Titan and JoJo and working on videos and stuff. But I ordered the Blu-ray that, like, you know, it's a big deal for Evangelion to get a Blu-ray release, and it's getting a Blu-ray release. And I ordered the Blu-ray, and it's coming in December. So I'll be able to watch it the way I want to watch it once I get the Blu-ray, because the Blu-ray is going to have the original dub, and I want to watch the original one. And it's going to have End of Evangelion on it too. So yeah. I'll watch that probably next year. That's probably when I'll get to Evangelion.
The end of Evangelion is so epic.
Yeah. I'm excited
It's
to watch
so
it.
mind-boggling.
Would you want to rewatch it for the podcast? Like just that, or
Fuck
is it...
yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'd watch the movie, not the whole thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
The movie, like I gave the show like a high 7.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I gave it a 7.9, but the movie I gave it 9.2.
Yeah, that's great. I'm excited to watch it.
Fucking love that shit.
Yeah. I thought the new My Hero movie was ass, by the way. We never got to talk about that. Yeah, I know. I didn't go into it because it's like, I don't know. It doesn't really seem important to talk about, but
The worst is the worst one?
it's easily the worst one. It's like Arrietty bad. It's like NetherRealm, in my opinion. It's 100% worse than the other two, to me. But like, once again, it's one of those things where a lot of people like it. So I don't know. I saw it with Lewis and Kevin, and they liked it, and I wanted to fucking fast forward that shit in the theater. It was so tough. But the part at the end where like the animation, like in there's an animator called Yutaka Nakamura who does like the really good, the money shots in My Hero. He did the scene where Deku punches Overhaul. He did the scene in Heroes Rising when Bakugo and Deku go, one for all. Yeah, basically. He did that. You know when the music is playing, it was like, we're always here. Some shit like that. And the beautiful animation. He did that too. He did he did the shot at the end of My Hero, like the first movie where All Might and like Deku do the punch together. He did that. And he does a thing at the end of this movie, and it's beautiful. And that was goated. But that was the only good part. Actually, I take that back. That wasn't the only good part of the movie. There were other parts that I thought were cute, but yeah. I would genuinely, unless you want to talk about it, I wouldn't recommend it.
Okay.
Yeah. It feels I also felt baited because they wear those cool costumes on the cover of the movie, like the stealth costumes, like the all black ones that look dope. And in the movie they wear that for like one scene and they take it off like immediately. They have it in the first 5 minutes and then they put on their normal shit again for the rest of the movie. I was like, fuck. I was so mad. Because one of the biggest appeals of like these anime, like one of the best parts about like anime movies is when characters put on outfits that they don't wear in the show. That's like one of the things you're looking forward to in anime movies. Like that's like a thing in anime movies. More like they do it in the first My Hero movie where like everyone wears like a suit, like like formal wear, and they when the action revs up, they're wearing like their suits, so it looks badass because they're all like wearing like unique fits, and the girls are all dressed up too, so it's like not even just the dudes. I love the first. The first one is the best one, Manny. If I had to rank the My Hero movies, it goes the first one, then the second one, then the last one. The first one is a 7. The second one is a 7. The last one is like a 3. Yeah.
3 days.
Yeah, I know. I hated it. I have a Blu-ray of the first 2, and I'm gonna keep it because I'm gonna watch those movies again. I love those movies. I don't think I ever want to watch that newest one again. Maybe I'll watch it again to see if it really is as bad as I thought, or if I was just in a fever dream and it was just my imagination. I don't know. When My Hero was there.
Oh my god.
What the fuck does that mean?
Oh my god.
My
You just made me like get up.
Huh?
I was sitting down. You just made me get up.
My hero of my memories.
Don't disrespect Marnie like that.
How about
You
the
just got me
secret?
so off guard with that one.
The secret world of academia. That's fitting. That's pretty fitting.
That fits it.
Yeah. I can't believe you didn't watch season 5.
Dude, I'm like 3 episodes off the end, but it's so bad.
Crazy because like that's supposed to be the good shit, and it's like terrible in anime form. It's so lame. What was the last thing you remember in My Hero?
It was like the beginning of the My Villain Academia.
Oh, My Villain Academia is only like 3 episodes?
I think so.
It felt so much longer in the manga. But did you even get to the part spoiler alert, but the villains fight somebody and they're like in a fight. Did you get to that? Okay.
No.
I was so surprised because like I feel like that's so interesting. And even if the animation was bad, it's so cool that you'd be able to like propel yourself through that. But yeah, once again, I read it in manga form, and we'll talk about it one day.
One day, sure.
Yeah, one day.
The thing is with My Hero, I'm never caught up until the next season comes.
Really?
Yeah,
the only reason I caught up was 1, because the movie was coming out, and 2, on episode, I don't remember what number, episode 6 or something, when we talked about like 11 things, one of those things I read My Hero thinking that you were going to finish it, and that's why I read it, because I was like, man, he's going to finish My Hero. He's been watching it weekly. And then we would be able to compare the manga and anime. But it's okay. We'll do that next time.
And drop the ball.
Nah, it's okay. I never told you. You need to watch it. What do you play on your PS5?
I play 2K.
Only 2K.
2K. PUBG.
Does PUBG run well on the PS5? You had to think about it, so the answer is no. But give me the answer that you actually are thinking of giving.
Runs a lot better than PS4.
Okay. Interesting. But it's still PUBG. Like it runs like PUBG. That makes sense.
Fucking pub. Lewis has a series on his channel. It's called PUBGay.
What does he do?
It's literally me. It's the adventures of me, him. It's the adventures of him being a coon, me carrying the team, and him team killing our random teammates. You should watch it. I'm gonna send you.
Please do.
It's actually these videos are actually so funny.
PUBGay.
It has like such like Lewis humor.
I love Lewis humor.
Yeah, you're gonna watch it and be like, yeah, this is just like high school.
Pub. What's his profile name?
Hold on, I'm trying to find it.
Man, I remember when PUBG Mobile came out and I would play that with Brendan and David. That shit was so fun, bro. Because
Yeah,
I never played video games with friends like at home. Like I never did that in high school. So I never talked to you guys on PS4 and stuff. So like that was my only experience like from a gaming standpoint.
To be honest, I never really played with them. I was like when I played with Keandre, we would play like Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Like the Dragon Ball games. I never really played with Brendan. I never really played with anyone else.
Yeah.
I played with my brother, my cousins, and that's about it. Why can't I find this fucking guy? I think I gotta find him by him commenting under my videos.
Yeah. I think I was subscribed at one point to his channel.
Oh, I just found him.
Oh, cool.
Um,
By the way, do you want me to link anything in the description of these videos to like for you? Cuz like the reason why I don't like put anything in the description for you is cuz I don't know what you'd want to be linked. But do you want something to be linked? Like your YouTube or like a Twitter, or do you care? Do you want people to have access to stuff like that, or do you want to be a ghost and only exist within the realm of these videos?
no, you don't have to put anything.
Okay. Gotcha. I'll put your name down so people know who you are. I feel like I didn't write it down anywhere. Maybe I'll put it in the about page. I talk with Manny about anime.
Get my clout up.
Yeah. Hopefully. That'll be kind of cool. At least for this.
I'm posting it in the... There you go. PUBGay.
You
Part
posted
4.
In the Discord or through text?
Discord.
Okay. PUBGay. I'm excited. All right, I liked it. It's in my liked folder. I'll check it out when I can. That's cool. Bro, have you seen Victor's uploads on his YouTube channel?
Victor,
oh my, you don't know about these videos? These are like some of my favorite videos on YouTube, like ever.
Victor that went to Brockton High?
Yes. He has videos of like, he has a compilation video. It's like Victor Kuhn compilation, I think, where he just does stupid shit at Brockton High. They're so funny, Manny.
Yeah, send me those. I actually want to see that.
Give me a second. Bear with me. I gotta find his fucking channel. Victor Ray Billup. Yes. One of the best fucking videos on the internet. I sent it through normal text.
Okay.
Wait, speak right now?
Hello.
Okay. You don't have to watch it right now, but
I'm actually watching fucking my videos right now. Have you ever played Rainbow Six Siege?
No, I've never played that game in my life.
Well, you should know.
People love it.
I was in it probably 2 years ago. I was in the top 0.2 players of all players. Mm-hmm.
That's so cool. People love that game, bro.
The game takes a lot of like life force energy. To keep playing.
That's why I
don't.
Please do. That's why I don't really play competitive games, because it takes a lot out of you to like get good and then have fun with the game.
Yeah.
You know?
That's exactly what it is, man. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
But it's fucking about to hit 5 o'clock. I'm fucking tired.
We gotta bounce. All right, bro. This was good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna edit this. This was
a spectacular episode.
It was. Thank you for talking to me every 2 weeks. Thank you for watching anime with me. I appreciate you, man.
Thank you for watching anime with me.
Yeah, this is dope. So, all right, Whisper, Spirited Away, Whisper, and then what's the last one? Fuck. What's the last one?
Porco.
Porco. Munch munch. Womp womp. I'm so excited for Porco. I don't know. I heard good things. All right. All right, buddy. I guess I'll see you later. I'm gonna.
All right, bro. See ya.
Deuces.